Populating the first, the second, and the third balcony about 8 hours ago.
Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles, Messieurs, we are here to bear witness to the future of football. This is the new life, the new style, the way forward. And now that you're here, we are ready to begin. I present to you the players! Faster than mere mortals, and more versatile than most men. The man of speed. Vince Young, quarterback, Texas. Misery will rain down upon those who dare test his will. Mario Williams, defensive end, North Carolina State. He is born to lead and to rise against adversity. The chosen one, Matt Leinart, quarterback, USC. In the field, he moves as silently as a ninja, deadly, cunning, using his keen instinct to move with speed and precision. The man on a mission, Michael Huff, safety, Texas. You can expect him to explode through the wall with velocity and grace. Je vous présente the threat that is Reggie Bush, running back, USA! Everything is now in motion. He cannot be stopped. Prepare for the inevitable as destiny unfolds.
Welcome to the 2006
48 hours gets
presented by Coors Light.
Welcome to Radio City Music Hall on 6th Avenue between 51st and 52nd Street in Manhattan. The site of the 71st NFL Draft. We've had 8 hours over on ESPN, and now the waning moments of the second round and all of the third round here live on ESPN2. The day began with Mario Williams, who, Big Mario, Super Mario, #1 pick. There's owner Bob McNair of the Houston Texans. Reggie Bush, then the Heisman Trophy winner, was indeed selected second by New Orleans. Tennessee took the mercurial quarterback from Texas, Vince Young. And then the Jets, with Matt Leinart sitting there, took the big tackle from Virginia, D'Brickashaw Ferguson. And the Jet fans populating first, the second, and the third balcony. About 8 hours ago, some are left because the last pick, oddly enough, today in the third round, owned by the Jets. The second to last pick in the third round, owned by the Giants. That's what we call keeping fannies in the seats. Welcome back. Chris Berman, Tom Jackson, Michael Irvin, Chris Mortensen, Mel Kiper, and a cast of thousands in a day that began, well, it began yesterday, if that makes any sense, with Mario Williams being signed by Houston. But then the top of the second round kind of went as we thought, even with the slipping of Matt Leinart, the quarterback, all the way down to Arizona at 10. We kind of surmised that that might happen. Now we are in the latter stages of round number 2 with the Denver Broncos picked the 4 teams, Denver, then Indianapolis, Seattle, and Pittsburgh. So the Broncos a moment ago picked Tony Scheffler, a tight end of Western Michigan. Now the Colts are up next on a day in which the Denver Broncos certainly made some noise. In addition to drafting a quarterback, they acquired from trade Javon Walker, the wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers. Once again, it's time to say Tony Scheffler, tight end, goes to Denver. Bell?
Tell you what, Jay Cutler maybe throwing a lot of balls in the vicinity of a guy like Tony Scheffler because he's a big target, 6'5½", 253 pounds. And his forte, as you would expect from Mike Shanahan and the Broncos, is catching the football. Runs well, though he doesn't play quite as fast as he times, in my opinion. Had an injury early on in his career, a shoulder injury, bounced back at 53 receptions as a junior, 57 receptions this past year. His blocking is very suspect, and he needs to show a little more fire and intensity in terms of his overall performance level. But when you're that big and you run a 4.58 and you catch as many balls as he did, 11 catches 2 years ago against Marshall. He had 9 catches in one game against Northern Illinois this year. So his hands are excellent. He's a baseball player on the Western Michigan team as well, outfielder and first baseman. So the kid has some skills. You just want to see, like I say, a little bit more of that intensity level, that aggressive quality to go from the Mid-American Conference into the NFL and be successful.
All right, the Colts have then stepped up and picked cornerback from Georgia, Tim Jennings. Little guy, 5'7½", fast, Mel. Fast.
Well, this is typical what Bill Polwin and Don Manili do in Indianapolis. They take the guys who are shorter but are football players. And we talked about, I said, Maurice Drew in the second round I thought would be maybe a Colt-type guy. He goes to instead to Jacksonville, and of course the Colts got their running back, Joseph Adai, in round 1. But here's a guy probably more a nickel back, but they have a Marlon Jackson at corner. They may move him inside to replace Mike Dawson if, in fact, a corner comes through, and maybe Tim Jennings will have a chance to compete for that job.
And they do want to get Marlon Jackson inside, because Mike Dawson's been a little bit of a disappointment, and it's a perfect move for them. If Jennings comes in and is ready to play, and of course Tony Dungy in that defense and those coaches, they will get this guy ready to play.
Well, but can I say something? Denver has had a great draft, too.
Yes.
Now, when you talk about picking up that tight end, picking up Jay Cutler, getting you a top-flight wide receiver in Javon Walker, because the guys you have, they're getting old. He's gotten that team young again and ready to compete for quite a while, the Denver Broncos.
I believe Baltimore has had a darn good draft, and you look offensive line, defensive line, but I'm going to leave it open. The sentence will remain open. Next 24, 48 hours, you said if they get Steve McNair, then you are a huge winner.
And I do believe that's what McNair's hopes are, that this thing gets settled sometime in the next 48 hours, even though I know Jeff Fisher, the coach at Tennessee, is probably going to make one last sales pitch to him. But I know that McNair pretty much has closed the door. It'll take a miracle, I think.
Look, let's go back to the Indianapolis Colts, who got the running back. Remember, they lost Edgerrin James. They couldn't sign everybody, and so they did lose a few players. They lost Triplett to Buffalo, but they lost Edgerrin James, the running back, going to Arizona, and so they picked Adai in the first round. Big, we talked about him, a guy that plays large from LSU, and so he'll help fill in some of the void. I believe that if you ever want to give a team a mulligan, and by the way, they started 13-0, so it's not.
Yes.
But for obvious reasons, with the tragic death of Coach Dungy's son, James, and just, this was such a tightly knit ball club, both fabric of the way they played football and family fabric, if that makes sense, that I don't ever make an excuse. Oh, Pittsburgh beat him. It's not like, oh, well. But if you ever want to give a team a mulligan and say that maybe they're gearing up, and although they lost Edgerrin James, they've kept most of the parts to make that run at that elusive Super Bowl appearance in the very tough AFC, I think the Colts deserve a huge mulligan off last year because it took 4 months for them to lose one game. So I think you'd have to, Pittsburgh is in there, and New England won the Super Bowls before that. But you'd be foolish to think that, well, the Colts lost their way.
They're going to be close. When you look at the fact that Corey Sliman will now get a full training camp, he will come back in shape, ready to reinforce that defensive line. And when you talk to Coach Dungy, he will tell you that Edgerrin James was such a great producer, it might take more than one back to equal the production of an Edgerrin James. You get Joseph Adai, you also get Dominic Rhodes, you get other people contributing other things to that offense in order to make up for that missing production of Edgerrin James.
But when their general manager, Bill Polian, a 5-time executive of the year, when he picks a running back, you better pay attention. This is the guy who woke up Thurman Thomas in round 2. He's the guy who took Edgerrin James when everybody said, take Ricky Williams. So when he takes a Joseph Adai, even though they have Dominic Rhodes, you better pay attention to Joseph Adai.
Well, this is a Colts team that will come back hungry, that will come back together, and will come back. Right now, they are the odds-on favorite. That's going into the draft to get and represent the AFC, although it's only April. We'll be back.
I'm Jay Cutler.
It is caught.
Touchdown!
You're watching the 2006 NFL Draft on ESPN.
Well, let us just say first and foremost, nobody wears a cowboy hat like Jay. That is without question. As we continue here on the NFL Live set, Trey Wingo here with Mark Schlereth, Merrill Hodge, and Ron Jaworski. Guys, there are ways to build a team. You can trade and you can draft. Or on draft day, you can make a trade and then build both ways in one. And the Broncos have done that, making a trade to move up in the first round to take quarterback Jay Cutler out of Vanderbilt. He had been, Jaws, for most of the discussion leading up to the draft, third of the three quarterbacks mentioned, Matt Leinart, Vince Young, and Jay Cutler. Your take on Jay Cutler?
Well, I had him number one, and I love the fact that Cutler had to play up every single time. And when I studied him, I saw the throws that project him well to the National Football League. Let me show you what I mean. This is the kind of throw you have to make. It's a deep corner route and a combination that is prevalent in the NFL. It is called the smash route. And the combination is one where you attack the corner on the outside with a short route, and you tack him over the top with a deeper route. The quarterback must read the corner. He will tell the quarterback where to throw. This demands quick processing of information and a firm touch throw with precise accuracy. You'll see the corner jump the shallow route. You'll see Cutler make this throw over the top. And this is a great throw by Cutler. Outside, in the box, in the three defenders. Now, there's another factor at work here. Watch Cutler's subtle movement to his right in response to the blitz. Movement within the pocket. That's critical for consistent execution in the National Football League. And Haji, we have this debate every single year. To me, what you saw Jay Cutler do is mobility in the NFL. Not running around making plays, but subtle moves, getting the ball downfield to the playmakers. I love Cutler. I think he projects well, and I said it earlier. Kind of shocks some people. He's Marino-like with that release.
You know what Jay Cutler does? He extends your offense. When you look at it, transitioning him to the National Football League, he gives you the ability to extend your offense, to go to the wide side of the field, down the field. Leinart, Young do not give you that ability. And then when you're looking at these guys, wide receivers are so wide open in college. In the National Football League, I mean, they're always covered. So you have to watch for those little plays where they'll throw it into tight windows. Jay Cutler threw it into tight windows and completed to wide receivers. When I studied Young, when I studied Leinart, I did not see them make the type of throws that Jay Cutler can in those small windows, down the field, extending your offense. That is why I also believe he is the one guy you can go out with a blaze of glory. You've got all your options out there. The other two, you will not.
There's another issue with the Denver Broncos and one of the trades they made, but what does this say, the Jay Cutler move, what does it say about Jake Plummer in Denver?
Well, I think Jake Plummer's days in Denver are obviously limited. I mean, when Mike Shanahan goes after a quarterback, he is a guy, number one, that loves a big quarterback, but loves a guy that has athletic ability, can run, and also has a big arm, and Jay Cutler has those things. The other things I liked about Jay Cutler as I evaluated him on film is he is a guy that will stand in the face of a pass rush, take a hit, and deliver a strike. People say, hey, listen, he's not that accurate. Oftentimes, this is a guy that's got to throw off his back foot, has got to move around because he's taking hits. That's what I liked about Jay Cutler, and that's why I thought he was good.
All right, so the one move they made was to move up in the first round and take quarterback Jay Cutler out of Vanderbilt. They make another move, which is making a trade with the Denver Broncos and the Green Bay Packers. They get disgruntled wideout Javon Walker out of Green Bay. H3 and out now. The question for all three of you, the trade for Javon Walker, coming off an ACL injury, was it the right move for the Broncos?
No, I think it certainly was the right move for the Broncos because they need a receiver. They need a number one receiver, and I know he's injured right now, but he is rehabbing. And listen, Ashley Lee is not that guy. Rod Smith getting a little long in the tooth. Javon Walker is a Pro Bowl wide receiver who can stretch the field. He'll cut. He'll take the inside routes. He'll go over the middle. Javon Walker can do a lot of things for you if you're the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and the one thing in the National Football League, you cannot get quality wide receivers early in the draft and expect them to come in and have an impact. With Javon Walker, you have a seasoned veteran that has played in huge games in a wide-open offense in Green Bay. There is no question Javon Walker adds that explosive element to the Denver offense.
And I already mentioned that the Broncos with Jay Cutler are extending their offense. They're trying to go vertical. Well, to complete that extension, you're going to need a wide receiver. You can have a quarterback who can throw it 80 yards, 70 yards on a roll, but if you don't have a wide receiver that can lift the coverage and be down there, well, the court doesn't matter. This is the completion of that extension. You're going to have a quarterback that can get it down the field, and you have a wide receiver that's going to be there now.
And they certainly needed that wide receiver. Ashley Lally, their deep threat in Denver last season, had exactly one touchdown grab. Okay, Jaws, then we had a trade made at the end of the second round. The Minnesota Vikings looking for a quarterback, swap with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They pick up Tavares Jackson, the quarterback out of Alabama State. Tell me everything you know.
I love him. I'm not kidding you. I love him. We talk about quarterbacks. You better have a big arm. And the one thing Tavares Jackson has is a gun. He can throw the football. Tremendous upside with this young man out of Alabama State. You got to see this throw here, folks. You'll see Tavares drop back in the pocket. This is from the hash, wide. This throw will be somewhat of a skinny post, deep post combination. This is a laser, as Haji likes to say. 40 yards on a rope. Yes, he has the arm, but in studying him, I saw a quarterback that understood coverage, and he can manipulate coverage. Now, you'll see a little seam route right here by Maddox, his wide receiver. The safety now is the key. On this play, Jackson must beat the safety. Maddox must beat the corner. Now watch Jackson move his head to the left. He will move the safety. That opens up the window for Maddox. Oh. Look at that throw. This is outstanding. And most of the time when you watch quarterbacks from a smaller program, you don't see that kind of manipulation. With Tavares Jackson, I saw the big arm, and I saw the knowledge and understanding of coverage. Big upside.
Well, I tell you what, Minnesota Vikings have had a big upside before from a quarterback from a small college, guy by the name of Dante Culpepper. That worked out okay. They tried to trade for Matt Schaub in Atlanta to back up Brad Johnson. That didn't work out. Maybe Tavares Jackson out of Alabama State. And that arm that Ryan Jaworski likes so much will be that guy. The draft continues right here on ESPN2.
ESPN2's coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold and Refreshing Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. And in part by Hummer H3, official vehicle of the 2006 NFL Draft. Hummer, like nothing else. And Under Armour. Click, clack.
Nighttime now in New York. A look at the Statue of Liberty, and at the bottom of the second round, the second to last pick, an interesting pick by the Seattle Seahawks, who Grant Wistrom and Bryce Fisher at defensive ends. Darryl Tapp from Virginia Tech, the defensive end. With all the microbreweries they have up there in Seattle, I think Tapp is a fine pick. Mel?
6'1.5", 255 pounds. Now, he would draw comparisons to Dwight Freeney. He had a career that was outstanding with the Hokies. You go back and look at how he played early on. 2005, this past season, led the Hokies with 10 sacks, 34 quarterback pressures. When you watch him, the leverage advantage, he has long arms, and a kid hustles. He gets coverage sacks as well. 27 reps, shows he has the strength. He did a good job. Really, it was a real thorn in the side of D'Brickashaw Ferguson when the Hokies went up against Virginia. Plays hard, gets leverage. Will be pushed around against the run some, but when you look at Darryl Tapp, had he run better than 4.86, Tommy, you probably would have been looking at a late first, early second round pick, not a player who slid down a little further than maybe his production indicated.
Mel, I think he's one of those guys that has none of the measurables, but he has all the intangibles. When you look at him, he's a little bit too slow. He's a little bit too short. But when you watched him there, even in that highlight package, he's beating D'Brickashaw Ferguson, which he did twice for sacks in the Senior Bowl. He's beating Eric Winston. So he's beating the best guys in the country. He's a high-energy guy who will fit right in with that Seattle scheme where they play a little bit quicker than you can see on film. When you see them live, they're playing much quicker than they are on film, and that's the way he is, because he plays faster than the 4.8 plus that he ran at the Combine.
Well, I mean, and they surprised. They certainly had Pittsburgh bottled up playing so quick in the beginning of the season.
Absolutely.
Until, I don't know, then what happened here, Tom? our ESPN2 audiences haven't seen that. And then, of course, the fellas, they discussed the quarterback, Tarvaris Jackson, your fourth cousin, who went to Minnesota, Alabama State. Now, so here we go, the top of the third round, where the picks are 5 minutes. You have 15 minutes in the first round, 10 minutes in the second, 5 in the third. And the first two picks were owned by Houston, theirs and New Orleans. So now, the top of the draft, we know Mario Williams. D'Amico Ryan's a pick that we all liked. Charles Spencer, guard, tackle from Pitt. And Eric Winston, a tackle, who some had mid-second from Miami of Florida. And let's see, let's pick some offensive linemen. Why would we do that? Because poor David Carr has been sacked 208 times in the 4 years there, and he's still standing. You know, heaven forbid if he should have some time, and we'll see what he can do. These guys good players? Are they
Well, we talked about Davin Joseph earlier, moving from guard over to left tackle where he struggled. Now he moved back into guard in the NFL, and it's the same thing with Charles Spencer. The only thing is he was a defensive tackle when he came there, moved to the offensive line, and, of course, at left tackle this past season struggled, but had shown promise at guard. Once he refines his technique, Charles Spencer, with his size and his ability, has a chance to be a pretty good player. Eric Winston, completely different ball game. This kid had a very high grade early on, former tight end, looked like he could eventually be a top 10 to 15 pick, tore up his knee in 2004, missed the majority of that season, came back this year, struggled early. His rating dropped. I had one NFL personnel guru tell me that he thought he was playing like a fourth or fifth rounder. So when you talk about what the NFL was thinking back in September, October, then he gradually improved and he moved himself up, maybe even into the late first, early second round.
Here's the big story. The big story is that Houston made their selection last night, Michael. By not going with Reggie Bush.
And it is. And you talk about David Carr 208 times sitting down on his butt. And how much could Reggie Bush have helped him stay upright? I don't care what you say. This league is about game plan. And obviously, not many people's game planning to stop the running game. They've been game planning David Carr, going after him. Reggie Bush would have helped him stay up because people wouldn't have had a chance to come right after
Nobody
David
can argue
Carr.
with that point of view. However, remember, Gary Kubiak brings that Denver system in. You got a very good running back there in Dominic Davis. You're going to improve your offensive line with the blocking schemes. You've added Eric Moulds with Andre Johnson, the passing game. They are going to scheme it better. And I agree with you. What the Texans are doing here is they're building a football team. All this is just talk. In September, you got to line up and play football. And I think they're building a football team piece by piece here, or continuing to build it.
And I'm saying, there's a difference between getting a guy that can rush for 1,000 yards, like some of the guys that Denver has. But when Denver had a guy like Clinton Portis, he was on the verge of breaking 2,000 yards. Here's the difference. Reggie Bush was that type of a guy. I'm not trading out 2,000 yards and 25 touchdowns for 20 sacks.
But
I'm not doing it.
But we did have this discussion. I thought that the Texans, to a certain extent, were stuck in a box with Reggie Bush, no matter what they really wanted to do, and was a guy who you weren't going to be able to give the ball to on an every down basis, the guy for you, or would you rather build your team by getting other areas of concern? And so even though I think by far and away he's the best player in the country and the guy who should have been drafted, God, I don't think that they're making a mistake now the way they're building their squad.
Every down, Tom.
I'm not saying
10,
that.
12
I don't want to argue that with you, Mike. I don't want to argue that.
But don't say you have to give it to him every down. It was just a point. He's that type of a player.
Because he can get it a lot of different ways. I understand that.
That's all.
I understand.
And he's going the distance with it.
Boom.
Okay.
He's in New Orleans. He'll be selling tickets, and it'll be exciting. And Mario Williams will be preventing runaways the other way for Houston. The beauty of the draft, you get to debate it. We'll be back.
With sludge in your engine, it feels like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16.
Yeah. That's why there's Castrol GTX. Compared to leading oils, it's the best protection against thermal breakdown and maximum protection against sludge buildup. Don't let sludge hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX.
It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
The NBA playoffs continue. First, the Heat take on the Bulls as Shaq and Wade look to scorch Chicago. Then, the Suns and Steve Nash go up against the Lakers and Kobe. The NBA playoffs continue Sunday, 12:30 Eastern on ABC.
Hi, everyone. Time for another SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. I'm Matt Weiner. Reggie Bush thought he'd be playing in the South Division, just didn't realize it would be in the NFC. He goes to the Saints with the number 2 pick, right ahead of Vince Young, who heads to Tennessee. Matt Leinart is the 10th pick overall, as he drops all the way down to the Cardinals in that spot. He'll back up Kurt Warner, play for Dennis Green. The Nets have pulled even with Indiana in their first-round playoff series, 97-88. That series tied at 2. And the amazing Albert Pujols goes deep again. It's a game winner for the Cardinals at his 14th homer of the season, setting a new home run record for the month of April. The next SportsCenter happens after the Clippers-Nuggets game. Mobile ESPN has updates. Now to Sean Salisbury making plays in New York.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Boy, Albert winning the Pujols. My goodness, he wins every game here. Now, the Cardinals in baseball have Albert Pujols having the best season, and he's already been the MVP. We find it interesting that the Cardinals have picked Pope for the second year in a row if you're really scoring at home. These are the Arizona Cardinals who have picked Leonard Pope, tight end. They picked a different sort of Pope last year. I'm not going to ask you to analyze that one, Mel. But in this one, here's a tight end that could have been a second-round pick. And, hey, Matt Leinart and company getting more weapons.
Well, I'll tell you what, you look at Denny Green. They always had talent in Minnesota. They're developing a stronger talent base in Arizona. Denny Green does a good job on draft day. No question about that. When you look at adding a Leonard Pope, I didn't actually going to Arizona in round 2. They opted there for Deuce Latui, Matt Leinart's teammate, an offensive guard who will help that offensive line out. And Leonard Pope comes in at 6'7.5". Talk about a kid, 256 pounds, runs in the 4.6 range, led the Bulldogs with 541 receiving yards this past year, averaged almost 14 yards a catch. He is a weapon. And when you have Larry Fitzgerald, you have Anquan Boldin, you have Edgerrin James, now you add Leonard Pope, by the time Matt Leinart's ready to be the heir apparent to Kurt Warner, Mort, you got some weapons.
And that's Dennis Green. I tell you, everybody's talking about Dennis has 2 years left on his contract. He's going to coach beyond next year. I tell you right now, Dennis Green's probably pretty motivated to coach beyond just next year because he's got some offensive talent that you can build around. He's already got the receivers in Fitzgerald and Boldin. Yeah.
All right, so let's pick up where we're a handful of picks into the third round. So let's go backwards here. This is the end of the second round was Darryl Tappan. We told you about Jackson, the quarterback of the Vikings. Now beginning the third round, Spencer and Winston to Houston, we told you. Abdul Hodge, very productive inside linebacker, less publicized than Greenway. He goes to Green Bay. Then Claude Roten, someone who had fallen, he goes to St. Louis, a defensive tackle LSU. Paul McQuiston, tackle from Weber State out there in Utah, goes to the Oakland Raiders. And then here's another defensive player from Ohio State. And Buffalo likes picking these guys, but it's pronounced U-Bodie. But we're going to have to call him Casey and the Sunshine Band, Ashton Shake U-Bodie, picked by the Buffalo Bills, who also picked, in the first round for Ohio State with the defensive back, Dante Whitner. They have Nate Clements there. How about him, Mel? Should he be in a little higher?
Well, I think they like Buckeye defensive backs up in Buffalo. You Dante Whitner, now he's reunited with Ashton U-Bodie, and you look at they reached a little bit. I wouldn't say necessarily for Whitner. I know they reached, in my opinion, for John McCargo in the first round, but here you get Ashton U-Bodie, a kid who has skills to be a pretty good corner. Now, he was beaten some this past year in coverage. I thought he regressed a little bit. He came out, he took a gamble, and he goes in the third round. So you're thinking, okay, had he gone back, he would have gone a lot higher. But, hey, you got to move on. And now he's in the NFL. He's part of this Buffalo Bill organization. They're going to expect this kid to compete and get on the field as an extra defensive back right away. The kid has talent. I think when you look at technique, he needs a little bit of work. His ball skills at times are a little shaky. So I think you look at, does he have a steal, and how good can he be if that's the case? But I think as an extra defensive back, certainly as a starter, but probably a number 2 corner, not the lead guy, I think he has a chance down the road, once he gains some experience, to be certainly in round 3 a good pick, because I didn't go in late first. So if you get him in the third round, you got yourself some value.
Absolutely. So they, on paper, surprised folks with McCargo earlier than thought. U-Bodie they got later than they thought. So everything evens out. So the Buffalo Bills going all defense. Marv Levy, Dick Duran, they understand, hey, that defense went from like first or second to almost worse in the league. We're not fooling around. They're going defense. Now, here's Claude Roten, who was chosen by St. Louis with the 68 overall. Defensive tackle LSU. Now, Mel, he was a faller.
He was a guy whose stock had dropped. We didn't know how far. I mean, there were some people that told me last night in the NFL, expect him to go middle of the second day, maybe 5th, 6th round, maybe towards the latter portion of day 2. Now, that didn't happen. St. Louis takes him in the 3rd round. Now you say, okay, if he played so well, we were talking 1st round at one point in time. Why is he dropping? Morton will get into that in a second. But I think when you look at what he did coming over from the JUCO ranks on that defensive front over a 2-year period at LSU, he played to the level, I believe, of a guy that could have gone 15 to 28 in that area of round 1, and nobody could have argued. But he drops into the 3rd round, Mort, and we know why that is.
Well, Claude Roten was a guy, as you know, was a first-round talent. Your 3rd-rated defensive tackle. In January, he was stopped and arrested because he had a significant amount of marijuana in his car, $4,000 cash. He was arrested and charged with intent to distribute. Those charges were dismissed rather quickly. It raised some suspicions. But what Roten did is he made people start investigating his background. And the more they investigated, the more they didn't like. And he wrote letters to all 32 teams saying, hey, I'm good, I'm straight, all those good things. And then he also tested positive at the scouting combine. So this guy cost himself a whole lot of money. But for the Rams, it's great value if he straightens it out.
Well, you know, this is the type of time that you gamble sometimes on if they straighten it out, you get a complete bargain.
That's it. Because, boy, he was coming on that field.
Oh, I know.
He's as good a defensive player as there was in the draft.
In this draft.
Without the rap sheet.
Woo.
But he does have a rap sheet.
But he has a rap sheet.
We're not talking music. Abdul Hodge, inside linebacker from Iowa. What are the head linebackers there, Mel?
Well, we said they needed help, and this is a kid that could possibly play on the outside. You have Nick Barnett. Hodge provides some versatility. You added A.J. Hawk. You opted for the linebacker over Vernon Davis, who I'm sure drew strong consideration from the Packers. I think you look at Abdul Hodge. We said Chad Greenway had over 400 tackles. Well, guess what? Hodge had more. Hodge had actually 416 during his career, and this kid loves to play the game. Talked to Abdul Hodge a couple weeks ago, and he said, hey, preparation, studying film, he loves it, and he takes this game very seriously, and you see it on the football field, the way he diagnoses, reads, reacts very quickly, very instinctive football player, and has some versatility to bring to that linebacker corps. Players needed an awful lot of help, so they had A.J. Hawk from the Big Ten, Abdul Hodge from the Big Ten. You know he's well coached playing for Kirk Ferentz. We said that earlier about Chad Greenway.
Mel, I thought he was one of the more instinctive inside linebackers that I saw when you watched him on film, and another high-impact guy at the line of scrimmage who did everything well.
Well, you can see Green Bay, they started the day with the A.J. Hawk, a linebacker who everybody, you included Tom Love. And then they took a guy from the North Pole, Alaska. And here's another inside linebacker with Abdul Hodge. I know it's not the North Pole, that's not in Alaska, but anyway, we'll be back. Stop it, Mort.
Follow me to witness the future as it continues to unfold.
All right, welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft. Guys, Super Mario Williams, pass rush defensive end, first guy taken, okay? So do we all agree that quarterback is the toughest position to make an early, I guess, impact in the NFL?
Oh,
fair enough?
Agree. Yeah.
Okay, so now let's talk about other than that special quarterback position. Torrey, what's the toughest position to make an impact early on in the NFL?
Well, you know I'm going to go with the wide receiver position. That's the only position that I can talk to you really in depth about. I think, and for one, I think unless you're a Randy Moss or Terry Glenn or Anquan Bolden, guys with tremendous talent can come in and do a lot of special things. I think as for a receiver to have an immediate impact, you got to be able to understand coverages, which are a little different in the college ranks. Techniques are different, really understanding route running and what it takes to get open in the National Football League, releases, conversions, all those types of things that you have to learn in the National Football League early on in order to have an impact right away. And if you can't learn that right now, it's going to take a year or two, and then you can make your impact.
You're smirking now.
I am trying my best. I'm about to pick up my pen and bite it because I'm biting my tongue so hard. I can't believe you said it. You guys don't even wear pads, you know, in practice or games. I can't agree with it. I'm going to say, and this is unselfish, offensive center. It's the toughest job. You got to learn protections. You got to learn quarterback cadence. You got to learn reading the defense immediately and transmitting that information back to your quarterback. And you got to be able to deliver the ball as well as sustain a block. it's the most difficult job out there, and I will give that to my centers every day. And you're going to tell Mango that he's got the receiver's got the easiest job, and this guy's coming in the league.
I have to maintain a block. I have to be on the
you
same
got the
page
option
with,
to maintain a block, and then you get the
option.
credit if you do it right. Offensive centers don't get any credit for their jobs.
You know the respect that I have for the offensive line, especially the guys I have in Kansas City, and Casey Wigman, our center, the responsibility he has to keep all those guys on the same page. But I'm going to jump to the other side of the ball and say middle linebacker. As a rookie, if you're a middle linebacker, on most teams, the responsibility falls on that guy to be the one to call the plays in the huddle, make the adjustments at the line of scrimmage, make sure the secondary is on the same page with the blitz, who's coming with pressure off of what end, what twists are going on. They're the guys you see jumping up and bumping over the defensive tackle.
Man.
There's a lot of responsibility those guys have.
This is the first time I had to agree with a quarterback, the first time in my whole entire life, man. But I really believe that the middle linebacker spot is probably the hardest spot to come in and learn as a rookie, because you're basically the quarterback on the defense side of the ball. You have to know everything and everybody's doing. But I got it easy, man. I have the easiest job on the whole field. I just get out the quarterback.
Well,
and
have a look at this video. I think this quarterback recognizes how easy your job is.
Yeah, come on now. What are you guys doing to me? There you go. Hey, what was the little extra twist you had there? Give me a little extra juice on that one.
I think I threw a knee in there.
That looked pretty easy, too.
Hey, week 7, October 22nd. Kansas City, San Diego. It's going to get nasty.
Week 7.
Trey Wingo, all these guys are going to be back with me tomorrow. Right here, we're going to talk more football. You and your experts, take it away, buddy. Trey?
All right, Sean, thank you very much. Well, the experts will tell you that one of the big players on draft day, day 1 of the 2006 NFL Draft, no question about it, the Denver Broncos and what's going on there. For the very latest on what they've done and where they go, we bring in Denver Broncos head coach Mike Shanahan via Coors Light video conferencing. Mike, you make the trade up in the first round to go after quarterback Jay Cutler out of Vanderbilt. What sold you on Jay Cutler?
Well, we had a chance to look at Jay quite a bit, and just like what we saw in film. Obviously a class guy who had a great collegiate career, but more importantly, we thought he could make all the throws. We liked his leadership ability, his ability to make plays off balance, especially there in the SEC, as you could see right there. He can run the football, and for a quarterback to have that type of arm strength and make the plays he does, even running the football, is quite unusual. We just didn't feel like we could pass up that value.
Well, when you get something out of nothing, as we saw in a couple of those plays, that is indeed a good thing from a quarterback perspective. Mike, the drafting of a quarterback in the first round, what does that say about the future of Jake Plummer in Denver?
Well, I feel very good about Jake. You know, Jake had a tremendous year, a Pro Bowl year. Jake has gotten better every year. We've won a lot of football games, but you're always one play away from an injury. And we just felt with the value of a guy like Jay, we couldn't pass him up.
You also make the big play in the second round, Mike, and make the trade with Green Bay. You get Javon Walker. Now, Walker is a Pro Bowl talent at wide receiver, but he's coming off the torn ACL last year. What do you know about where he stands in his rehab?
And we brought him in, went through a physical. Our doctors and trainers feel very good that once the season starts, training camp, he'll be able to go full speed. His rehab has been going quite well. According to our doctors, they feel that there should be no setback, and spending some time with Javon, having him over to my house, having lunch with him, I just felt very good about the pick, and hopefully he'll add a lot to our football team.
Is there any concern for you that you have a player in Walker who not only is coming off a knee injury, but after one solid year sort of demanded and sort of wrangled his way out of Green Bay?
Well, I talked to him about it. There's a number of scenarios that exist with what happened at Green Bay, but when it was all said and done, I feel very good about Javon, where he's at and where he fits in with the Denver Broncos.
Well, how do you think he is going to fit in with the Denver Broncos? Do you see him as your number one, and what does that say about Rod Smith and Ashley Lilly?
Well, Rod Smith obviously has been unbelievable since he's been here, and Ashley Lilly has been a big-time player for us. He's always handled himself as a class act, and what we have is we have more competition. Anytime you sign a guy like Javon, who's proven himself that he can make the short passes or the short routes and the big-time plays, and he comes up with the big-time catches, you know you improved your football team. So we do have some depth there, and hopefully we'll take advantage of it.
Mike, you move in, you lose tight end Jeb Putsier. Are you comfortable in the tight end situation right now?
I do. With signing Tony Scheffler, a guy that's 4'5" range, about 6'5", we really felt like it was a guy that could come in and put some pressure on those safeties. Anytime you got wide receivers, you can always get double teamed, but every once in a while you've got to have some one-on-one inside, and have a guy with that type of speed is something that we thought we needed.
Well, I tell you what, the Denver Broncos and the moves they've made certainly made day one of the draft interesting. Mike, we appreciate the time.
All right, thank you.
And we move from the Denver Broncos to the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens going defense in the first round. And again, joining us via Coors Light video conferencing is head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, Brian Billick. Brian, Haloti Ngata, a big space eater on that defensive line. What do you like most about your first-round pick?
Just that. He's a big space eater on the inside of the defensive line. He's going to give us a threat inside, that run-stopping threat, in combination now with a Trevor Price that came with us in the free agency. It's a great 1-2 punch for us inside, and the presence we need inside is a run stopper.
Well, it certainly is exactly what Ray Lewis was talking about not too long ago, saying he needed playmakers like a Haloti Ngata, hopefully in front of him. Your thoughts on Ray Lewis sort of coming out and saying, hey, do this so I can play better?
Well, everybody wants to add talent to the organization, and no one more so than Ray. I think he'll be very pleased when he sees the kind of impact that Ngata can give to us, and we'll be pleased to have that kind of big body in front of him, along with the other additions that we made. So we think we've got a little bit better today.
And then there's the issue of quarterback with you, Brian. Where do we stand on Kyle Bowler? Is this a make-or-break year for him?
Well, clearly after now his 30-plus starts, which tends to be a pivotal time for a quarterback, and what we've been able to wrap around Kyle, clearly given the opportunity to come in, getting Jamal Lewis back up to speed, having guys like Derek Mason and Mark Clayton, Todd Heap, he certainly has everything around him to be able to take that step forward, and we have every confidence that he can.
Brian, there's been a lot of talk that Steve McNair will eventually end up with the Baltimore Ravens. Our own Chris Mortensen reporting that it could happen within the next 24 to 48 hours. What can you tell us about that?
Well, you've got to check with Chris on that. You know, I'm obviously, you guys keep trying to get me fined talking about players on other teams. We'll kind of finish out the draft here and see how we're doing, and pursue anything else that presents itself from this point forward.
I will ask Chris, and I promise I'm trying not to get you fined, but do you feel you need a veteran quarterback in there in case Kyle doesn't take that step forward then?
Well, we made it very clear that if the right person presented themselves, first from the standpoint, clearly we need a veteran. We only have 2 quarterbacks on the roster, so we'll be looking for another quarterback via the draft or free agency to fill out the roster. There's a couple guys out there that could come in and viably compete with Kyle, and that would be a good thing. There are a few players that if they were to come available, represent a presence and productivity that, yeah, if they were to present themselves, we'd have to consider that seriously. We've talked to Kyle about that. Until that player comes available in one form or another, Kyle Bowler's our starting quarterback.
Brian, you full know well it's a what have you done for me lately business in the NFL, especially from a head coaching perspective. That Super Bowl, I'm sure from your perspective, seems a long time away. How much pressure do you feel to get back into the postseason this year?
You feel pressure every year. There's never a year where you don't want to go out and do well. There's no year that I've ever been in this league or been around a coach in this league that says, you know what, this is kind of a throwaway year. We don't have to do very well. There's pressure every year, but the organization embraces that. I think we're in great position to come back and reestablish ourselves as a playoff team. But right now, that's a goal we have to set for ourselves. We aren't a playoff team. We don't have the right to talk about that yet. We got a lot of work to do.
Well, Brian, the goal I set for this interview was to get you out of this without being fined. I think we've accomplished that. Thanks a lot.
Did a nice job.
Well, I do what I can, Brian. We'll talk to you throughout the rest of the draft.
All right, very good.
Lots more coming on the 2006 NFL Draft here on ESPN2. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
The running back, what I tell you.
And welcome back to New York. Let's get you caught up on some of the picks. Philadelphia traded up a few spots in the 3rd round to the Jets slot to get a defensive end from Cal Poly, and that would be Chris Golcon. So obviously not a name that you followed if you followed the big college football last year, but Mel, I know that you feel that he has big upside and could be a sleeper.
Well, granted, it was a lower level of competition, but 23.5 sacks is going to get your attention. This is a kid that does dominate and did dominate a lower level of competition. I thought he could play on his feet. He was athletic enough to be a 3-4 outside linebacker, the guy that you can move around, utilize that versatility. He's definitely going to help you as a rookie on special teams. You know that. So this is a kid that ran well, showed speed, and I tell you, when you talk about the lower level of competition, realize the fact that he wasn't just average. He went out and dominated, or he wouldn't have been this early a pick. His workout was outstanding. So I think for Andy Reid, how is he going to fit in? Can he be a situational defensive end and a special teams guy? And how is he going to carve a niche in this defensive structure? But at this point, a lot of people I talked to thought he was, at worst, a 4th-round draft choice and probably a 2nd or 3rd. Dusty Dvorak, interesting story. It's a kid who kind of had an up-and-down career. You go back, some off-the-field issue in 2004. Then he dominates spring practice prior to 2005. So this time last year, he's out there dominating things in the spring, tears his bicep tendon, and all of a sudden, goes into the summer months trying to rehab and get back to full strength. So it took him some time at Oklahoma this past year to get back to where he needed to be. Had some outstanding games. Now, people talk about Dusty Dvorak more in a rotation as a guy, if you have your 3rd, 4th defensive tackle, he can be a guy with his motor, and he's tough. And you look at him there, I mean, he takes Maurice Drew to the ground 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. You see the fire, you see the intensity. Senior Bowl practices, he struggled early in the week, but got better as the week went along, and I think that's what allowed him to maintain that early, talk about first-day grade. At one point in time, it looked like maybe it'd be a 4th or 5th round pick, but I think the Senior Bowl practices, the improvement he showed, later in the week, Wednesday, Thursday, allowed him to be a first-day choice.
That kind of action fits right in with the Bears, the way they played defense last year, holding opponents to, about 12 points a game.
What he does too, Chris. Tommy Harris there, Oklahoma, he gets back to his former teammate, and in that rotation with the Bears defensive line. And you look at what Lovie Smith wants. I think as a guy like that, Dusty Dvorak with his intensity level will be a factor.
Here's Detroit with a running back from Wisconsin, Big Ten back going to Detroit. Brian Calhoun.
He was a good player at Colorado before he got to Wisconsin. He had 810 yards back in 2003, 32 catches that year. Carries the ball like a tiki barber. You watch him, very dependable football player. This past year, 1,600 plus yards. Great job, scored 22 touchdowns. And when you look at a guy like Brian Calhoun, he did tail off a little late in the year, but then he rebounded in their bowl game. He went 30 carries for 213 yards. So here's a guy, you look at him, you see the moves there, has enough shiftiness. Not a home run hitter, doesn't have great speed, but he's quick. And when you talk about a guy with his size, he's going to have to be a guy that you utilize as a situational type. But I tell you, we talked about him in the 2nd round, Mort.
Well, and he's good. I talked to him earlier today. He was a little bit disappointed. His father was a military chaplain. Got caught, just I didn't like the atmosphere at Colorado. That's why he went to Wisconsin. Disappointed, but still a first-day pick.
Well, and first offensive player tabbed by Rod Marinelli, the new coach of Detroit. And then Green Bay went to Jason Spitz from
Louisville.
Jason.
Finally. Stop. All right. Offensive lineman.
Then, what a surprise. Another defensive player from Ohio State goes in this draft. Anthony Schlegel goes to the Jets. That's the spot that Philadelphia had. They had swapped spots.
And the next one to go may be defensive end Mike Kudla. He could come off the board in the late 3rd, early 4th. But you look at Anthony Schlegel, at Air Force, 116 tackles as a sophomore. A real good player at Air Force, moved on to Ohio State, sat out the 1 year in 2003. 2004, started slowly adjusting to that defensive scheme, still led the Buckeyes with 10.5 tackles for loss and put together a pretty good senior year with A.J. Hawk and, of course, Bobby Carpenter. I think more of a backup type in the NFL. I think this surprised me a little bit. Instead of being a 5th-round pick, he becomes a 3rd-round draft choice here to the New York Jets. A bit of a reach, but Schlegel, the productivity at Ohio State, you can't argue with.
Well, look, here's 5 guys earlier in the 1st round from Ohio State. All right, 3D and then 2 offense, and then 2 more here in the 3rd round from Ohio State. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
5 guys on the defensive side of the football and realized that Vince Young went into Columbus and beat that football team, brought his team from behind.
And that's what general managers told me. It says, don't look at the Southern Cal game as Vince Young's tape measuring game, however you want to measure him, because Southern Cal's defense gave up more points than Fresno State. Ohio State defense, Vince Young took Texas into Columbus, Ohio, against a defense that has, now 5 first-day picks, and he brought them, he threw 2 interceptions, he didn't run around, but he brought the team back late for a big win, which really set up the national championship. That's how good Vince Young was this season. What are you laughing at?
I'm not messing with you. I just thought I heard something.
You thinking about
I thought I heard something
I know what he thinks.
in the room for Mort. So, but you know, hey, you know.
Tell him to go on. Mort, tell him to go on. Say boom.
Go on back to Dallas now, Michael.
Now we're on to another running back going to Atlanta. And Michael, let's face it, we are watching the master over here, aren't we?
Man, Mel's incredible, man. To see this stuff crank up out of Mel, man, to be on the set, man, to listen to you do your thing, hey, that's worth me sitting here all day to watch.
I told you, we've got Mel. Hey,
tomorrow with day 2.
It's like input a name, Mel output the information.
Well, here, let's see how this goes. Here's a name, Jarius Norwood, running back, Mississippi State. He goes to Atlanta. Mel?
Well, I got to give him more credit because, on NFL Live last week, we were talking about running backs who could be third-round picks. Boom. Who'd you bring up, Mort?
Jarius Norwood. The reason why Sylvester Croom, Mississippi State coach, longtime guy in the NFL, really believes in this guy. And so I'm not surprised. I know he was a guy that some people felt could be one of the sleeper backs in this draft.
He has some speed. He has some long speed, certainly. And I think when you look at him, a little upright. He can get skinny when he has to, but a little upright in his style, more north-south. And he really, if you look at him, did a great job against the teams that were not up to the level of some of the top echelon clubs in the SEC. When he hit the bigger competition in the SEC, the better competition, his numbers drop.
But more north-south, that's what the Atlanta Falcons' running scheme is. And then you notice they're taking a running back. Well, they have Warwick Dunn. They have T.J. Duckett. Warwick Dunn getting up there in years. He wore down a little bit at the end of last season. They're not high on T.J. Duckett anymore. So getting a running back, getting a Jarius Norwood, a north-south runner was big in the Atlanta Falcons' plan in this draft.
These are combine numbers, Mort and Mel, and guys. Jarius Norwood at the combine running a 4.33, which
I thought it was 4.43, but okay.
It's 4.33 now.
It's pretty fast, no matter what.
All those guys are faster than Drew, Adai, Mel. 4.33, that's a blazer.
Yeah, he was 5'11 and a half, 208, so he has the kind of size, but when you're an upright runner, and you saw, now you can't blame it all on Jarius Norwood. You're talking about a Mississippi State team that talent-wise is going to compete against the best teams in the SEC, but his productivity dropped dramatically.
But, that's a team that didn't have really a quarterback, an experienced quarterback, not a lot of talent around, and they're always playing from behind, so it's a tough deal for Jarius Norwood. And I know Sly Croom thinks this is a high character guy, and Sly spent a lot of time in this league. He knows guys as well as anybody at that collegiate level. If they're ready for the NFL, he thinks Norwood is ready for the NFL.
And then we'll return. We have Jacksonville and San Diego. San Diego just took a quarterback here in the third round. We'll tell you about it when we return halfway through round number 3 here in New York.
I'm Michael Huff.
There goes the takeaway by Huff. He'll take it in.
You're watching NFL Draft on ESPN.
Round 3 of the NFL Draft.
Round 3 gets only that? That's a very quick entry into the ring. Last 5 selections, Travis Wilson, wide receiver, Oklahoma, Cleveland. Jarius Norwood, we talked about. Clint Ingram, outside linebacker, Oklahoma, goes to Jacksonville. Charlie Whitehurst, son of David Whitehurst, the Furman quarterback that played with the Green Bay Packers. He played at Clemson, did young Charlie. Goes to the Chargers. And Derek Hagan, an accomplished wideout at Arizona State, goes to Nick Saban at Miami. So here's Hagan first. The Whitehurst pick is very interesting. 258 receptions, Pac-10 records. That would say an accomplished wideout.
Caught a ton of balls, Derek Hagan did. And I think when you think about a guy that was that productive, you expect him to be more natural catching the football, but he had some costly drops. One against USC when the Sun Devils were right in that football game. Caught the ball at the Senior Bowl practices as well. Didn't look real natural catching the football. Did run well. And here's a guy, when you look at his size-speed combination, that's what's impressive. He's 6'1 and a half, 206 pounds, ran 4.46 at the combine. I think he played that fast at Arizona State. Then the drop. So I think there's a guy, may need more reps. I don't even know if that'll improve because he caught so many balls. You think, okay, he is a consistent receiver, and he's not. So I don't know about dependability at the pro level. Third round, not bad. He's going to have an opportunity there. The Dolphins need some help at that spot.
And, Nick Saban, one of those coaches in this league, like Bill Belichick, like Bill Parcells, who likes measurables in terms of the size. He's going to have big players. This guy's a big receiver, and I think Nick always believes they can coach people up.
Well, now that Drew Brees gone San Diego, the youngster Phillip Rivers starts. Hey, there's room for another youngster behind, and that might be Charlie Whitehurst, who has it in his genes.
Up and down. That was really the story of Charlie Whitehurst's career. But when you look at him back as a sophomore, 21 touchdown passes, 62% was exceptional. When you talk about completion percentage that high. 2004, though, he drops to 51% with 7 touchdowns and 17 picks. Then rebounds and completes almost 68% of his passes this past season, but 11 touchdowns and 10 picks in a new offensive system. So you got to claim a little slack because of that. 37 career starts, but the Senior Bowl practice board, he was good on Monday and Tuesday, then fell back again. So he just tends to, I think the one thing that's been consistent with Charlie Whitehurst is he's not a consistent performer.
But he went through those system changes a lot at Clemson, like you're talking about, and also he went through some shoulder injuries. I know when I saw him as a redshirt freshman or a sophomore, you thought this guy was going to be a first-round pick one day. Yes, he threw 41 picks. I know that, but I thought he was going in the second round. Good pickup by San Diego.
Well, we heard from Coach Marty Schottenheimer earlier on Cromartie, which we'll see how that pans out. And then you see the rest of their picks. By the way, they did acquire A.J. Feely from Miami. I mean, I know you're not going to necessarily do cartwheels, but he would be the veteran backup to Phillip Rivers, and then Whitehurst is in a learning process. Just interesting that they would pick one. Hey, I don't want to say it.
Why we wouldn't do cartwheels? About A.J. Feely.
Tommy, you
maybe a handstand, all right? Maybe not cartwheels.
All right.
When we return the 49ers, we'll do some cartwheels.
Trey Wingo here with you as you take a look at the quarterbacks that have already been taken off the board in the 2006 draft. You had 3 go in the first round, Young, Leinart, and Jay Cutler. Then in the second round, you had Kellen Clemens go to the New York Jets, and then Tavares Jackson with the last pick of the second round goes to Minnesota, and then you have Charlie Whitehurst just recently picked by San Diego. One of the names that has not been picked yet, of course, is that of Marcus Vick, the brother of Michael Vick and the talented yet troubled quarterback out of Virginia Tech. His situation may be similar when it's all said and done to Adrian McPherson, the quarterback who had some issues in his background that last year was picked up in the 5th round by the New Orleans Saints, taken 152 overall. Marcus Vick has had more than one run-in with the law and the institution he played for at Virginia Tech. Susie Culber takes a look at his past.
In 2004, Marcus Vick was arrested twice in a 6-month period. He pleaded no contest to one misdemeanor count of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. And in a separate incident, he pleaded guilty to reckless driving and no contest to misdemeanor marijuana possession. On August 2nd, a month after the second arrest, Virginia Tech suspended him for the fall semester. In 2005, Vick re-enrolled at Virginia Tech, being given what school president Charles Steger called a last chance opportunity, and became the team's starting quarterback. But his problems followed him onto the field. On October 1st, during a game at West Virginia, he made an obscene gesture to Mountaineer fans and had to apologize to his teammates for his actions. And on January 2nd, during the Gator Bowl, he was seen on camera stomping the leg of Louisville's Elvis Dumervil. 4 days later, the university also discovered he had been charged in December with speeding and driving on a suspended license. He was permanently dismissed from the team due to a cumulative effect of legal infractions and unsportsmanlike play, according to Steger. On March 6th, Vick pleaded guilty to speeding and driving without a valid license. That same day, he settled another highly publicized legal matter, pleading guilty to disorderly conduct charges stemming from an incident between Vick and a group of teenagers at a McDonald's parking lot on January 9th. He was fined $500 and given a 6-month jail sentence, which was suspended on the condition of good behavior for 1 year.
Susie, thank you. By the way, there have now been 7 quarterbacks taken as Brody Croyle just went in the 3rd round out of Alabama. He goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. A lot of people like his potential as well. I've mentioned him along with the likes of Kellen Clemens. All right, time for H3 and out now, dealing with Marcus Vick. He has talent. He also has some issues that he brings with him. Guys, where do you think he should be drafted? Jaws, we start with you.
First of all, he has good passing skills as far as just throwing the football. But he has a long way to go as far as becoming a passer. In other words, having the array of throws you're going to need to be consistently successful at the NFL. You can't just throw throw the ball in there because you have a strong arm. As I studied him, he has a tendency to stare down one receiver and take off that one receiver doesn't open up. The minute he has pressure on him, he bolts from the pocket. You would have to build your offense around him with movement. When I look at Marcus Vick, I see a guy that, at best, will come in as a free agent. I don't project him well for the NFL.
And, Josh, the sampling on tape that you have, it's just not enough. There's nothing truly special. He's not like Mike Vick, where this like dynamic speed and this elusiveness and this quickness, that doesn't show up on tape. And then Susie's piece really explains everything. The National Football League, all these teams, the last 2 teams to win Super Bowls, the New England Patriots, Pittsburgh Steelers, one of their big things, character. And I think we just saw that piece, mistake after mistake after mistake. People can't invest that much money and have somebody make another mistake like this. And so I think the history of him makes teams shy away. I think he's a free agent.
What have we seen all day long? Character issues will make you drop in the draft. I believe in second chances. I believe in third chances. But this guy has had chance after chance after chance. It's almost because my brother is Michael Vick. I have this sense of entitlement, and I can do whatever I want. And let me just tell you something. You can't do whatever you want. This is a kid who hasn't learned from past mistakes. He is not an NFL-ready quarterback right now. And here is a guy that may be a free agent or maybe finding himself in the Arena League.
Hey, all right. Now you're talking.
Philadelphia Soul. Yeah. There were questions about Marcus Vick even before all these troubles came into his life. I mean, there were questions about whether or not he had the reps or other tools necessary to be an NFL quarterback. What does Marcus Vick think about all this? Well, just yesterday, our Michael Smith got a chance to catch up with Marcus Vick.
I'm deeply disappointed about Marcus Vick.
He no longer deserved the privilege of playing Virginia Tech football.
How did you feel in January when the team dismissed you?
Oh man, I was hurt. I was disappointed. You know, I was waking up every morning like, oh man, I can't believe this is happening. It just felt like some kind of curse. Like I broke too many mirrors when I was young or something like that.
Why go pro?
Because I didn't want to take a step backwards. You know, so I figured, hey, I might as well just move forward. You know, maybe I'll come into the league and, you know, be a backup quarterback for a couple years, get to learn how to work the NFL system.
Where do you think you should go in the draft?
I really don't know, but I tell you one thing, without the character issues and, you know, the problems that I had in my past, I was definitely a first-round guy.
If you were a GM, what round would you take Marcus Vick in?
I'd say second day.
Do you understand why teams might have doubts about you?
I definitely understand that. You know, I'm not going to sit up here and make excuses about anything. You know, I understand that situation. If I was a GM, I have a few doubts myself. The teams that's hesitant to pick me, I'm going to get a chance to play you, and you could be sitting right up there in that box saying, dang, we might should have took him. We might should have considered that guy.
Would you understand if no team drafted you?
Yeah, I understand it. You know, I'll understand it. But, I mean, that'll really hurt. That'll really hurt.
How would you compare yourself to Maurice Clarett?
I really don't compare myself to Maurice Clarett. He's a guy, he got picked in the 3rd round last year. Oh, man, with all the problems that he had, the 3rd round, I mean, that's just something I'm praying for right now.
In terms of talent, how do you think you compare with Vince Young, Matt Leinart, and Jay Cutler?
Oh, those are great quarterbacks. You know, Vince, he's a great athlete. You know, he's a big, tall guy. And all 3 of them guys, you know, actually, they got about 4 or 5 inches on it. So, you know, they got the ability to really see different things. So, Vince, he went undefeated. You know, I didn't go undefeated. Matt went undefeated. He won a lot of championships.
What's it like being Michael Vick's kid brother?
It's great. You know, that's my brother. You know, it's like my best friend. You know, we could talk about anything.
Is there a downside to being Mike Vick's younger brother?
Yeah, there's a downside, you know, and everybody can see the downside of it. You know, something so small, you know, could get blown up into something real big. The perception of me is some kind of villain. You know, so, and that's not me at all. I just feel like I got a lot more knowledge right now, and I really kind of slow life down because it was all moving really fast at first. You know, I just really take the time to breathe and slow things down now.
You ever think about what it's going to be like if you ever get to play against your brother?
That's something I think about a lot. You know, playing against Mike. I want to beat him so bad. I leave everything I got out there on that field. I leave it all out there just to beat Mike one time in the game. 'Cause I never got a chance to play against him.
When it's all said and done, who's the better quarterback in the NFL? Michael Vick or Marcus Vick?
I say Marcus, because Marcus is going to pass for more yards than Michael.
All right, guys, want to get your reaction to the interview you just heard Marcus Vick have with Michael Smith. Merrill, let's start with you.
I really think, it's very obvious. And there's no accountability there. When you listen to him, it's always another reason or an excuse for that. And when you make mistakes, hey, we've all made mistakes, but ultimately you have to be accountable for those mistakes and make changes. I don't see accountability, nor do I see the changes that are going to be made.
Well, I think he's somewhat delusional on his abilities. I mean, he was never a #1 draft choice. And, I look at enough tape of quarterbacks, you get a sense of the talent of the guy. You get a feel for a guy. You can almost smell a quarterback when you look at the tape. I got none of that when I watched Marcus Vick.
Two things that I picked up from that. Number one, he's talking about Maurice Clarett. Hey, Pot, let me introduce you to Kettle because you've had some problems too. And then it's, well, I broke mirrors when I was young and I'm not taking personal responsibility. It's not the mirrors you broke, it's the laws that you continue to break. That's the issue you're having. And for a university to actually sit you down and say you haven't earned the right or you no longer have the right to play here, that's pretty significant in my view.
With all this said and done, do you think anybody will take a flyer on Marcus Vick either
as a draft
pick, here,
as a draft
or in the next?
Not as a draft pick. Not as a draft pick, but somebody will take him as a free agent.
Well, it is certainly something that we will monitor throughout the second day of the draft. Look, it only takes one. Mike Shanahan was that guy with Maurice Clarett in the end of the 3rd round last year. Maybe someone.
Yeah, that worked out well for him.
Separate issue, but he tried. Someone went down that road. I don't disagree with you, but it only takes one. The draft continues on ESPN2 right after this.
Welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Welcome back to New York in the 3rd round. Here's some of the latest selections. Anthony Smith, safety Syracuse, goes to the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers. 49ers just looking for players that can help. Wide receiver from Wisconsin, Brandon Williams. Brody Croyle, quarterback, Alabama, the first Alabama player chosen by the Chiefs since the late, great Derek Thomas. David Thomas, not Rick Moranis, but Dave Thomas, the tight end from Texas, one of the McKenzie brothers, goes to New England. Another tight end, of course, Fourier moved on, but boy, expect big things from Ben Watson this year, by the way. Not only along the line, but maybe in slot and split out. And David Pittman, cornerback, Northwestern State, goes to Baltimore. Brody Croyle, Mort, you talked before about some of the injuries, but as far as an arm and as far as an upstanding young man, I mean, Mel, his story, right? He helps his folks run the Big Oak Ranch for orphaned and neglected and abused children. I mean, this is an upstanding, and by the way, quite a good throwing quarterback.
I'll tell you what, he's a bombs-away quarterback. He's got a strong arm. He's a pure passer. He was impatient, I thought, early in his career. Got better in that aspect later stages of his college career at Alabama. Good story because he had injuries that he had to overcome. Senior year in high school, tore an ACL. 2004 at Alabama, another knee injury. This past season, he loses Tyrone Prothro late in the year, his top target. Loses his center, J.P. Klossner, injury. Took a pounding, yet held up physically. He's only 6'2 1/4", 205 pounds. So the height you like, the weight you don't. It's got to get stronger, put a little, maybe probably 10 to 12 pounds of muscle on that framework. But I'll tell you, throwing the football down in Mobile, I thought he was as impressive that week as Jay Cutler was, and certainly could have been very easily the 4th quarterback off the board.
Well, he was actually the most impressive quarterback at that Senior Bowl, and it was one of those days where the wind was blowing, and he was really the quarterback who was able to make the ball cut through the wind, threw a couple of long passes. He was the only one who could do it. Very impressed with his arm.
And it's a little surprising and disappointing, I'm sure, to Brody Croyle that he's been taken this far down, because I know a lot of people who say he's the best natural thrower in this draft, that he does have great feet, but the medical's on him. He's had a couple of ACL injuries. He's had a shoulder injury. He is underdeveloped with his upper body. But, you know, Tom Brady came into this league needing physical development, and he did his first 2 years in New England. And if Brody Croyle could just develop physically, consistently the next 2 years, get in the weight room, get stronger, hey, by year 3, this guy has a chance.
Well, you saw he was first. I know the game has changed since Joe Namath played at Alabama or Richard Todd or some others. But first at Alabama in all-time quarterback rankings and statistics, it's not nothing. Right?
No, he's got talent.
Not
no
nothing.
question. I think when you look at a guy like this, he's going to be brought along. He's not going to be forced in there like the other quarterbacks we've discussed. And I think you look at Brody Coyle, to go in round 3, considering what he had to overcome, I think he should be more than satisfied. A lot of quarterbacks that have injuries like this. We still see Dominic Byrd, a fine tight end who had a great week in Mobile and a good career at USC. Still on the board because there's some concerns about his knee. So Brody Coyle with 2 knee injuries, you can't be. We're only in round 3.
Let me bust out on something here for a minute, Mel, because we have time here for just about 10 picks left. Give me a late sleeper tomorrow.
Say a couple kids. I think Kyle Smith,
there you
Youngstown State, wide receiver, can help out in the return game. I tell you what, he's got a chance. And I think an Ivy League running back / fullback has a shot too.
Does he have a shot to get drafted?
Borderline.
You're talking about Hardigan for Brown?
And he has another one, Youngstown State.
Okay.
Just late tomorrow when you tune in, you need to know these names. All right? And now, we would like to welcome in on our Coors Light video conference, A.J. Hawk, linebacker from Ohio State, which, A.J., we welcome you here to our coverage on ESPN2, and congratulations. Your feelings on being drafted by the Green Bay Packers. Little history at Ohio State, little history with the Green Bay Packers as well in football.
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited about this. I think I secretly wanted this the whole time. I know with the history and tradition here that it's just seems like a great place to be, especially coming from a place like Ohio State. I'm used to tradition like this.
Are you guys on the phone every 2 picks? Another one of your teammates goes in this draft? I mean, my goodness, it's been a busy day for Buckeye players.
Yeah, no, I was actually on the phone with my dad on the way here before we got in the plane. And when I landed, he just let me know who's getting picked, and so I can get congratulations out to them.
And our congratulations. What is it about? I mean, you're pure football. What is it that you like most about playing the game of football? What's your favorite thing?
I mean, just the atmosphere of the games and everything that goes into it. I mean, there's so much work that goes into a game, and I just really have a lot of respect for the game, and I feel honored that I still have a chance to keep playing. You know, a lot of people don't get to play after college, and I'm excited to come to minicamp next week and get started.
I know your job is to get after quarterbacks, but you're going to be sharing a locker room with Brett Favre. Has that hit you yet?
Not really. I mean, he obviously has shown to be one of the best quarterbacks ever to play the game, so I have a ton of respect for what he's done, and I like his fire to win, and I definitely want to come here and do my little part to help us win.
Speaking of QBs, let me ask you something about a game that you guys lost to Texas, but Vince Young came into your place. What do you remember about that game? And that was well fought, and you guys obviously have a great defense, but what do you remember about him that day? And I'm sure you've seen him along the line since.
I mean, he did everything that day. I mean, we tried to stop him running the ball, and he threw for 270 on us. When we stopped the pass, he'd run on us. So, I mean, he's a tough guy to stop, and their whole offense was very explosive, and we had a tough time stopping him. We didn't get the job done. We had some chances to win, and we just didn't get it done, and they were the better team that day.
AJ, some of us, when we were in college, had hair exactly your length. I frankly wish I'd saved some of mine. But there's a story behind why you were in that. You want to share it for a moment?
The linebackers at Ohio State, when Pat Tillman died, we had so much respect for what he'd done and what he stood for that we just decided that we would start growing out. And then so that's the reason we started. And then we just kind of got used to it and felt like keeping it.
None of us could think of a better reason for that. You wear it well. Congratulations on a great college career, and good luck on what looks like a great, promising pro career. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks for having me.
Okay, A.J. Hawk, who, I mean, you love him, Tom. I mean, we talked about that earlier. You watch him play linebacker. This is classic, isn't it?
Well, I'd like to think I know a little bit about the linebacker position. And I think that when I looked at A.J. Hawk, he was actually the best defensive player in this draft. I know people have Mario Williams where they had Mario Williams, but when I looked at a kid making plays, whether it was in the passing game, whether it was rushing the passer, the intensity level with which he plays, the outstanding tackler that he is, the way he makes plays at the line of scrimmage, the way he sheds and gets to the ball, the way he improved the play of everyone around him. I didn't think there was a better player in the draft than A.J. Hawk. And he played bigger the bigger the game was. And I think that's what you look for in the pros. And I think he's going to be the cornerstone for the Green Bay defense for the next decade. And right in the mold of Brian Urlacher, Ray Lewis, he's going to be, I believe, that kind of player.
Well, if he's anywhere close to that, then the Packers got themselves a steal. Let's go back up to NFL Live. Join Trey and Mark. Fellas, how's it going up there?
Oh, boom, we're plugging away. Just
What I like about A.J. Hawk, I think he's a stiff-hipped athlete. He's fast, linear, straight ahead, but a stiff-hipped athlete. I don't think he takes on the line of scrimmage with offensive linemen and fullbacks very well. What I mean by stiff-hip, plant and make a tackle. You're in perfect position here, but you'll see him have to hold down and not make a tackle. If you're the pick overall, you've got to get in there and you've got to make that tackle. Now, line of scrimmage, you see where he's sitting on that line behind that line of scrimmage. He never moves to take on that block. You've got to attack that offensive guard, wrong shoulder him, and make sure you're ready to be in the hole to take that on. You take it on high, you don't. A.J. Hawk was not able to do that. Listen, the intangibles, I love the guy. He plays hard. He runs around. There's no question about it. And a straight line guy, he's got great speed. But, Trey, I'm telling you, there were some things I saw that I look at him and say, I don't think he is a top 10 pick in this draft.
You do think he will be able to make the transition, no problem, to the NFL?
Well, I think he'll be a good player, but I don't think he's going to be such an impact player that we're going to be talking about him in the same voices of Ray Lewis or Brian Urlacher.
And that's exactly what the Packers are hoping for by taking him 5th overall.
Hey everyone, I'm Matt Weiner with the SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. The shocker of the NFL draft came before the draft even began. The Houston Texans going with defensive end Mario Williams from North Carolina State. From there, things got a little more logical. Reggie Bush fell to the Saints with the number 2 pick. Then it was Vince Young, number 3 to the Tennessee Titans. Matt Leinart drops down to the 10th spot where the Arizona Cardinals take him to back up Kurt Warner. From the NBA, the Mavericks have a 3-0 lead on the Memphis Grizzlies in their first-round playoff series. Dirk Nowitzki had 36 in the overtime win. And Albert Pujols goes deep for the St. Louis Cardinals. It was a game winner over Washington and his 14th homer of the season, an April Major League record. Next, SportsCenter after the Clippers and Nuggets and up-to-the-minute draft news alerts from local ESPN.
Under Armour Draft Flashback.
Johnny Lamb Jones, wide receiver, Texas.
I think it's a good selection, but a very surprising one.
UCLA running back Freeman McNeil.
As a season ticket holder of the Jets, I'm going to boo.
Jets take the first-round selection, quarterback, Ken O'Brien of California Davis.
Everybody said if Marino was going to be around at that time, they take Marino. Obviously, the Jets know something that, the people up here don't.
New York Jets first-round selection, fullback, Roger Vick, Texas A&M. New York Jets first-round choice, Jeff Lageman, linebacker, Virginia.
It's obvious to me right now that the Jets just don't understand what the draft's all about.
The New York Jets select Blair Thomas, running back, Penn State. The New York Jets select Johnny Mitchell, tight end, Nebraska.
So New York becomes tight end.
The New York Jets select tight end from Penn State, Kyle Brady.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first real upset, I think, at this point in the draft.
With the first selection in the first round, the New York Jets select Keyshawn Johnson, wide receiver, Southern California.
And the Jets have just won the Super Bowl.
The New York Jets have selected from Ohio State kicker Mike Nugent.
Waited 7 hours for a kicker.
That's very
However, there won't be those reactions that you saw in so many of those Jets picked in the past onto Brickashaw Ferguson, the do-everything tackle from Virginia. As we said earlier, the highest player from Virginia picked since Bullet Bill Dudley was #1 overall back in 1942. He went on to become a Hall of Fame player in the National Football League. Last 5, Rashawn Butler, tackle from the U, goes to Carolina. Maurice Stovall, wide receiver at Notre Dame. You got to see him some last year. Goes to the Buccaneers, who are starting to get some wideouts. The Snowman, Frosty Rucker, defensive end USC, goes to Cincinnati. Jason Hatcher, defensive end from Grambling State, goes to the Cowboys, Mike. And Dominique Byrd, tight end, USC, goes to St. Louis. And that's any of those names. Tell me about Frosty Rucker.
He was okay. I don't think he brought the A game every week, but he was okay.
Good at dessert time.
I knew you'd bring that name up. But Maurice Stovall, you had heard rumblings that maybe Philadelphia in the second round would be looking at him. I think that's a real good pick for John Gruden. His stats improved and his overall production improved dramatically under Charlie Weiss. Dominique Byrd, you say, well, why is he there for St. Louis? Projected to be a second-round pick and at one time a late first. Concerns over the knee injuries born at USC, but you look at him, pass-catching ability is outstanding. The kid will block. I think he's proved to be tougher than people thought he was. Had a great week down in Mobile. Here you talk about a catch from Matt Lyon. Look at the body control there and adjusting to the throw. Did a great job as well in the open field after the catch. The kid's got skills. He would have been, if there was no knee concerns, I really believe after what he did down in Mobile, he would have been in that late first round next. St. Louis already took Joe Klopfenstein from Colorado, a pass-catching tight end. Now they get Dominique Byrd, who I think is a better football player than Klopfenstein if he can stay healthy and prolong a career. Some people think, well, how long will he be able to play in the NFL and remain durable?
And I know that Scott Linehan, the Rams coach, really wanted to address tight end in this draft. Now that he's addressed it with 2 players, it tells you they were serious about it, and they want to make sure they at least nail one of them. Obviously, they'll use some 2 tight end sets.
Well, I'll go back to wide receiver Maurice Stovall. You talked about him, Mel. I'm telling you, when I watch this guy, as far as a receiver coming out of college, coming into the pros, coming off the line of scrimmage, he was absolutely great at it. I thought this was the only guy with the ability to come off the line of scrimmage at the pro level right now in Tampa Bay. He will help.
Well, 21 receptions 2 years ago, 1 touchdown, 69 catches and 11 touchdowns under Charlie Weiss. So it was dramatically improving. Here we see Frosty Rucker, has good athleticism. Like I said, didn't always bring his A game, but he still had a lot of sacks and stops behind the line of scrimmage for that USC defensive front. So I think Frosty Rucker, maybe if you can spot him, use him situationally along that defensive front. Of course, Marvin Lewis will coach him up very effectively with the Cincinnati Bengals. I think in that defensive structure, he will have an opportunity to get on the field as a frontline talent. I didn't see it. Thought it might be a round or 2 high for Frosty Rucker. We're talking 3rd round, projected more boom as a 5th round pick.
All right, so a couple of USC guys going late. A USC guy that went, well, to some 1 pick late, but certainly very early as far as the whole day goes. That would be our Heisman Trophy winner, Reggie Bush. And now let's go up to Trey Wingo. Trey?
Boomer, thank you very much. No question about it, even before the draft began, the story leading into draft weekend would be Reggie Bush. Where would he go? And joining us now via the Coors Light video conferencing is the 2nd overall pick of the New Orleans Saints in the 1st round, running back, kick returner extraordinaire, Reggie Bush. Reggie, first and foremost, how would you categorize how draft day went for you?
I think it went well. At the end of the day, I think it was a great day for me and my family. We enjoyed this whole process, and it's a blessing to be here and be in this position here in New Orleans.
Well, clearly they loved you in New Orleans. 1,500 people screaming your name as soon as Mario Williams' name was put in as the #1 pick by the Texans. How disappointing was it to not be #1?
Not too disappointing for me. I went through all scenarios of being a #1 draft pick and of not being a #1 draft pick. I came into this process with an open mind and ready to just get back on the football team, play football, and at the end of the day, that's what's most important, that I've been drafted.
How difficult was this week for you regarding everything that's going on surrounding you and your family?
Not difficult at all. Trey, it's been great. We've done a great job at, I think, of handling the media, and like I said, this is a blessing to be in this position right now, and we're living a dream right now, and I'm happy.
What have the Saints told you about contract negotiations so far?
Nothing yet, and I'm pretty sure the Saints and my agent Joe Siegel will get into negotiations here pretty soon.
Do you think signability was ever an issue with you going to the Texans as opposed to the Saints?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think only the Houston Texans can truthfully answer that question. But for me, I was ready to go to whomever was going to draft me.
How does being second overall as opposed to the top pick in the draft affect the way your contract demands will be met by your agent and the Saints?
I'm not sure. I don't think it'll affect too much. Obviously there's a little difference of money between the first pick and the second pick, but I don't think it's going to affect it too much. Like I said, I'm ready to play football, and that's it.
Do you come into this feeling like you have something to prove after everything that went on this week?
Well, I always play like I have something to prove. That's just my natural personality, and I'm going to play like that naturally. So, always enter the field with a chip on my shoulder, I guess.
Have you had a chance to talk to your new quarterback, Drew Brees, or any of the players in New Orleans yet?
I did get a chance to speak with Drew Brees last night. Once Mario Williams was announced to be the first pick of the Houston Texans, I got a chance to speak with him. And, it made me feel really good that he called me, and I thought it speaks aloud for Drew Brees' character, the type of person he is. And, it made me excited to come here to New Orleans and play football.
Reggie, congratulations on being the second overall pick, and best of luck in New Orleans.
All right, thank you.
Reggie Bush, second overall to the New Orleans Saints. It has been an interesting day for Reggie Bush, an interesting day for Mario Williams, and an interesting day for players from USC.
Behold this man of distinction.
Glendale White, touchdown. Matt Leinart, touchdown, USC. Bush the call. He's going to go. The Trojans lead. It is unbelievable. 1, 2, 3.
ESPN 2's coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold and Refreshing Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL, and in part by Under Armour, Click Clack, and Hummer H3, official vehicle of the 2006 NFL Draft. Hummer, like nothing else.
The 97th pick, which is a compensatory pick for the New York Jets. They select Eric Smith, defensive back from Michigan State.
Dominique Byrd, just like Lindell, right?
The Jets fans made it to the end. The Giants had the second to last pick. See, we kept a few people around with that. Eric Smith, the last pick. Jarris Wilkinson, the Giants linebacker, second to last pick. Willie Reed, a return man. You knew Pittsburgh would look for that. Wide receiver, Florida State, goes to the Steelers. Freddie Keaho, who you got to know can run, Mel, with the Colts, outside linebacker, San Diego State. And we talked about Dominique Byrd before that. And one thing that we don't have this year, and Eric Mangini promised me not to do it, and he didn't. When Mike Shanahan picked Maurice Clarett with the last pick in the third round last year and kept us here another half hour, it was unbelievable. Eric Mangini promised he would not pick Marcus Vick with the last pick this day, that we'd have to sit around and talk about it for another half hour. Eric, way to go. And he drafted an Eric. Here we go. We even have highlights, Mel.
Overcame some knee injuries at Michigan State. Eric Smith did 6'1", 205-pounder. You talk about the year he came through with. 101 tackles, led the team. The next closest Spartan was about 65 away. You're talking about a guy who had a heck of a year, and a guy who I think in the NFL starter, not sure about that, but as a backup type special teams guy, if he can stay durable, because he did have some injury woes at Michigan State. But when you look at tackles of 101 and the next guy at Michigan State only has 65, that's a big difference. That means he's around the ball, wasn't getting a lot of support from his teammates, and certainly a big fan of his was the head coach at Michigan State, John L. Smith, battling adversity, getting back on the football field, and coming through with a big 2005 campaign.
So the Jets with 2 1s and 2 3s along with their 2. So obviously a busy day for the New York Jets as they try to rebuild. And, you knew eventually they'd get around to defense. You knew that they would do that. So DeBrickashaw was the 4th pick overall earlier in the day. Willie Reed just picked a couple of selections to go by the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers. We heard from Bill Cowher earlier that they had lost, Randall L. Not that we needed him to tell us that, but that they would be in the return game. Look for somebody that can do that. So in addition to being a receiver, He's a return ace, Mel?
That's what he is. That's his specialty. I think coming into the NFL initially, I think can he be a third, fourth wide receiver? Possibly he can. So I think Willie Reed's value in the return game where he showed very well with the Seminoles. I mean, this kid made a lot of big plays on special teams. You see him here returning a punt, fields the ball at about the 13-yard line. You see the vision and you see the move. Then you see the 4.41 speed here. I mean, there's some guys there had angles on Willie Reed's, could not catch him, takes it all the way for a touchdown, and that was against Penn State. So here's a kid who has big-time skills in the return game. A lot of good return men in this draft. Well, Jeremy Bloom, Colorado, still on the board. He's going to be a good fourth, fifth-round pick for somebody tomorrow on day 2. But you're looking at the draft of the Steelers. Santonio Holmes also has some return potential. Anthony Smith, a productive, hard-hitting safety at Syracuse. And then, of course, Willie Reed, exactly what they need, making up for the loss of Antoine Randall in the return game.
So the Steelers, you don't just go out and address a huge back with Bettis, et cetera, but that is an area of need. The Steelers are still going to push the envelope offensively and certainly on special teams where that's such a big part of what they did. Randall L was a big part of it. We'll be back with what to look for tomorrow. We wrap it up in a moment.
Coming up next, it'll be NHRA qualifying. On the left of your screen, Corey McClenathan's dragster turned into a fireball within seconds. We'll have this story and many others coming up next at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, welcome back to the waning moments of the of our telecast here from New York. It just wrapped up here at Radio City. And Mel, as we look tomorrow in order, best available. There's our man, Guy Wimper. And we're going to, I know it's Gene Giles, right?
That's Gene Gillis.
Well, you know what? We're going to put him on the Montreal Canadiens to make Max Jean-Gilles. He skated with Yvonne Cornway, didn't he? Go ahead.
Well, Orion Harris, he starts off the defensive tackle for Miami. They sent a lot of defensive tackles into the NFL. A little up and down, a little inconsistent, but here's the player who has skills. Max Jean-Gillis, a huge frame. I'm surprised he's there. I thought he could go in the third round, maybe even in the second. That'll be a nice second-day pick, early second-day pick. Co Simpson came out early as a junior, along with his teammate Jonathan Joseph. Jonathan Joseph goes first round. Co Simpson still on the board, a nice free safety. Ryan O'Callahan's a right tackle. I think at that position, he can be a hole filler for somebody. And Guy Wimper, of all the offensive tackles, this kid was a former defensive lineman, former tight end, played a lot of positions in East Carolina. He had one of the best workouts of any of the offensive tackles, still a little raw. Mark Anderson schooled the Brickashaw Ferguson, that hard inside move at the Senior Bowl. I thought he would be a second or third round pick. He's still there. Fred Matua. A lot of people thought he could go higher than Deuce Latui. Well, Latui went to Arizona in the second round. Here's Fred Matua still on the board. And I like Montavious Stanley from Louisville.
Louisville.
There you go. I mean, that's the kid more. He has some ability to really be a plugger at that defensive tackle spot. I think he can get into the backfield. He's got that wide body. I think Montavious Stanley in the fourth or fifth round is going to be a good pick.
Well, I mean, we certainly began with some fireworks at the beginning of the day, but as it unfurled in most of the top of the first round was kind of the way we expected once last night was established with Bush not going one.
But still, seeing Matt Leinart slide the 10, even though we talked about it, he can actually do that. You expected somebody to kind of trade up. I think there were some attempts by teams to trade up, but the fact that Matt Leinart slid the 10 when he could have been the first pick in the draft a year ago, a disappointment. He landed in a great place with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, one last comment on Leinart. I mean, whatever it cost him money at this point, if he starts winning in Arizona, it's going to make it up threefold. And if it's about football anyway, that doesn't really matter.
Absolutely.
Welcome back here, Tom.
And it's defensive draft. I loved it.
Welcome back.
Defensive draft. I loved it.
Ohio State did okay.
Yeah, they did all right.
They did okay. Mike, you made it.
Yeah, and we did made it.
Mort,
Mel, thanks, buddy.
Tommy, I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching. Coverage begins tomorrow at 11. NHRA Powerade drag racing next. Good night.
Welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, and welcome back to New York, where Cincinnati has just picked. And we talk about some guys in the draft I know that are large individuals. Bell, Andrew Whitworth, 6'7", 334, tackle LSU, who was a golfer and a former junior tennis champion. He's a large individual.
Big guy, and I'll tell you, battle-tested. When we talk about in the SEC at LSU, getting the job done, he started 52 consecutive games. That's second all-time in NCAA history. And you watch Andrew Whitworth, he doesn't appear to be as athletic as he tests. And the thing about him is his technique is where you want it to be. I think from that standpoint, he doesn't need a lot of coaching. Average feet, so the technique compensates for the average feet. Does a good job keeping his body between that defensive end he's working against and the quarterback. Didn't allow a sack this past season at LSU. And more, the Bengals targeting offensive tackle, a little surprising maybe to some people.
Well, Willie Anderson had some years on him. It's just a chance to get a guy in there and start working him in over the next couple of years.
3 years down the road. Absolutely.
Plus, if they have a tennis tournament, they'll be in pretty good shape, apparently.
6'7", 234, but I play tennis.
At the net? How good will that guy be at the net? Now we welcome in on our Coors Light video conferencing the coach of the San Diego Chargers, and for a couple of years our compatriot at ESPN, but I don't think he'll be remembered so much for that as he is for his long tenure as coach of the National Football League, and that is Marty Schottenheimer. And good evening or good afternoon, Marty, out there in San Diego. You're Antonio Cromartie. Not a lot of game film on your first-round pick, but yet a lot of upside in there on that cornerback.
We really think so. We think that the young man really is going to give us an opportunity to be able to match up with a lot of the big receivers in our division. Of course, a new one added, Javon Walker to Denver. And I think in our division, when you look at Randy Moss and guys like that, you need to have big corners, and we're excited about the skills that he brings.
And if corner was in one area where you certainly were looking offensive line, and you drafted the tackle Marcus McNeil of Auburn, who some had maybe late first. Do you feel fortunate to get him where you did, mid-second?
We really do, Chris. I think, you know, he's a young man that visited us on a couple of occasions here and then back at the Combine, and he was one of the most congenial, affable young men that I had a chance to visit at any time in my coaching career. He's really an interesting young man, and we think he's a guy that can come in and give us some help at tackle.
Marty, of course, the big question this year with the Chargers, who were so close to the playoffs last year, now you begin in earnest the Phillip Rivers era at quarterback. What can we expect from him? He sat for about 2 years, but you've watched him. What will he be like as starting quarterback of your team?
You know, I'll tell you, I'm very excited about it. We think that what's going to happen here is we're going to get him in a situation where we have a chance early on in the preseason to determine the things that he's ready to do, and I think they are many. Our idea is we're going to work at the running game a little bit more, but, you know, the last 2 seasons, even though he didn't play, he worked very, very diligently. He's extremely bright. He's got great instincts, Chris, and I think that he's going to be able to step forward early for us.
So this is like the old days, right, Coach, where you would sit for a couple of years and then get your chance. Therefore, he's not a pure rookie. Can you guys be a 10, 11, 12, 13 game winning club with him?
Well, I would say the parallel here might be Bernie Kosar, because they are similar, I think, intellectually and from the standpoint of their ability to throw the football effectively. And we had considerable success back in Cleveland with Bernie, and he didn't have, of course, the benefit of the 2 years that Phillip has had as far as these past couple of years. So we think that those parallels speak very positively for us.
Well, and Bernie had some good running backs in the day, but I don't know if anybody, Mack, Biner, they were excellent, but LaDainian Tomlinson's not going to hurt Rivers at all, is he?
Well, I think, you know, the beauty of LaDainian Tomlinson is he brings it every single snap, and he can do it not only in the running game, but as a receiver out of the backfield. And, you know, with Antonio Gates in place, it won't be necessary, in our view, to have to throw the ball down the field considerably other than when we choose to do it.
Well, sky's the limit with you guys, and we're not going to fly across the country 5 times this year, nor are you going to play about 8 teams after their bye week. Maybe you catch a break with the schedule comparatively. Good luck, and thanks for joining us.
Delighted. It's always wonderful to talk with you.
All right, Marty. Thank you very much. Always good to visit with the coach. Marty Schottenheimer was, you know, close to 200 wins. I mean, he's success a long time. Is this the year for the Lightning Bolt? Certainly got some players. We'll be back. Look
Look at some of the top players still on the board at this point. So you go to the cornerback position. Ashton Ubode from Ohio State. You talk about a kid who has upside. Ashton Ubode does. No question about that. Had some struggles in coverage this year, but I thought could be a late first-round pick. Here's a 6'7.5" tight end with 4.6 speed, and Leonard Pope. You have to believe he's going to be off the board in the second round. Brian Calhoun, transfer of Colorado to Nebraska. You talk about it, and then of course to Wisconsin, not Nebraska, to Wisconsin in the Big Ten, and put up huge numbers. Now he tailed off a little bit late in the year. Was at Colorado, as I said, looked like he was going to be a great back out there with the Buffaloes. And in that one season, I thought did enough of a job there to be a second-round pick. Baltimore, they went in the trenches early for defensive tackle Haloti Ngata. Come back in round 2 and go for Chris Chester, a former tight end. Majority of his career at Oklahoma, moved inside to center and guard this past season. Athletically, he is as good as it gets. Offensive line coaches, they can translate that athleticism into quality play up front. You knew you had yourself a good football player. His combine workout was superior. There were those that even thought he could maybe be a reach in the late first round. Here the Ravens get him at pick 56 in round 2. As I said, a gifted athlete, ran 4.88. And the thing about Chris Chester is his weight, it increased from 277 to 286 and to 303 at the combine, yet he seemed to get a little faster. So here's a former tight end, limited experience at both center and guard. But for the Ravens, who had problems in the interior of that offensive line, that's where they need help. They got Jason Brown, second-year guy, coming back, Adam Terry at right tackle, but they need somebody at center or guard that can get that position elevated from where it was last year when it was a major weak link.
Well, if you're tuning in late, they took the huge nose tackle Ngata from Oregon to maybe off of what Ray Lewis said, I need some help, or maybe they just need that sort of player anyway, whether Ray spoke up or not. Now, the quarterback position for the Baltimore Ravens, which has been Kyle Bowler, it's been a come on kind of situation. Couple of good games, and so the draft's going to end on Sunday night. At which point do we hear, and will we, see Steve McNair, a possibility and a strong possibility that his days with Tennessee, as the face of that franchise, let's face it, since they moved over there, possibly be a member of the Baltimore Ravens. And I might say, once upon a time, kind of arch rivalry between two teams and two coaches. Mort?
Yes, Chris, and I think that's one reason why maybe the Tennessee Titans have been dragging their feet because of that rivalry. But Steve McNair counts almost $24 million against the salary cap. As you know, they have not let him into the facility this offseason. That's a grievance. I have been told that McNair is hopeful that something will happen within 24 to 48 hours, something being that he will be gone, that he will be released and be able to go to the Baltimore Ravens as we expect, even though Jeff Fisher, their coach, wants to try some diplomacy.
And that's
the last minute. I don't think it's going to work out, and I do believe the Titans will probably sign Kerry Collins as a backup.
You know, I have said sarcastically, it's very difficult to quarterback the football team if you can't get into the compound to practice. And I think that, you know, when you hear now, and they could be in a perfect situation with Steve McNair being able to mentor a young Vince Young and bring him along and give him a year or two to really, you know, mature and become a professional quarterback. But it will take some major degree of diplomacy to keep Steve McNair in-house now. And let's remember, Steve McNair restructured contract and did everything this organization has asked of him, and then he was treated like this. He has been treated unlike we have seen any quarterback who's been the face of his organization. We have not seen the likes of this.
But he has worked out with Vince Young in the past, and if it can work out, that'll probably be as good a situation as any. But Steve McNair, hey, he feels he still can play football for another 2 or 3 years. And I'm sure Vince Young, he'll be looking to get on the football field real soon.
But Steve has pretty much told the Titans he has no interest in mentoring his successor.
Angry. And he's angry.
Yes,
but they are friends.
He believes he can still play at least 2 or 3 more productive years.
It's a sign of the times, but it will be unfortunate to see Steve McNair play for anybody other than the Tennessee Titans, and you're telling us that that's a distinct possibility. We'll be back.
Hi, everyone. Time for another another SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. I'm Matt Weiner. The New Orleans Saints won the Reggie Bush sweepstakes. Bush going number 2 overall in today's NFL draft, 1 pick ahead of Vince Young. He heads to the Tennessee Titans. Matt Leinart drops all the way to the 10th pick in the draft. Arizona took him, 1 pick ahead of Jay Cutler, who goes to Denver at 11. Denver actually traded up for that pick. Not done dealing with the Broncos. They picked up Javon Walker from the Packers in a draft pick package. Meanwhile, in the NBA, Vince Carter with 28 points for the Nets. His jersey even up their first-round series with Indiana. Next, SportsCenter comes up after Clippers and Nuggets. Draft updates from Mobile ESPN. Back after this.
2006 draft rolls on right here on ESPN. Trey Wingo here in the NFL live set as we continue to plow our way through round 2. Joined now, courtesy Coors Light video conferencing, by the new head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, Marvin Lewis. Marvin, before we get to your draft picks, what can you tell us about where quarterback Carson Palmer is right now in his rehab?
Well, we're really pleased with where he is right now, Trey. It's been going along very well, probably you would say ahead of schedule, and so we're anxious. He's anxious to get out there and do some stuff on the field, and maybe in June we'll allow him to do some of the offensive installation. We'll just keep those guys with other color jerseys away from him.
Well, they tried to change the rules to make sure that wouldn't happen again this season. Are you comfortable with the quarterbacks you have on your roster if he's not ready to go by week 1?
Yeah, we really are. Anthony Wright, Doug Johnson, Craig Krenzel. So we're pleased with those guys. We just got Anthony signed about a week ago, and he spent this last weekend here in overtime and really worked his tail off all week long to get caught up. And our guys have begun to get out on the field and do some work now. So we're really happy with where we are right now.
Well, as Boomer noted earlier on the draft, sort of unusual to see the Bengals picking 24th, usually picking higher. That's a sign of progress. You go cornerback with your pick there in Jonathan Joseph. What do you like about this player?
Well, Jonathan really has the great size for the position and speed to match. He's got the long arms. He's a tall guy. He's got the body size and the weight. He's really got a chance to be very good player in the NFL. We're excited about him and his ability to run and cover and really come in and help us right away.
Marvin, we appreciate the time and best of luck throughout the rest of the draft.
Thank you.
And that tie matches Merrill Hodges' shirt, by the way. We should point that out as well.
You like that?
Oh, he does, that's for sure. That'll do it for Marvin. Let's send it back to Chris in New York.
All right, Trey, Coach, thank you very much. We get toward the latter stages here of round number 2. Let's get you caught up on what has happened. We gave you Chris Chester, Oklahoma lineman, going to Baltimore. And Devin Hester from the U, Mike, cornerback, goes to the Chicago Bears.
We look at him, and I'll tell you, a guy that can play on maybe both sides of the ball, at least have a chance to. And the return game is also outstanding. Early in his career, he was actually spectacular, returning punts and kickoffs. Had 3 punt returns for touchdowns in 2004, a kick return that year as well. You watch him here. The kid has skills. There's no question about that. Whether it's a cornerback, wide receiver in the return game, great speed. Now, as a senior, assuming he's a junior this past season, did not play up to the level of his talent. Didn't make game-changing plays, seemed to lose his confidence, had a hamstring injury, cost him a start in 1 game. So here's a kid that was expected to really materialize as maybe even a Heisman Trophy candidate this past season. He was anything but that. Well, a very average, disappointing performer, but he's got skills. They think, I'm talking about the Chicago Bears, I'm sure that he can maybe be a factor in the secondary, definitely in the return game. He was actually graded out as one of the top return men in this draft. Daniel Manning, also a real good special teams player and a versatile defensive back, the early second-round pick of the Chicago Bears. So 2 DBs potentially coming into the fold, although Hester, Chris, could maybe see some time or be tried at a wide receiver position.
Interesting.
Devin Hester,
2 DBs.
Devin Hester is as talented player that there is in this draft. Now, it's just a matter of, is he willing to work to really make all of that materialize into the type of player he can be. And Lovie Smith can help him do that. And I think he got away from that last year, Mel. The ability to just work and produce what you potentially have a chance to be, because he is as talented a player as you can find in this league.
2 DBs by Chicago. I mean, I understand that...
Steve Smith. Steve Smith, right. Steve Smith.
Of course, they signed Manning.
They can at least chase him down and tackle him, I think.
Well, they signed Ricky Manning, but that didn't quite turn out to be right. After they signed him to an offer sheet, that was a change of scenario.
Well, he's still going to be a Bear, though,
yes.
Despite the arrest. He's still going to be a Bear, no question.
It's a Devin Hester, Chicago, then Carolina, speaking of which, where Manning came from, takes quarterback from Fresno State, Richard Marshall. And this is the point of the draft where I must admit, we go, so Richard Marshall, cornerback Fresno State to Carolina. Mel?
Well, you see some big plays here, Chris. This cornerback, Richard Marshall, when he gets his hands on a football and an interception, he will try to return it for a touchdown. He did so twice back in 2004. Also had some kick return experience this past year. I thought Richard Marshall really legitimately had a chance to be a late first-round pick. Thought maybe Kansas City would consider him here late in round 2. They instead took safety Bernard Pollard. You see him here taking it the distance. This was the only point scored in that game at Tennessee, and this was his first time he was on the field for Fresno State early on with the Bulldogs. Another good player, well coached by Pat Hill. We talk about Pat Hill really every year, Mort. It seems like Fresno State has one guy that's going to project into the first couple rounds. Pat Hill does an outstanding job as the head football coach at Fresno State.
And he was on Bill Belichick's staff in Cleveland. That staff, when you look back at the picture of who was on that staff, the Cleveland Browns with Belichick, Pat Hill being one of them, a lot of guys who've gone on to big things were on that staff.
Yeah, very impressive. You know, Carolina, there is a skill, a great skill on picking toward the bottom of the drafts. Nobody was better at that, or still is better at that, as Bill Polian all those years with the Bills, and now here continuing with Indianapolis. But getting D'Angelo Williams and then Marshall, who you said could have been a low 1 and low 2 for Carolina. It's like a good job by John Fox and company. We'll be back.
Behold this man of distinction. Noble, versatile, elusive, the man of speed, Vince Young.
I'm Vince Young in this game, I'm so fresh. And every yard that I gain, extra minute of fame. I'm Vince Young in this game, I'm so fresh. And every yard that I gain, extra minute of fame, man.
2006 draft rolls on here on ESPN. Look, no question about it, what the Tennessee Titans were going to do at the number 3 spot in the first round was a pivotal part of this first round. They could have gone Matt Leinart, who has Trojan connections at Tennessee. Instead, they went Vince Young. Risk-reward pick any way you look at it. A few moments ago, David Amber caught up with Vince Young.
Vince Young, I know you're fast, but all the way from New York to here in Nashville in record time. Tell us about it. Why do you think the Titans took you as the first quarterback taken in this year's draft?
Just the speed of the game right now is changing, and a lot of coaches right now want to have an opportunity to move the offense from rolling, bootlegging, and different things like that, because the generation with the D linemen and linebacker are moving pretty fast, and also they have a lot of confidence in me from watching me throughout my season at University of Texas. So.
Such incredible success at Texas. What adjustments do you think you need to make to be as successful on Sundays?
Getting in here and working, getting in here and then studying the offense, sitting down on trial and going over the things in the offense that can help me better myself to have a big challenge and come out there and working with some of the guys and knowing where the guys at and knowing the routes and trees like that. So I'm excited about it.
You have such a great friendship with Steve McNair. How important is it for you to have him here to mentor you in your rookie season?
It's very important. I mean, if he's not here or if he is here, he's always going to be my friend, my brother, my pop figure. I always know he's going to be helping me any time. But if he is here, it's going to be exciting to sit in there in meeting rooms and go out there on the field working with him, getting myself prepared to play.
As the draft process went on, your stock kept rising and rising and rising. What kind of misconceptions did you have to clear up about one Vince Young?
I mean, a lot of guys say I couldn't drop back from underneath the center, so I wanted to show the coaches when I got underneath the center and working out at the pro days or working out for the teams that I could make them throw downfield, set my feet, and things like that. And I think I did a pretty good job with it.
A 2-time Rose Bowl MVP, a great college career, and they hope a great pro career here in Tennessee. Thank you very much, Vince Young. Now over to Rachel Nichols in Houston.
Here with Mario Williams, fresh off his ride in the private plane to Houston. Of all the things you've gone through in the last 24 hours, when did it really sink in for you? I'm the #1 pick in the draft.
Really, after I walked across the stage, I was kind of, I was just so excited last night from hearing the news and everything, signed the contract, but it still really hasn't fit in, and kicked in on me that I'm, so I'm just waiting for it to happen.
There's been a decent amount of negative reaction in Houston on the radio call-in shows, on the internet boards, that they didn't pick Reggie Bush. What do you have to do to prove to people that you're the right pick for this team?
I mean, I'm going to come out and make plays immediately. I'm going to be an impact player, and I'm going to help the team win, help go to playoffs, Super Bowl, things like that. So, I mean, for as far as the negativity, I mean, it's going to come along with everything. No matter what you do, you're going to have some type of negativity. So I'm really not worried about that. I'm just worried about getting on the team and making plays and helping them out.
Big promises from a big pick. Guys, back to you.
All right, Rachel, Mario, thanks very much. Joined here by Mark Schlereth. Look, Mario Williams being picked #1 overall was sort of the surprise move before the draft even began, when Reggie Bush had so much pub. Mark, going into this, you've had a chance to study Mario Williams. What do you like most about what he can bring to the NFL?
I think #1, anytime you look at a defensive lineman, do you have natural pass rush ability and hands to create separation and to get yourself loose to the quarterback? And when I watch Mario Williams, I see a guy that plays with great hands. We're going to watch a little bull rush here, but it's a one-arm bull rush. Now look at, as you get into the body, you have no body exposed on yourself because you've got the one-arm bull. Look, you can drive back now, separate with the hands, and be relentless. No sack there, but pressure, making a quarterback move around, readjust. Again, we just saw the one-arm bull rush. Now let's go to the two-arm bull rush, show him, and now what are we going to do? Use our hands to create separation. Here's a swat, jerk, swim underneath, a little rip move underneath, right there. Look at the hands, boom, disengage, get under, and again, pressure on the quarterback. The thing about pressure on a quarterback, it's not necessarily sacks. It's about being able to get on people and make sure you alter throws. Now he moves down to the defensive tackle position. Great hands. You see the swat. You see the rip move underneath. That shows me he can play in nickel from the inside and still get pressure. Mario Williams is a very special player with very special hands, Trey, and he can create that separation and get to the quarterback.
Well, take a look at this list now, Stink, of defensive ends selected first or second since '85. Julius Peppers, tremendous. Bruce Smith, tremendous. Neil Smith, tremendous. Steve Entman hurt. Courtney Brown never panned out. Where will Mario Williams end up on this list? On the plus side or the negative side?
He's definitely going to be a plus side player for the Texans because he is so long, he is so linear, and he does so many things well. And when you think about that, when you think a guy can play multitude of positions, defensive tackle, defensive end, he also can drop back in zone blitz schemes. This is a guy that gives you a lot of different options if you're the Houston Texans.
But it begs the question now. They had 3 first-round picks off that defensive line from North Carolina State. Was he good because Manny Lawson and John McCargo were there, or McCargo and Manny Lawson better because Mario Williams was there?
6'7", 295, long arms, and an athlete. You can't coach that. You either are that or you're not. And he happens, with all those statistics, now throw the statistics aside, he happens to be a very good football player.
Well, as you've said on more than one occasion, he might just be a football playing
Jesse.
No question about that. Hey, how important is the draft? Everybody's tuning in. How about Rasheed Wallace of the Pistons? I think they've got something coming up in just a little bit on ESPN. Playoff game against the Bucks. They're still watching the draft.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold and Refreshing Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL, and in part by Verizon Business, where global capability and personal accountability work hand in hand, and Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise.
Kitty Cats, that's what they want.
Welcome back in the latter stages of the second round, and this is a football name, Jeremy Trueblood. And he's been picked at tackle from BC to Tampa Bay. There is a tackle in this draft named Guy Wimper. He's a good player, but doesn't sound like a football name. Jeremy Trueblood, Mel. That's some football.
6'8", 319 pounds. You look at him, he started the final 20 games of his college career at left tackle. I thought he did a decent job. He's experienced. He gets some movement. He can assist the running game. There's no question about that. That'll certainly in Tampa Bay. They blood. He has that fiery streak. tell you, he brings that defensive mentality to the offensive tackle spot. The quick defensive ends, you get that leverage. Those 6'2", 6'1" defensive ends, you get low and get that leverage advantage. They may present some problems at the pro level, but we're still talking here late second round. And now you see guys like Maurice Drew come off the board and Tony Scheffler, guys that can help those teams in areas that they need. Backup running backs, punt returns for Drew, and Tony Scheffler catching the football for the Denver Broncos. Look at Tampa Bay adding offensive lineman Davin Joseph. You're talking about a guy who I think in the NFL will certainly be a guard. He played left tackle this year and struggled, but he was a guard at Oklahoma and did a good job at that spot. Some teams thought he could be a guy that certainly has a chance to be a big-time player in the NFL.
This is now the second-round pick for Jacksonville. This is Maurice Drew. And, you know, Fred Taylor playing, but you never know. And Jones is back a little bit. But at the bottom of the first, they had the big tight end. They picked Mellon. Now Drew, who could have gone top second. Agree?
I really thought if Indianapolis opted away from running back and took a DB in the first round, that they would have looked at Maurice Drew in the second. And ironically, he goes 2 picks before the Colts are up. But I think Maurice Drew, you talk about football players, I know that's what Bill Polian gets in Indianapolis, those shorter, compact players like Bob Sanders, Dwight Freeney, Robert Mathis. And as a running back, that's what Maurice Drew is, 5'6½", 210 pounds. Watch him here, punt return ability. He averaged 29.1 yards a punt return, 3 of which he took back for touchdowns. Caught 18 passes out of the backfield. Strong, low base. He ran a 4.41 here at the combine. That's something you look for in a backup running back, a situational running back, a punt returner who can also catch the football. Maurice Drew, late second round. A good pick here. As I said, Indianapolis, they wouldn't have taken a running back in the first. They have been looking here at Maurice Drew, and you look at the situation they had in the first round, looking at a tight end like Mercedes Lewis. That's something they needed, a pass-catching tight end. That's what Mercedes Lewis potentially can be, provided his speed and his separation ability at the pro level is good enough. I thought he was silenced late in the year. Senior Bowl practices, Mercedes Lewis did not distinguish himself, but he's a huge tight end, has the frame to present a heck of a target in that passing game.
And Lewis and Drew can shop for a house together because, you know, they're teammates from college, and hopefully they get along. They're going to another coast in Jacksonville. By the way, Tony,
Fred Taylor, you know, Fred Taylor is fitting he plays for the Jacksonville Jaguars because, you know, he looks great running, but he's always in the shop, just like a Jaguar. So this is a good pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
There goes your
he's nuts.
Your advertising campaign.
I had to get that in.
By the way, Tony Scheffler, tight end, taken from Western Michigan by Denver, which gives the scoreboard Western Michigan 2, Michigan nothing. That's odd. A couple players that... Who do you think would go here by this point?
I think you look at Ashton Ubodi, the cornerback from Ohio State, a Leonard Pope, a tight end at Georgia, Eric Winston, offensive tackle Miami, Brody Croyle, quarterback Alabama, Brian Calhoun, running back Wisconsin, Darryl Tapp, defensive end Virginia Tech, Dominique Byrd, tight end USC, a lot of good players. Mark Anderson, defensive end Alabama, Jason Spitz, guard center from Louisville.
Yeah, look, you wind Mel up and he goes, here's the good thing. You got Mel on ESPN2 coming up in a couple of minutes, but next year on ESPN, the NBA playoffs are up next. The Pistons against the Bucks. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. I'm Chris Berman. Goodbye, but in a moment on ESPN2, hello from the...
They get the guy that they wanted in Rocky McIntosh. And the Cleveland Browns, we had to run all linebackers. First 3 picks in round 2, linebackers with the Nico Ryans, the Houston. Cleveland trading up to get Dequell Jackson, a kid right in my backyard at the Maryland Terrapin program. Did a heck of a job. We talked about linebackers that have been productive. Number 52, I thought, compared very favorably to Jonathan Vilma, former early first-round pick for the New York Jets. Now, here's a guy who can cover, instinctive football player, excellent tackler with a number of games where he had 10-plus tackles, was around 15, 16 tackles in certain games as well. And I thought for a kid who had the ability to play in a couple different systems, you could say middle linebacker, you could play him on the outside. Now he goes to a 3-4 scheme. Be interesting to see how they work him in, Romeo Crennel does, to this Cleveland Browns linebacking situation.
He's a good player.
Oh, he was, Chris, production-wise, Abdul Hodge is another linebacker out of Iowa, was equally as productive, and Abdul Hodge figures to go in round 2 as well out of the Iowa Hawkeye program.
Romeo Crennel made his bones on versatility of his linebackers in New England, and that's what Dequell will give him. It's the versatility from inside to outside, that ability to do more than one thing. That's what you're looking for if you're the Cleveland Browns.
He's a Jackson.
Well, he's my 4th cousin.
The trade that we had, the Packers and New England, the Chad Jackson trade, here it is. The Patriots, they have more picks going into today than anybody else, so you can start moving. That's what you do. You move them around. And so New England moved up, and then Green Bay will go down and take New England selection 52nd overall and pick up a third, one of New England's third. I think they got from Denver, Tom. Next round. So now I think there's another trade. So just when you thought the phones weren't working, buzzing now. We'll be back.
Hey everyone, Matt Weiner here in the studio with the SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. No surprises at the top of the draft after Mario Williams, Reggie Bush, then Vince Young to the Saints and Titans. Matt Leinart did slip to 10th. Jay Cutler, the other quarterback of those big three, goes 11th right after him. Tony Stewart involved in a crash to the Bush Series Aaron's 312 at Talladega. He is considered okay. In a rare baseball crash at Yankee Stadium this afternoon, Gary Sheffield and Shea Hillenbrand got tangled up at first base. Sheffield suffered bruises. Hillenbrand will have a CAT scan. SportsCenter at 11 and up to the minute draft news alerts from mobile ESPN. Back to New York.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Matt Weiner, Matt Leinart. It's a busy day. Lots of trades here in the second round. But this, we mentioned it at the beginning, could happen today. And this is an interesting one. The Green Bay Packers moving up and getting Denver's second-round pick in exchange for disgruntled wide receiver Javon Walker. We got to go back and tell that story, but let me just tell these last couple of days. Javon Walker, as soon as Brett Favre was back, you knew that they were not going to play together anymore. Favre calling him out last year with a holdout, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what the problem was that Javon Walker's coming off a knee injury. Teams wanted to know, can we at least get him in for a physical before we start making trades? So he visited New Orleans. He visited Denver. That was yesterday. The plan was not to let him get out of Denver. Somehow he snuck out, and Philly got to take a look. All right, in the middle of the night, he landed Philly. They took a look. He was supposed to perhaps go on to New England. I don't think that ever happened. That would have been this morning. But in the end, the team saw from his knee good enough. Could he play week? Well, who knows? But good enough so that he's cleared medically. And in the end, even though shades of bogey on the tarmac at Casablanca with the planes leaving in the middle of the night, Javon Walker, they liked him in Denver, and a day later, the Denver Broncos made the trade. What else? Well, now the Packers have traded this to Atlanta. That pick is in, but then we're going to finish this story with Mort, because this all reminds me of the AFL, NFL days in the early 60s when the AFL would hide players. Hold on.
Pick number 37, the Atlanta Falcons have selected from Virginia Tech defensive back Jimmy Williams.
All right, now that's...
The Raiders.
Okay, let's just continue the Javon Walker story, Mort. In the AFL days when each team drafted, I remember Buck Buchanan, Hall of Famer Buck Buchanan, the Chiefs, you couldn't find him for 2-3 days in some motel. The NFL couldn't draft him. The Raiders did all this stuff. It was interesting times. I'm not suggesting that's what happened here, but this was in the middle of the night, Mort, but Denver got their guy.
And they did get their guy, and they got Jay Cutler, a young quarterback, in the first round. But, let's go to this Walker situation. It's not only because of Brett Favre that Javon Walker's out of there. This is a guy who said he wanted a new contract. And even before Favre made his announcement he was coming back, he had said, I'm not going to play for the Packers this year. I would report in the 10th week or whatever. The dangerous precedent here, and the precedent was always set when Mike McKenzie, the former cornerback for the Pro Bowl cornerback for the Packers, he forced his way out of Green Bay. And I know Ted Thompson, the general manager, did not want to give away Javon Walker, so he was holding to his price with a second-round pick. And a very interesting pick, by the way. The Falcons now have bookend Virginia Tech cornerbacks in D'Angelo Hall. Now they just took Jimmy Williams just to switch over. That's unique.
The squeeze was on because they wanted maybe a 1 or a couple of 2s, but they also wanted picks this year. And now, you get into the second round, so he ended up getting just a 2. And so Javon Walker now going with a quarterback, Cutler to Denver. Denver trying to push the envelope offensively. Meanwhile, Jimmy Williams, defensive back, goes to now Atlanta, a team that did not have a first-round pick, Mel.
And needed defensive backfield help, no question. A cornerback / free safety like Jimmy Williams is. You see the athleticism here, playing the cornerback spot against Devin Aroma-Shadu from Auburn, coming back, making the interception there. Steve Suter here. You see cover skills of Jimmy Williams. Keep in mind, he's big. He's 6'2.5". He's 211 pounds. good hip flexibility, smooth turning motions. I think cornerback, it will be an opportunity for Jimmy Williams early in his career. Then he has the ability to move maybe back inside to free safety because he is a physical, tough kid. You watch him here. This is somebody who had no fear of making a play in coverage, whether it was coming up to support, hitting, or being an aggressive performer. Jimmy Williams was a quality player in the ACC for Virginia Tech. There's no doubt about that. I thought he could be a mid to late first. I don't think anybody could have argued with that choice had he gone there. Atlanta aggressively moves up, figuring he's not going to drop too much further. You have still two pretty good corners. Ashton Yabodi at Ohio State, Richard Marshall at Fresno State still on the board. So of those 10 defensive backs I had targeted for the first round, we had 3 still there, 1 off the board now, leaves 2 still remaining at this point in the draft, which will provide some definite value.
And the Falcons, they got this pipeline to Virginia Tech. They took a guy named Michael Vick there a few years ago with their first-round pick. And then they took, as I mentioned, D'Angelo Hall, who's become a Pro Bowl cornerback. And Jimmy Williams had a first-round grade, but some people complained about his attitude. Obviously, the Falcons are okay with the attitude, apparently.
D'Angelo Hall right now, best cornerback in the league.
He's a little bit cocky.
He will teach this guy how to play corner in the NFL. Physical guy.
Well, every pick is a trade here in the second round of the NFL draft. Oakland on the clock. Maybe they're stashing more players. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Williams, and you're watching the 2006 NFL Draft on ESPN.
Noble, versatile, elusive, the man of speed, Vince Young.
I'm Vince Young in this game, I'm so fresh. And every yard that I gain, extra minute of fame. I'm Vince Young in this game, I'm so fresh. And every yard that I gain, extra minute of fame, man.
And welcome back to the NFL Live set. Trey Wingo here with Mark Schlereth, Ron Jaworski, and Merrill Hodge, who came closest to dressing like Vince Young.
Was it the shirt?
Was it the shirt? It's a little bit of something. Listen, guys, in just a little bit, Tennessee Titans are going to make their second-round selection. A lot of issues, Merrill, with Vince Young, the quarterback they took 3rd overall in the first round. He's got to transition himself to the NFL now, and one of the things he's got to do better is read coverage.
Yeah, one thing that's studying tapes on him playing in Texas and watching 5 games over and over and over, identifying and reading coverage was not one of the strengths in the Texas offense. They didn't do that. They didn't teach that to Vince Young, and it was very evident in a lot of the tape I studied. Here's a pro-style formation, tight end, 2 wide receivers. Here's your route combination. You got fades on the outside, in route by the tight end. Well, you know on pre-snap read, as far as coverage, receiver to my left, gone because the corner's off. Tight end's going to be dead, too, because I got coverage over the top of him. Where do I want to go? The press coverage on the outside. This is elementary 101 football. As I drop back 5 steps, this ball should be gone. Why? Because my receiver to the left, coverage didn't change. He's no good. It's a fade route. My tight end's not going to win with 3 guys on him, but that press coverage that I saw pre-snap, ball should be out right now. That is a touchdown. Vince Young didn't even recognize or identify that coverage because in Texas, it's a one-read system. They came out of the huddle and they said this, we're throwing it to our tight end. He's our best wide receiver. Vince Young stares him down. Because the tight end doesn't win, they don't win in the passing game. And then he doesn't have the quickness to make everybody miss, and he takes a sack. As I look at Vince Young and I transition him to the National Football League, that is a monumental learning curve. Identifying coverages, dropping back, dissecting them, and then knowing where the ball's got to go instantaneously is going to be a monumental learning curve. That is why it's going to be a very difficult thing for him. And I'm just talking coverage right now. I haven't even talked about a pro-style offense. And I know, Josh, you have some things that you look at him mechanically that you don't think is going to be working in the NFL.
Release point.
Well, there's no question he has some mechanical problems that need to be addressed, but they are correctable problems. Now, I'm going to compare him to the most mechanical sound quarterback in the National Football League, that being Carson Palmer of the Cincinnati Bengals. If we take a look at this tutorial right now, you'll see that Carson Palmer always has a nice knee flex. You'll see as he comes out on the right, Carson Palmer, on the left, Vince Young. Now, at the setup, you'll see Carson Palmer flex very nicely. You can drive through the ball. Vince Young, a little bit stiff knee. That will hurt his accuracy. Now, the other thing you have to look at is the elbow. Carson Palmer gets the elbow up. The ball comes out high. You look at Vince Young, the short, compact stroke, but the ball not coming over the top. The other thing you have to look at, and I think this is very important, the back foot must drive the hips through so the ball comes out with velocity. Vince Young has a tendency to get his back foot foot off the ground, the ball will hang a little bit. And in the National Football League, if the ball hangs a little bit, corners and safeties will drive and make the interception. All those things I pointed out are correctable problems. Norm Chow will have his work cut out for him. Now, there's one little thing I do want to show you, because we talked about the delivery. All right, we talked about the delivery being low, right about here. Now, if you got a 6'5" guy and Carson Palmer throws it, the ball's coming out over the top here. Vince Young has to work on getting the ball up, because here's what you have, the pass rush. At times, you're going to have to throw it around those guys. Now, the other problem that I see in Vince Young is the fact that he's a long strider. So now, if Carson Palmer's here and Vince Young is here, you can see he's already dropped about 6 to 8 inches. Now, the long stride, if he's throwing from the tip of his shoulder pad, Vince Young, and he takes a long stride, as you can see, this ball has dropped even lower. So now you got a 6'5" quarterback. Mechanics are hurting him. He's throwing like a 5'11" quarterback. He's going to have to make a much more compact stroke, not a long stride, and snap those hips around and throw with that back foot with the weight transition coming to the wide receiver. Then that pass rush won't affect him as much.
So you're talking about learning how to read coverage, right? You're talking about mechanical issues that he has got to change. You put that and couple it with the fact that you're going to get a playbook that's 3 times as thick as the one you had in Texas. That is a learning curve that's tough for anybody to overcome. A lot of things that Vince Young is going to have to look at.
We said from day one of this, when we talked about this draft, he's going to be a project. You're going to have to be patient, but he has tremendous upside.
Well, then the other issue is, and we talked about this last year with the #1 overall pick in Alex Smith. Look, 90 to 95% of Vince Young snaps at Texas were out of the shotgun, transitioning to playing under center and backpedaling while reading the coverages. How difficult will that be?
You want my opinion? No difference whatsoever.
When
I came out of Youngstown State University, I was not under center. Yet I threw for almost 30,000 yards, a couple hundred touchdown passes. Here's how I took the ball from center. A short exchange. You throw the ball in the NFL 35, 36,000 times a year. Repetition, practice, rote memory. Vince Young will get it down.
Do you buy that? Do you buy that it won't be difficult doing?
I just think all the things that he is going to have to learn, he's not going to have enough time to learn this. When you're a top 5 pick and you are the quarterback,
good point,
you are supposed to carry this team to a Super Bowl. He is not going to have 3 years to learn all these things, and that is what it ultimately will take. They'll put him on the field. He won't be able to handle that. He'll have the ability to run around a little bit and make some plays, but not to have a consistent offense.
It's the next staff that's going to benefit from Vince Young.
It won't now be the staff that's currently there.
The next staff.
By the way, in the last 10 years, there have been 24 quarterbacks taken in the first round. 1 has led their team to the Super Bowl, and that would be Ben Roethlisberger this past season.
Hey.
All right, we got to stop this right now. Lots more coming. Stay with us. The NFL Draft continues right here on ESPN.
I'm Vince Young from the University of Texas.
10 to the 10, 5, touchdown Texas.
You're watching the 2006 NFL Draft on ESPN.
I'm Vince Young in this game, I'm so fresh. And every yard that I gain, extra minute of fame, man.
When my allergies get really bad, I feel like I'm in a fog. Now I'm Claritin Clear. Claritin gives me non-drowsy relief from my worst symptoms for 24 hours. It's the only one proven to make you alert and focused. Got it. Non-drowsy Claritin. Live Claritin Clear.
The FIFA World Cup. All 64 matches on ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Under Armour, Click Clack, and Lowe's. For all your home improvement needs, Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Okay, let's get you caught up on some things. Jimmy Williams, we told you, went to Atlanta with their trade. Thomas Howard, interesting linebacker from UTEP, who can move, is now drafted by the Oakland Raiders. Philadelphia moved up to the 39 hole, and a guy that they were thinking about taking in the first round, if not where they were drafting, but moving down someone in the first round, they get in the second round. Winston Justice, the tackle at USC, goes to the Eagles now in a trade we'll tell you about in a moment. Detroit picking Daniel Bullock, his twin brother in the NFL last year. Safety Nebraska going to the Lions. And then, interesting, Denny Green picks Deuce Latui, the big guard from USC. What did he do? Well, he blocked for Matt Leinart, who was drafted by Arizona in the first round. Here are the trades. The Eagles swap picks. As you can see, the Eagles, the swap picks with Tennessee, and it cost them a 4th to go up to get Justice. And we detailed some of his story before, but if he can just play, and stay on the right side of justice, could be a hell of a pick for Philly in the second round.
He has talent. There's no question about that. I mean, at one point in time, might have been 14 to Philadelphia. Then everybody said, well, he could go 10 to Arizona. And he had some momentum going after his workout. Everybody said, oh, he's moved up because the offensive tackle didn't materialize. We had DeBrickashaw Ferguson. We had everybody else. He was second in line. And you watch him playing right tackle late in the year. He said, hey, I'm playing the best football of my career. Struggled early after being out all of 2004 with that off-the-field issue. But for Matt Leinart, you're talking about a guy who did a real good job protecting his blind side. And now all of a sudden you're talking about going to a Philadelphia Eagle team that needs an offensive tackle like Winston Justice. And he should come in as anybody that drops from maybe pick 10 to 14 all the way into round 2. They usually come in highly motivated to prove the doubters wrong. Lendale White still has not gone. Deuce Latui just went to Denny Green and the Arizona Cardinals. So sometimes these kids need that to kind of wake them up and realize it's the first time they've ever dealt with criticism, and now they have to really step up their performance going into the National Football League.
Look, what did we say? Andy Reid, what he'll do first is look for offensive and defensive help if it's there. Bunkley, and Winston. It's a team intent on getting back in it.
It's a great pickup for Philly, and I think it really clearly speaks to a bigger issue of character. Guys who could have gone earlier in the draft, but because of character issues, they end up sliding. Teams not willing to take a chance on them in first round, pay them first round money. I think you'll see a lot of those kinds of guys begin to come off the board. Now, a guy like Lendale White, I wouldn't suspect would stay on this board much longer. Could have been a possible first rounder. Now you get more value, more bang for your buck midway through the second round.
And just to review one of those character red flags on Winston Justice, not all of them, but in March of 2004, he was charged with 3 misdemeanors because he had a replica gun. It wasn't a real gun, but he pointed at a USC student. Not smart. He got 60 days with electronic monitoring. He got 5 years probation, but he was suspended for 2 semesters, which meant he missed the entire 2004 season. And you know, when you look at the Southern Cal guys with their expectations coming in, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Winston Justice, Lendale White, all had some type of disappointment today. And of course, they lost the national championship game. It's been a rough year for a very successful team.
Yeah, that's a very fair observation. More, the other 2 guys picked, a couple guys picked Thomas Howard. Here's a linebacker, UTEP, who some projected, Mel, possibly late first round, just as a guy rising, yeah?
Well, Jacksonville was, I think, the target team, Boomer, for a guy like Thomas Howard because he's so fast. He ran in the 4.4 range. He's a former defensive back. He's actually a walk-on when he came to UTEP, came to that minor program, developed into their best defensive player. Had 3 very good years for UTEP, playing late in his career for Mike Price. You look at his productivity at UTEP, it was pretty good. But I think some of those tackles, obviously, when you talk about the college level, if you're in the area, you get credit for a tackle. He went from 118 tackles as a sophomore, dropped to 62 as a junior, then back up to 85 as a senior. Very athletic kid, very fast. 4.44 was his time at the combine. Problem you'll see with a guy like Thomas Howard is not real instinctive. Locating the ball, I think, is a problem at times. Doesn't play as fast as he times. Yeah, you talk about taking the right angles in pursuit. Doesn't always do that. Yeah, there's some issues about playing in the National Football League within the structure of a defense and what they're asking him to do. But as a speed guy who can fly around the field and make some athletic plays, make some big plays for you, he has that. He actually held his own at the Senior Bowl practices. He did a good job down in Mobile. You see him at the Combine running that 4.42 40. So, yeah, if he can stay out of traffic as a linebacker, float the football better, but you can't teach instincts. You can't coach instincts. That's why instead of having first-round computer numbers, that's why he's still there in round 2. A guy that does have real good instincts for the game of football is Daniel Bullocks out of Nebraska. His twin brother Josh went in the second round last year to New Orleans. Now we see Daniel go in round 2 to the Detroit Lions. Again, played at Nebraska at a very high level, then had some very good workouts, solid football player. Look at his size and his speed combination. Very impressive. You watch him here, getting after the quarterback, making a play in the backfield after they handed the ball to the running back on a draw play, and coverage did a nice job. And that's what impressed me at the Senior Bowl. Made some real nice plays in coverage down in Mobile. You watch him here as well. To me, Daniel Bullocks, I thought, early second, that's about where he went here, and where he hit that 9-10 picks into round 2 for a Detroit Lion team who can certainly use his help at a safety spot.
All right, so those are picks fast and furious here in the second round as we're about a third of the way through here at Radio City Music Hall. Arizona picked Deuce Latui, then we have Chicago and New Orleans and Baltimore. And when we return to New York, steamrolling toward the middle of the second round at Radio City Music Hall.
Stay tuned to witness the next revelation in professional football.
Hand off to Bush, left side of the 10. He's in the end zone. Matt Leinart, touchdown, USC.
Welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft. There's Lendell White. Continues to plummet. Got a little bit of a smile on his face, but is somebody going to get himself a steal as he continues to drop and slide in the draft? And how about the players that have been taken from USC? Reggie Bush, Winston Justice, there we go. Winston Justice. I got Reggie Bush, Leinart, Justice on the mind, and Lutu going the most recent pick at 41 to the Arizona Cardinals, and Denny Green. Guys, conditioning. At the Rose Bowl, Lendell White's 252 pounds. He's now 239 according to him. Should conditioning, and you guys are all well-conditioned athletes, should conditioning be this big a problem that he slid this far from January to now for NFL clubs, William?
Teams are always going to be concerned with potential red flags, injury, or lack of performance, durability based on the fact that the player can't control his weight or can't control his conditioning. Therefore, they're going to be a lot more reserved about picking a player that has shown the potential to have devastating results as it.
Yeah, but I think in Lendell's case, it's a non-issue. You look at the guy; he's the record holder in USC history for touchdowns. That's got to carry some weight. No pun intended. But I think that the fact that he's been a runner now and he's set the records that he has, obviously the weight issue has been some concern, but his injury is going to hamper that. That's going to slow down his training. Like we were talking here, he's already lost 13 pounds since the end of the Rose Bowl.
I think it's absolutely crazy. Cut on the film and watch this young man play. It hasn't been a problem up to this point now with USC. They never had said anything about his conditioning. He's been a deterrent or a nuisance to the ball. There haven't been any character issues or anything regarding Lendell White. So I don't know what all this speculation is about. Look, he can't. If he has a hamstring problem, he has to take the time off to heal that. He's about to make the most important jump of his life to the National Football League. Now, this is a step that he's now going to feed himself and his family. He has to take time off to heal. So, of course, he may gain a little weight. Right. And according to him, he hasn't gained any weight. So don't hold that against this young man.
The fact that it's a hamstring injury, it's a soft tissue injury. It's not a hip problem.
Absolutely.
It's not a knee problem, ankle, shoulder, any of that. It's a soft tissue deal. You know it's going to be better. You know he's going to heal from it. It's not a chronic soft tissue problem. It's something he's had to deal with his entire career at USC. So I think it's a non-issue.
I'll be very patient and let you finish, but the reality is you're talking about conditioning. That means keeping your body in the top physical position to play and perform. It's obvious that he let himself slide to the point where he ended up with the injury. Therefore, it's a red flag. Does he keep himself in condition all the time? Is he always worried about the important things, making sure he can play every play when asked? And if he's coming out with a soft frame, which is what our scouts had criticized him about, you got to wonder if there's going to be a bigger problem down the road.
Well, let me ask you this, guys. Do you question now, because he's out of shape, do you question his mental toughness at the next level?
I'm not going to buy that this young man is out of shape. I may be biased because I like him that much. I think he is.
Some guys just don't have a good body, right?
Some guys are not chiseled like this guy from Vernon Davis. Some guys aren't built that way. I know Marshall Faulk wasn't a chiseled guy, but when you cut on the film, this guy performing. When you do that with Lendell White, when you cut on the film, you see a guy that can perform at a high level, and that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm taking. As far as the conditioning standpoint, I can talk with him and deal with him. I can get him ready. I think he's fine, man. Absolutely
I think he'll be fine. I think the track record speaks for itself. Like Torrey says, put on the film. Look at what he's done over the last 3 years. Look at how he's able to convert first downs, convert touchdowns in the red zone. You can count on him. He's a guy that you can lean on. For the last 3 years, USC has been the best college team in football, and there's reasons for it.
It's obvious they're scared of what he's done in the recent past. Therefore, that's why his stock has dropped a little bit. Somebody's going to steal. He is a quality player. He's a very talented player, and I'm not taking that from him. But the question now, is he going to keep himself in condition to play down in 16
real quickly,
games?
guys, and Trent, you can answer this. You think he's a self-starter enough, or is he going to need a kick him in the rear end, Bill Cowher type of coach to get him going?
I don't think necessarily. I don't think so. When you look at the fact that he has dropped 13 pounds since the Rose Bowl, the fact that it's a soft tissue deal, he even said himself he's going to be ready in 2 weeks. That's in time for the mini camp. I don't think it's a situation where you're going to need somebody to push
this guy, Lendell. Look, I'm riding with you, homie. When you come to the National Football League, please have a chip on your shoulder and tear the league up. Please confirm that for me, please.
Guy on your team, Larry Johnson, chip on his shoulder.
That's right.
It's worked out for him. Lendell White continues to fall in this draft. Somebody going to get him. Somebody going to get themselves a good football player. We'll see if conditioning does matter. This is the 2006 NFL Draft.
Welcome back to New York, where now might we see the next round of quarterbacks go, like Brody Croyle of Alabama. Would this be his time here in the second round? Or Charlie Whitehurst, the son of one-time Packer quarterback David Whitehurst, quarterback from Clemson? Or Kellen Clemens is a quarterback you might hear from Oregon. That might be one that might come up. And so is it time, Mel, to see some of these quarterbacks, and you have a couple other names there.
They're all second-rounders. I think you look at Brody Croyle, certainly the injury factor. He had an injury his senior year in high school, then the injury at Alabama, but he held up this year without the offensive line really supporting him. They had an injury to their center, J.B. Klossner. Croyle had a great week in Mobile at the Senior Bowl practice. I thought he was as good there as Jay Cutler, if not better. Kellen Clemens, another guy, injured in October. He's back now to close to where he wants to be. You're talking about a kid who has second-round value. Minnesota, we're talking about, as a team in round 2, I think, will take a young quarterback. Whitehurst has his good games and has his so-so games. He was that way as well down at the Senior Bowl practice. And Tavares Jackson, you're talking about a kid who's got the strongest arm, arguably, of any quarterback in this draft. He could go as early as round 2 or 3. And Omar Jacobs, a lot of productivity. He's the assistant guy. Remember, Josh Harris had big games and big numbers in that same offense. That unorthodox delivery may scare some people off of Omar Jacobs until you get into maybe early day 2.
All right, so that's quarterbacks, which we'll keep an eye on, and I agree. Minnesota, remember, they got 2 2s, 2 3s. Why not throw one in there? We had a trade, but this has been the trading round, because a lot of names that could be first, or we thought, well, possibly could be first. Now that they're in the top to the middle of the second round, teams coming up from lower in the second round to get what some people had as first-round picks. And the Giants did that. They just traded up to the 44th spot with Baltimore to get the younger brother of Santana Moss, and that would be Sonoris Moss from the U of Miami, Mike. And, again, like Santana, diminutive, 5'8", but I mean, Santana Moss this side of Steve Smith and the young man in Cincinnati.
Right.
Had about as good a year as anybody had last year. So here's his younger brother. How does he compare?
Explosive football player. You see it here, just the way he just has that burst to shoot by those cornerbacks in coverage. And a kid who catches the ball inside in traffic and can make some plays. You see him after the catch here. Dynamic performer after the catch. Santana Moss, his older brother. You see how he's doing with the Redskins now. He's a former first-round pick. You look at a guy like Ernest Gibbons. Remember the old former Oiler? Saw a lot of Ernest Gibbons in Sonoris Moss. And he's what they need. I mean, he has some return potential. Keep in mind, they were breaking in a new quarterback, Kyle Wright, so his production maybe didn't match his ability, but after the catch, he is a heck of a talent, runs the 4.38 range, and when you look at Sonoris Moss and what he means to Eli Manning, you have Toomer, you have Burris, Tim Carter, former second-round pick out of Auburn, has had some injury issues. I thought Pittsburgh could have stayed where they were and gotten Moss, which they could have. They traded up to get Holmes. The Giants took Kiwanuka, defensive end, in the first. I like this pick better. I think Sonoris Moss is going to be a big help to Eli Manning, produce big plays, and as a third option in that passing game, I think he's exactly what the Giants need.
And you can see the trend of the wide receivers in the NFL, starting with Steve Smith. It seems like the trend is going back to the smaller, fast receivers, throwing the little zero screens and letting them take the ball and do something with the ball after the catch. And that's exactly what Sonoris Moss fits. He fits that style of play. He'll become a great third down guy, a slot guy for Eli Manning. Get the ball out of his hand fast and allow him to make some plays after the catch.
And Tom Coughlin, the coach of the Giants, believes in big plays. He thinks it energizes your team, that you need a big play every quarter to energize your team.
Well, they already have a big receiver in Plexico Burris. Now they got the big play little guy in Moss. Now, Mel, right before that, Roman Harper was picked by the New Orleans Saints and Cleveland's original slot due to a trade.
There he is, number 41, coming away with the interception there, here, making the play, stripping the ball, causing the fumble. And you look at a guy like Roman Harper, 38 consecutive starts at Alabama, very durable performer. He's not the kind of lights-out hitter that some of these other safeties are. He's not quite as fast as some of the other defensive backs, but he's an extension of your defensive coordinator. Real smart. Talked about D'Amico Ryans, former Crimson Tide linebacker, going to Houston, first pick in round 2. Roman Harper, that similar kind of player in that secondary. For the second year in a row, New Orleans drafts a safety in round 2. They got last year they got Josh Bullock, Daniel Bullock's twin brother. Now they come back with Roman Harper, smart kid, good, solid football player. I don't think he has huge upside, but he's a guy very dependable, there every week. As I said, started every game in his college career.
Oh, by the way, if you're tuning in late, the New Orleans Saints with the second pick overall picked a guy you might have heard of, a Heisman Trophy winner, Reggie Bush. So Bush and Harper, USC and Alabama, they're the Saints picks thus far. And Tom, you made the point before, and I want to reiterate it because we know it's it's dinner time in the East, etc. People may be just tuning in not only to see about Bush and stuff, but 2 franchises. You talked about it off camera, right? New Orleans with Reggie Bush, and Arizona perhaps with Matt Leinart. 2 franchises have some things to, if these guys pan out and we think they will, hang their hat on 2 franchises begging for something to happen.
I think that coaches tend to look for the kind of players who can be the face of your franchise for the foreseeable future, and I think that's possibly what you get with those 2 guys. And that kind of player doesn't always come along. The high character guy who also is the outstanding and great athlete, you can put him out front with your organization for the next, 7 to 10 years. That's a guy that's hard to find.
And Matt Leinart is that for Arizona, but boy, Reggie Bush, with all New Orleans has gone through, and I'm talking about, I feel good about Reggie Bush going to New Orleans, and we all do, what he'll do for that city, because he's such a great person, such a great guy. He'll help rebuild that football team in that community.
And he'll put fannies in the seats, which Tom Benson, the owner, is looking for, certainly, to get some people back in the Superdome, and they will be playing in the Superdome.
No question about that. We're in the middle of the second round here at Radio City Music Hall, a place where it's been entertaining folks for 3/4 of a century. We hope we're doing that now. We'll be back.
Liner throws, touchdown Trojan. Steps in, fires, passes, caught. Touchdown, D'Angelo time, touchdown, Tigers.
Touchdown, USC, Lindale White.
Welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Now, and Gene Washington ready to go to the podium. And here's a name you might know, Tennessee on the board.
With pick number 45, Tennessee has selected from USC, running back, Lindale White.
There we go with Tennessee, baby.
Well, Jeff Fisher and Norm Chow get their Trojan, a different one, but certainly one that they know. And Tennessee, remember when they were rolling? I mean, they're big back Eddie George. I'm not saying that they run the same style, but they certainly had some success by running a big running back.
It's not going to be Matt Leinart handing the ball off to Lendale White. It'll be Vince Young. But when you look at Lendale White, 6.7-yard average per carry. You watch him for his career at USC. 21 rushing touchdowns this past year, 52 for his career. Kid between the tackles does a heck of a job, moving the chains, scoring touchdowns, and a kid who brings an attitude on the field. You say, well, he's not focused during the offseason, doesn't work as hard during the offseason, but on game day and during the course of that season, he gives you everything he has. Now, what he has to realize is the NFL is a 12-month-a-year job. Once he does that, and Jeff Fisher, I think, when Norm Chow will convince him of that, there's no question this kid has skills. Now, we're only in the second round. This kid didn't fall to the fourth round.
That's right.
There's been a lot of daggone good running backs in round 2. In fact, at one point 3 years ago, 21 of the 32 starting running backs went from the second round on. So this has always been from the second round on where the running backs that have been productive in the NFL tend to go.
And remember, late in the Rose Bowl, it was him in the game, right? Which was interesting, but with the Heisman Trophy winner, there was Lendale running.
You know what I heard about the weight thing? And I think being in the NFL is going to help him. He gained weight, actually, after their regular season game against UCLA, the end of the season. That month between that game and the national championship game against Texas is when he ballooned up. In the NFL, hey, you don't have those big bye weeks, you don't get a month off in season. So I think once this guy gets in season, once he gets in training camp, Jeff Fisher will keep him in shape.
The thing that he brings that you cannot pay for is that ability to take the ball from the 5-yard line into the end zone. Most running backs don't have it. You think about historically the backs at the University of Southern California. This guy scored the most touchdowns in the history of that at school. That's got to mean something. And somebody's getting a gym here.
And then that's
Jeff
exactly
Fisher's
what it is.
getting a gym.
And that's what exactly what it is. And Norm Child will know how to motivate them, Tom. But you can't blame people now because this league is about motivation. And if you're not motivated with millions of dollars on the line, it's going to be a problem you being motivated with millions in your pocket. Now, it works out that he goes to a great place for him because Chris Brown, he stays hurt a lot too. He'll get some work, he'll get some run, and he's an offense that he knows.
Yeah, Tennessee really trying to pick it up from the bottom. You know, they're usually a playoff team, and obviously we will address, and they will address whether Steve McNair will be back. The odds on is that he may be going elsewhere, but Jeff Fisher will try very hard to keep Steve McNair there as he's already drafted Vince Young. So Lendale White goes to Tennessee. Let's go down to Susie Culber. Suze?
Well, Chris, one of the things that has marked this draft is new beginnings. 10 new head coaches, 7 first-time head coaches, and one of those first-timers is Sean Payton, who heads the New Orleans Saints. And Sean, when you saw that Reggie Bush was going to be on the board for the number 2 pick, what was the first thing that went through your mind?
Well, you know, last night we had heard that this might be a possible scenario. We spent some time last night visiting, and this morning we got up, and sure enough, it appeared that was the case. We were excited. We think he's a fantastic weapon offensively, also a great guy, and someone that I think will bring excitement here to this city, this town, and this region. So as an organization, you know, we couldn't be more excited.
And trying to keep everyone on the roster happy, how do you address Deuce McAllister, obviously another high-priced back that you already have?
Well, I think that falls on us as coaches. You know, we'll have various personnel packages and you know, the things that both these players bring to the table. Reggie brings a threat in the passing game as well as the running game, and Deuce is certainly a guy that has had a great start in his career. So we'll come up with enough ways to get these guys the touches, and those are good problems to have.
What is a realistic timetable for your quarterback, Drew Brees?
You know, just from talking with Drew last night, he feels he's ahead of schedule. He's begun to throw in his rehabilitation. I think that, you know, we expect this June mini camp for him to be involved in taking snaps. We'll monitor how many throws he gets and make sure that we don't overdo it. But I think the type of player he is and the type of worker he is, that was part of the investment in him, and he's doing well so far. We're excited about it.
Sean, we look forward to seeing you in your home opener on Monday Night Football.
We look forward to seeing you as well. Thanks, Susie.
Thank you, Sean. Chris, let's go back to you.
All right, Susie, thank you very much. And so Sean Payton, one of the new head coaches, a guy certainly not new to this league, and that would be the general manager of the New York Football Giants, our Coors Light video phone. And joining us now from about 8 miles away, that would be Ernie Accorsi of the New York Football Giants. And Ernie, you went down and got Tunuka in the first round, and you went up and got Moss in the second round. So always be near the phone, I guess. You've known that for a long time, haven't you?
Yes, Chris, it's good being with you. Well, had we not made the trade in the first round, we wouldn't have had the extra pick to make the trade for Moss. So we were happy that in the first round, you know, we have 2 great defensive ends. But our feeling is that you never have enough of pass rushers. They're the home run hitters. They're the people who put the pressure on the defense, on the offense, for your defense. So we just couldn't pass him up. And then picking up that extra third gave us the ability to move up to get Moss.
A walk back a week, Ernie, and LeVar Arrington, the signing of him, didn't look like for a while that would get done. What changed things, and describe his attitude in his first few days as a Giant?
Well, we tried to be patient, Chris. In the beginning, certainly we wanted a physical examination, and we couldn't get one. Once we got the physical and felt satisfied in that respect, then we started to resume negotiations. We came up with something that was, you know, satisfiable to us and to him. He's a great kid. I talked to Marty Schottenheimer this morning, who coached him, a very dear friend of mine, and Marty was telling me he loved being around him. He excites the locker room. The one thing, Chris, is we have a number of outstanding players on defense. We don't have a lot of huge players. We don't have a lot of size, and he gives us a big, powerful player on defense.
Eli Manning going into year 3. Sky's still the limit, I assume, in your eyes.
I think the young man has great ability. I wish I could be around long enough to see all these years. I mean, I hope I'm on this earth, but I mean in this job, but I won't be. But I think he's going to have an outstanding year. He played brilliantly the first half of the season. Came in a little bit of a slump the second year, but that happens. I expect big things from him this year.
Well, let's go back to it. I know this is a draft the first year without Mr. Mara, Mr. Tisch, and you stayed on for an extra year. Is this going to be it for you in this role as GM with the Giants, Ernie?
Chris, it probably is. 35 years is a good round number. This is my 35th draft and probably my last.
Number 47. The Packers have
well, we congratulate you on being a friend of ours, and how about the team that the Giants, you restored it to help win the division last year, and I know that that you're looking for even bigger and better things this year. Thanks for joining us, and don't go away too soon, will you?
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. My pleasure.
Thank you, Ernie, of course, a guy that we've gotten to know through the years, a guy that Mel taught you a couple things too, Mel. When we talk with Lendell White when we come back, stay with us.
I am Lendell White.
A cruising run for Lendell White.
Yeah, in life you got two options. That chose to win, write my life to a pen. I strive to be the best, that's what God intends.
You're watching the NFL Draft on ESPN.
Welcome back, everybody, to Radio City Music Hall on 6th Avenue between 51st and 52nd Street. It opened Christmas week in 1932 with Ray Bolger, the Flying Walendas, and the Rockettes. Gone on to produce the Radio City Christmas Spectacular with the Rockettes, 36 strong, over 3/4 of a century of entertainment. 300 million people have come into this building since it opened in earnest the last week in 1932 to see the likes of Sinatra and Ella Fitzgerald and Count Basie. You can go on and on and on. Movie debuts. It's just a pleasure to have the NFL Draft in here in such a historic building. We can go on and on and on, and during the third round we will. Down to Susie Colbert.
Well, Chris, the Tennessee Titans 9-23 over the last two seasons. It seems as though they've certainly helped themselves in this draft. Two marquee players, quarterback Vince Young in the first round. In the second round, Lendell White, the power back out of USC. And we welcome Lendell in live from Denver. And Lendell, we've watched you wait 6 hours, 20 minutes. Put this in perspective, how you've dealt with the day.
Oh, well, honestly, the wait's been hard all day. You know, it's been a lot of fun, though, just sitting here with all my family and friends. It's been long overdue. Coach Fish and the Titans took a chance and they picked me up, and I'm happy. I can't wait. I'm excited to work with the program, and I can't wait to start winning football games.
Your numbers, your production at USC are clear. Through the whole process, what's the biggest criticism that you've heard?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Through the process, what has been the biggest criticism that you've heard?
I think the main thing that I've been hearing this whole time is that I'm lazy and I'm not a hard worker. It's just unfortunate. I don't know. I think I kind of take that as a slap in the face because I know how hard I work, and I don't believe that you can have success the way you do unless you work hard.
What do you think the consequences of that have been?
Honestly, I don't know. I just can't wait to get in the Titans and start winning football games.
You're on the field for the title game, playing against Vince Young. Explain to us what's that like in terms of chemistry on a football field, to have fought your heart out against someone, and now you and Vince will share the same field.
I'm sorry, it's loud. I can't hear it.
That's okay. Playing with Vince Young. What do you expect that's like after having to go against him in it?
I can't hear. I want to win football games with the Tennessee Titans. I'm happy. Vince Young, we back together. Hey, it's a celebration. Thank you.
There you go. A good day all around for Lendell White. Chris.
All right, Susie, thank you. Well, hey, I don't need whatever the question is.
You either.
Let's play football.
That T-shirt say "Got robbed"?
Uh-huh.
I think that T-shirt said "Got robbed."
Yes, it did.
Well, maybe the teams that didn't take him got around. All right, here's a couple of picks. St. Louis, Joel Kloffenstein, tight end of Colorado, the Buffaloes. Mel?
Well, you need a tight end if you're the St. Louis Rams, Boomer. They didn't get much in terms of productivity out of that spot. Brandon Manu Maliuna, only 66 receptions in his 5 years, only a 9.8-yard average. They need somebody that can get down and stretch that deep middle. Joe Klopfenstein's a big target, 6'5.5", 252 pounds, runs well in the 4.6 range, presents an ideal target in the hook zones. Concentration lapses cause some drop balls, but that's uncharacteristic of Klopfenstein because he does have real good hands. We saw that throughout his career at Colorado. Scored on plays covering 43 and 78 yards, so he does present some big playability from that tight end spot. Blocking needs to improve. I think you look at him strength-wise, he doesn't play to the level of those 27 reps at the combine, but he does present ability in the passing game. This is the St. Louis Rams team, has the ability at wide receiver. They have not had a tight end really step up more and make plays in the passing game. Klopfenstein, that's his forte, getting open and catching the football.
And they've been disappointed with Brandon Manu Maliuna as a receiving tight end. This guy, Tommy, you like.
Yeah, I like him because even though when you look at him physically, he looks a little bit stiff when he's doing things, all you continue to see him do is catch the ball and run away from people on the defensive side of the football. So he's more athletic than he appears to be. And you know, I think good kid and very productive.
All right, so those are the Rams pick, and certainly with the passing game of the Rams, Klopfenstein will pick right in. Now, here's one of our favorites. Green Bay, in Atlanta spot at 47, has picked a tackle from the Broncos of Boise State, Darren College, who hails from North Pole, Alaska. Now, that's a great place come Christmas time. I mean, there's a lot of things going on in that spot. And will it be Christmas for the Green Bay Packers? He goes to a place close to the North Pole. No?
I'll tell you what, he played on that blue carpet at Boise State, and they threw the ball. It was a wide-open offense, and you watch Darren College, very experienced pass blocker. You'll get him now 6'4.5", 298 pounds. We'll get probably just over 300. There he is against Matthias Kiwanuka, keeping Matthias at bay in pass protection. What he needs to do is get stronger. 21 reps, his run blocking, not where it needs to be. He will be a work in progress early on, but if you can pass block, it can take you a long way, because you can work on your strength, get that weight room, work harder in that area, and all of a sudden I think he can make some progress maybe in his second, third year of his career.
Well, at least he can block for Brett Favre, and he comes from a place much north of Green Bay. So playing at Lambeau Field will be like playing in Florida for him if you come from Alaska, wouldn't you think?
I don't think so, Boom. I think it's pretty cold at Lambeau.
That's more.
What's the zip code of North Pole, Alaska? You don't have that readily, do you? You're not.
Lambeau Field feels like the North Pole.
Meanwhile, Minnesota's it's cold there too, Minnesota, but not as cold as North Pole, Alaska. Plus, just think of the activity around Christmas time. At any rate, Cedric Griffin, cornerback, Texas, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. A good player. Texas,
solid player. Another kid played every position in the defensive secondary at Texas. He's a tough, aggressive football player. He'll come up, he'll hit you, he'll support the run, he'll fly around the field. What he needs to do when he's in a position to make the play on the deep ball, make the play. Too many times you saw a wide receiver still come down with the catch, and Griffin was right there to make a play, either intercept the pass or bat it down, and didn't do it. So that's something he needs to work on. He's a stellar special teams performer. You would expect that from somebody so aggressive and such a good tackler. Gives you that versatility to play any position in that secondary. They immediately put some pressure on Fred Smoot. You look about a secondary with Antoine Winfield in Minnesota. They need another corner to get into that mix. And he does have the versatility to also put some pressure on those safeties. So he upgrades the secondary just from that standpoint. Boom, with the versatility he will be as a rookie, a very good special teams player.
And those are the first picks for new coach Brad Childress. They have a second-round pick coming up, a couple down, and we thought that it might be a quarterback. It still might be, but interesting. The Jets and Dallas have made a trade. The Jets have moved in here and ostensibly to beat Minnesota to the fourth quarterback off the board, who may very well be Brody Croyle. We'll see.
Right.
Hi, everyone. Matt Weiner here with a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. Thanks to the Houston Texans, Reggie Bush fell into the New Orleans Saints' lap with the number 2 pick. Vince Young went right behind him to the Tennessee Titans. A little bit of a surprise. Matt Leinart fell all the way to number 10 in the Arizona Cardinals. Jay Cutler, the third of the big three quarterbacks, goes 1 pick later to the Denver Broncos. Broncos weren't done there. They also acquired Javon Walker in a trade from the Packers. So Cutler and Jake Plummer will have a new receiver to throw to. From the NBA, Vince Carter had 28 points. The Nets evened up their first-round series with Indiana with a 97-88 win. Up to the minute draft news alerts from mobile ESPN. Now back to New York.
All right, Matt, thank you very much, and welcome back to New York. The Jets just made a trade, as we said. We had the right position. We got a different guy. But just a moment ago, the Jets making the trade. Here's Gene Washington, vice president with the league and a former all-pro receiver with the 49ers.
With pick number 49, the Jets have selected from the University of Oregon, quarterback Kellen Clemens.
Well, this is an interesting pick because here's the next round of quarterbacks. Clemens was a guy hurt last year, but and Croyle, and more what you can get into as well. This is the next two guys that you had. You had Croyle and Clemens. What would swing the difference here for the Jets?
Well, I think if you look at Clemens, you say he's coming off an injury boom, which he is in late October, broken ankle, and he was having a heck of a year. It's a shame the injury occurred, but Brody Croyle has also had injury issues as well. So don't feel like, well, they should have taken Croyle over Clemens for that reason. Clemens still some time away from being where he needs to be football-wise and 100%, but you look at this year, you're talking about completing 64% of his passes, 19 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions. His decision-making late in his career really improved. He has a strong arm. He checks in at 6'1½", 222 pounds, and there were those that thought that if he would have played the entire year at 100%, gone to a Senior Bowl, say, and done well, that he could have been a mid to late first-round pick. So I don't know if I'd have pushed him up that high, Mort, but at this point, I thought Minnesota would have taken him. And what did the Jets do? They jumped right ahead of the Vikings.
Right, and, you know, you look at the New York Jets, and when they made their celebrated trek across the country, when they visited Jay Cutler of Vanderbilt and Matt Leinart of USC and Vince Young of Texas was in there, they snuck up the West Coast and went and worked out Kellen Clemens of Oregon. And yes, they love Brody Croyle, but the medicals on Brody Croyle, I'm telling you, Brody's had a couple knee surgeries, had a shoulder surgery, just didn't make their doctors comfortable enough, I think, to take him. That's why Clemens got the nod here.
Well, hey, look, what they've done thus far, the Jets, now you say, okay, Eric Mangini, you learned at the foot of Bill Belichick, defensive coordinator last year with the Patriots, secondary coach before that. So then you look at the picks and you say, but see, as a head coach, it's another story. Their defense, they can play with the Jets. The offense just disintegrated in front of their own eyes. So the Jets picks, we have a look at them, they've gone line, and they've gone a quarterback. Brickashaw Ferguson, the outstanding tackle from Virginia, picked near the top of the whole draft. Nick Mangold, center, Ohio State, when nobody questioned was the top-ranked center in this. Remember, they lost Mawai. And now with Pennington, we'll see. Patrick Ramsey, they get in the trade from Washington, but yet here's a young kid, and maybe they strike some pay dirt with him. So they've addressed offense, which is a team that got old in a hurry. You know, they have Curtis Martin a year later from his fantastic rushing title season. You know, Curtis won't be quite the same. He wasn't last year. So they really got to rebuild the whole unit. They certainly have done that thus far today, fellas.
And Curtis is coming off of a knee injury, so they still need a good running back to get in and take some of the load off Curtis Martin.
You know, on draft day, we have a half dozen of the picks here in New York at Radio City, and then they get on the planes and they fly to where they're going, and then they're introduced to the local media, and they meet the coach and the head first, etc. But in DeBrickashaw Ferguson's case, just get in a car, go, just head out to Long Island. Sal Palantonio at Jets headquarters.
And you know, Boom, DeBrickashaw Ferguson knows Long Island well. He grew up in Freeport, Long Island, which is about, what, 10 miles away maybe?
Yeah,
not even that much. So you're happy to be a New York Jet because you grew up around here. Now they're going to be slotting you in at probably left tackle, right tackle pretty soon. What kind of impact do you think you can make on this team right away?
You know, I'm going to leave that all up to the coaches. You know, I'm just going to come here and try to be a team player. I'm going to go out there and work hard and, you know, allow all those decisions to be up to the coaches.
Now, this team obviously was decimated by injuries on offensive line. Obviously, their quarterback, Chad Pennington, has suffered because of the lack of protection. So you've got a lot of responsibilities on your shoulder, being picked number 4 and to come into an offensive line. What have the coaches told you about what your role will be right away?
Again, I know that as an offensive lineman, it's real key that I just really work on my fundamentals, really learn the game, and just be a type of player that I can learn and just understand what I'm doing. So when my time is, when it's time for me to play, that I'll have more success.
Were you a Jets fan growing up?
Always. Jets is number one.
Now, you know the pressure of playing in New York. You listen to sports radio around here. Yeah. The Jets passed on Reggie Bush. They passed on taking Matt Leinart. There's going to be a lot of pressure on you. How do you begin to handle all that?
One day at a time, you know, taking small steps. I know if I'm doing my best out there and really trying to do well for the team, then I think the team will respect that.
Guy named Curtis Martin's going to want you to open up some big holes for me. Ready?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hopefully together, you know, things will look good.
Thanks for joining us. Let's go to Trey Wingo. Trey?
All right, Sal, thanks very much. Welcome into the NFL Live Set. By the way, DeBrickashaw got his name, DeBrickashaw Ferguson, from the book The Thornbirds and the TV series named after that. Little bonus information. The Jets also picked up Kellen Clemens. I have no idea why he was named Kellen, by the way. Quarterback out of Oregon. Mark Schlereth.
How can you not know that?
It's the one thing I can't give you at this moment. Ron Jaworski, you really like this quarterback, Kellen Clemens, maybe even as much as the big three we've been talking about for so long.
I remember after looking at 5 games of Kellen Clemens about 6 weeks ago, I called Merrill Hodge and I said, Merrill, I love this guy. He is wired right. He's intelligent. He knows what to do with the football. He's got a strong arm, compact delivery. If you want a great player to be a great coach, in the NFL, you have to make this throw down the seams against a single high safety. This is a critical throw to be successful with at the NFL. Now, it's here, right now, that Kellen will make the decision to throw the football. His anticipation is fantastic. And in the NFL, you've got to be a great anticipator. Clemens understood the single high safety. He was responsible for keeping that safety in the middle, away from his receiver. In this case, it was Demetrius Williams. You'll see him look, stare down that free safety, manipulate him, move him, get him out of the area where that safety wants to go. He's going to open up the hole for Williams. And look at him flick this throw. Now, I love the location on the backside shoulder because the contact is coming. He understood ball placement, like real estate, location, location, location. There is no doubt. Kellen Clemens will be a starter in the National Football League, and I think he has a chance to be a great one. In 5 or 6 years, people may be saying, why did everyone bypass Kellen Clemens just like they did on Tom Brady? This kid is special.
And what did I say when you called me? I said, I know, I just got done watching the exact same 5
You agreed with me.
And one of the reasons I did like him is because he ran in the exact same system that Vince Young did in Texas. But what you could tell by that playbook there, he understands coverages. He knew how to manipulate. He had a better anticipation of throwing the football. And look at the transition into New York. One thing that is critical, the elements in November. There's this wind. The door opens up, and that must have, you must have a big-time arm to be able to throw the football. That is why Matt Leinart wouldn't fit here. Kellen Clemens does, and I also agree with Jaws. I think this is a terrific pick because it's in the 2nd round. If you make a mistake here, you don't get fired.
But I tell you what, you keep comparing him to Tom Brady, you may get fired if he doesn't look to be that good of a pick. So Kellen Clemens is a good pick for the Jets in the 2nd round. However, listen, our big hoss here has been praising the Jets all day long for building from the inside, going Mangold and Big DeBrickashaw with their first 2 picks.
Yeah, obviously, because you know, you look at the Jets, they get it. They understand how to build a franchise. You build a franchise from the core, from the inside out. You go after DeBrickashaw Ferguson, who is athletically the best tackle in this draft. Does he have some issues on technique? Certainly he does. Nick Mangold, he is nasty, finishes plays from the center position. You've got 2 guys that can be a mainstay, a cornerstone of your franchise for the next 12 years and are going to protect quarterbacks right now. Even if Clemens isn't ready to go, guys, even if he's not ready to play this early, guess what? They're going to be protecting quarterbacks who need protection. So you look at it from that standpoint, they know what they're doing.
Props to the Jets. Insurance commercial there.
Well, look, you're in good hands with Schlereth.
There
No question about it. And the Jets may be in good hands with Mangold and DeBrickashaw Ferguson. They were 30th in sacks allowed last season. That should change with these 2 guys up front. As you saw from the fashion show earlier, he's a DeBrickashaw house, ladies and gentlemen.
I am DeBrickashaw Ferguson.
He may be the best offensive lineman in the country. They call him Brick.
You watch the NFL Draft on ESPN.
Welcome back to New York, the 71st NFL Draft. And it was the offseason of quarterback moves. Dante Culpepper goes from Minnesota to Miami. Drew Brees started a couple years in San Diego, did so well, went to New Orleans. to replace Aaron Brooks, who moved on to Oakland, who let loose of Kerry Collins. Meanwhile, Brian Greasy now backing up Grossman in Chicago. Patrick Ramsey backing up Chad Pennington with the New York Jets. John Kitna came in relief of Carson Palmer in Cincinnati. Now probably the starter in Detroit. Town going from Arizona, the man that threw the bomb at the end of the season. And then to beat for Arizona to beat Minnesota that year. He's on to Cleveland. And for Culpepper, the the Minnesota Vikings got a second-round pick. So that's the extra pick that they have in this round. The Vikings just took a center, Ryan Cook from New Mexico, a former walk-on, nicknamed the Hitman, which is pretty good if you're a center, Mel.
He's a huge kid, Chris. He's 6'6.5". He's 325 pounds. Now, he tested out okay strength-wise. I didn't think he played as strong as he tests. I thought some of those defensive tackles in the NFL could push him around a bit. And ultimately, I just wondered athletically, firing out the middle linebacker, can he do the things necessary to be successful in the NFL as a starting center? Thought that maybe offensive tackle could be a possibility for him. So I think if you look at a guy like Ryan Cook, maybe he has dual versatility, but as a center, I think he still needs a little work. But yeah, you're talking about a guy I thought early second round. They take him in the second. They don't take a quarterback. Could have had Brody Coyle. So the heir apparent to Brad Johnson. Who could it be? You still have Charlie Whitehurst. You still have Tavares Jackson on the board from Alabama State. So a little surprising with one of these two second-round picks, Chris, that they did not take a quarterback.
They do have two third, right? A couple more coming up. We'll see. Before that, San Diego got exactly who they wanted in the second round. It was either a name that they were toying with, although they didn't want to necessarily go there in the first round, and that would be tackle Marcus McNeil from Auburn. So the Chargers, we heard Sean Merriman earlier, who was first-round pick last year, say, hey, we need DB help. We need offensive line help. You also heard me say it. Tijuana Taxi. And now they've done both, Mel.
And you look at Marcus McNeil. I mean, here's a kid that back in the beginning of the year you would have thought would have been an early to mid-first rounder. There was some talk that maybe Tampa Bay or San Diego in the first round would look at Marcus McNeil. I thought that would have been way too high. But here in round two, let's see if he can develop that talent. He's a skilled kid from a physical standpoint. I mean, he has ability. There's no question about that. But he plays high. Waist bender, not a knee bender. That will cause problems at the pro level. Applying that power, the quickness off the edge could give him trouble. Will he apply that power at right tackle in the NFL? There's also that injury issue with a guy like Marcus McNeil remaining durable at the pro level. But when you're talking about a guy that looked like a top 10 to 15 pick in the first round, even today I heard this morning, maybe a couple teams in the late first round could take him. For San Diego, who needs an heir apparent to Roman Obenmort, at this point in the draft, you really can't argue with it.
Now, the thing about you mentioned the physical Marcus McNeil. I think the reason he went a little bit lower back injury, he had some stenosis in the cervical, but the big thing was the lower back people were concerned about. But this is a value pick right here.
Then the Green Bay Packers with another second-round pick that they have. Just picked wide receiver from Western Michigan, Greg Jennings. So in this round, hey, the Green Bay Packers getting tackle and wide receiver, which would help their returning quarterback, some guy that wears number 4.
This kid you're talking about is one of my major college sleepers in this draft. In the Mid-American Conference did a heck of a job for Western Michigan going to the Green Bay Packers. He will have a chance to play and play well early on in his career and need to be able to produce results for a team that has problems at that wide receiver position. You look at a kid like Greg Jennings, productive, good hands, quick as well as has deep speed, can stretch it vertically, tough. I know if this was a kid in this draft with not many wide receivers emerging, could have been ranked as your 4th wide receiver on the board. Not think anybody could have argued with it. This is a nice pick. We had heard that there were teams like Kansas City and Denver. There were some teams that had an interest in this kid. And all of a sudden, here's Green Bay needing help at wide receiver, getting a good football player in round 2.
Well, and so the Green Bay Packers, don't forget they traded Javon Walker today to the Denver Broncos. So that saga has ended. And really, let's talk about what just happened. Oh, by the way, this week, Brett Favre is playing football for the Green Bay Packers, and nobody really knew, although, man, Mort, I know you've been close to the situation. The longer it lasted, you had a feeling, well, there would be more of a chance. I personally didn't even, I think at the end of the year, he was planning to retire, but the months came, the competitive juices flew, and so what kind of season do we think Brett Favre can have with the Green Bay Packers? And were you surprised that he decided, I'm back?
No, the longer time went on, and Brett was starting to say, I want to play football. The desire is there. He just wanted to know that the Green Bay Packers were going to be playoff competitive. On paper, you look at the Packers, you wouldn't say they are, but what the Packers believe they have is that they kept a lot of their unrestricted free agents, maybe not named players. They got Amon Green back and Najee Davenport back at wide receiver. this, obviously they got A.J. Hawk today to help that defense. They got Charles Woodson to help that defense. But, to losing Javon Walker, I know that Jennings is a guy that a lot of people like, but as Brett said it a couple of weeks ago, there's no rookie that really is going to come in and have an impact right now. So I think that this is still a borderline team in terms of can they be playoff.
But the receivers can help you, and he fits in the mold of those receivers in Green Bay, the Antonio Freemans and those type guys that were not real big superstars that can come in and still help. But I'm questioning how great Brett Favre can be this year after taking so much time just to decide if he's going to play.
If he wants to be, it'll be exciting.
All right.
I don't know if they're a playoff team, but he'll have a better year than last year. I feel confident saying that. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the birth of a new breed of professional athlete. This is the new life, the new style, the way forward. Can you hear the future beckoning? A mogul in the making. His finesse and intelligence are the keys to his success. The ever smooth, the ever sophisticated. The Angela Williams, running back, Memphis. He laughs in the face of adversity. Completely unafraid to step up to the mic. A true rock star. Jay Cutler, quarterback, Vanderbilt. He pulls the strings, manipulating people as if they were but pawns. Tribute must be paid, or it will come to collect. The Breakershaw Ferguson, offensive tackle, Virginia! Follow me to witness the future as it continues to unfold.
We used to have a Notre Dame tight end.
Bavaro. Welcome back to Radio City Music Hall, and we have reached 7 hours of our continuing coverage for the latter part of the second round. Radio City Music Hall, built by the money of John D. Rockefeller and helped by impresario Roxy Rothafel way back in the 30s. This became just a glittering and classy venue, which it remains today, 3/4 of a century later. First round, 12 ACC players, which is a record. 7 defensive backs selected, which ties a record. 9 trades. It's been a trading. It's been a Monty Hall second round. Let's make a deal. And we're reaching the latter stages of round number 2. Dallas just picked in the 53rd spot, and they have selected Anthony Fasano, who flourished in Charlie Weiss's offense last year with Notre Dame. And certainly with Notre Dame on TV and so popular, we got to see his work quite a bit last year, Mel.
Charlie Weiss, talk about his influence in that Notre Dame offense with Brady Quinn, who could end up being the #1 pick next year at quarterback if he has a great year. And Charlie Weiss allowed Fasano to really emerge. Caught a lot of balls in this offense, 45 receptions, 12.4-yard average, and 2 touchdowns. You watch him here, number 88, an athletic kid at a 33.5 vertical. Runs pretty well as well. You're talking about 6'4", 260-pound kid. And Anthony Fasano, tough as well. I think the blocking is something you want to see on a more consistent basis. He's a tough, aggressive kid who'll get after you, but game to game needs to pick that up. Mark Bavaro, Anthony Fasano, Bill Parcells, more Charlie Weiss connection. Dallas needing another tight end in that mix with Jason Witten.
Yeah, Coach Parcells went into this draft hoping that he could get some help and have a tight end duo to go with Jason Witten, his most productive tight end on that.
So an Irish goes with a Carpenter, and those are the picks thus far for Bill Parcells here in round number 2. Next up, the Chiefs, followed by the Bengals, followed by the Ravens. The last third of round number 2 here at Radio City, New York.
Welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock as we roll through the second round. Guys, 10 new head coaches in the NFL. So much for the loyalty and respect factor, huh?
Absolutely.
Herman Edwards for you.
That's right.
Scott Linehan for you.
Yes.
Mike McCarthy for you. Trent, start with you. New coach. The change? Is it good in Kansas City as well as the other two places?
Well, you know what? Our situation's a little bit different with Coach Vermeil deciding to retire as opposed to being forced out. It was a situation where when we were able to get Herman Edwards, he came in and he made a decision right away to tell us what he expected, what he wants out of every player, what he wants out of the system. He's very direct. He's not going to beat around the bush. There's no gray area with Herman Edwards. The people in New York know that. He came in right away and he told everybody what the expectations were. It's a black and white thing and what direction and what expectations we have.
And I think with Coach Linehan and what happened with us in St. Louis last year with Coach Mars, I think this organization definitely wanted to go in a new direction. I think coming off this first minicamp that we had with Coach Linehan, a very winning attitude, new energy. I thought he did a real good job of calling in some of the vets and some of the younger players and speaking with us and asking us what type of concerns we had within the team. Is there anything that he needs to know? So right there, that tells me right now that this coach Linehan has the initiative. He wants to know what's going on with the team. He has an understanding and trying to find out what it is that we need and what we need from him to help us get going in the right direction.
Regardless of popular opinion, Ted Thompson and our board decided we needed a change, and Mike McCarthy is a great fit. Former offensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers coming to us. He's a great quarterback for us. Oh, excuse me, great quarterback as far as a head coach goes. He's leading things in. He's making sure that all the guys are fitting into the system the way they need to. He's bringing the right package. He's bringing a different offensive scheme for us, different coaching staff. It's going to be a good challenge for veterans like myself.
William, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the other advantage we have with Coach Edwards is the fact that he was a player.
Absolutely.
So he comes in right away. He already gets that respect because he's been on the field and he's played before. So from the veteran guys, they respect the fact that he's been on the field. So when he comes in and demands certain things, you know where he's coming from because he has that history.
Well, not only a player, but he's also been a head coach where Scott and Mike McCarthy have not been head coaches at the NFL level. So, Torrey, what's the biggest challenge that faces a new head coach that comes into an organization?
Well, I think right now, you know, he's trying to establish a relationship and a rapport with the players, and especially the older guys. For any new coach coming to this situation, you're going to be a little nervous, and you're going to anticipate, and you're going to be over anxious about certain things. So you try to get that rapport and respect from your veteran guys, and if you get that from them and they buy over and win over your philosophy, then it's easy to translate that to a lot of the younger players. And I think right now Coach Linehan is all ears. I think he's brought in a good staff with Hazard now running the defense. I think they're putting the people around him that's going to allow us to have a successful season this year, and it's going to allow him to be a successful winning coach in his first year.
The biggest challenge for Coach Edwards is the fact coming in, nobody wants us to change our offense, and he made it very clear from day one, his first press conference, we're not going to change the offense. We have lost offensive coordinator Al Saunders, went to Washington. Mike Solari is going to step up and be offensive coordinator. But he doesn't want to make any changes in offense, and that's a great move. We've got ourselves established on the offensive side of the ball. Defensive side of the ball, Gunther Cunningham stays on as defensive coordinator, but we replace that entire staff. So you've got to mesh all these guys together. And obviously, Coach Edwards being in New York, everybody from a public standpoint knows a lot more about him than some of these other coaches because of the media attention you get in New York. So he's got to come in, not only establish himself and what he wants to get done as a head coach, but he has an entire new staff that he's working with.
McCarthy is coming in with a blue-collar mentality. He's a former Pittsburgh guy, tells everybody about his steel, living near the steel yards and things like that. He wants everybody to be blue-collar. So the new change was this year, he's asking everybody to be in Green Bay working out throughout the year. Basically, everybody coming in on the same page. There's no superstars. He wants everybody in-house, working hard together and developing the chemistry from the ground up. So that's been a beautiful change.
And for us in St. Louis, it's a comfortable environment. Still in St. Louis. It was something that Dick Vermeil created, was there when I first got there in '99. It was something that Coach Morris continued to keep there when he took over for Vermeil. And it's the same thing with Linehan. He's keeping a very comfortable environment. And what I mean by that is guys are wanting and excited now about coming to work. And I think that's what it's all about. And another thing I think is very interesting with the addition of Jim Hassel, who's been a head coach before, will also play a major role in Coach Linehan and his progression as a head coach.
Well, Coach Vermeil gets to enjoy retirement while your ex-coach Mike Marks is in Detroit and your ex-Mike Sherman is in Houston. Everybody has a challenge, and it's not easy being a head coach of the National Football League, trying to fix some situations. The 2006 NFL Draft continues right here on ESPN.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Under Armour. Click Clack. Singular, raising the bar. And Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of Super Bowl 41.
Getting to be evening now in the city that never sleeps. We go up here on ESPN until 8 when we move our draft coverage to ESPN2. John Saunders and company take over as NBA playoff action. The Pistons take on the Milwaukee Bucks. The Pistons won the first 2 games there at 10:30 Eastern. Game 4 between the LA Clippers and the Denver Nuggets, with the Clippers up 2-1, both available on ESPN HD. NBA playoffs at ESPN and ABC. It's on, and the draft continues to be on here from Radio City Music Hall in New York. And again, we move over to ESPN2 at the top of the hour. Herm Edwards is the new coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. It cost them a 4th-round pick, which the Jets will get to exercise tomorrow. He got reunited with the guy who first drafted him. That was Carl Peterson, who was running the Philadelphia Eagles with Dick Vermeil back in the late 70s. They consummated the deal. Herm was a free agent back in 77, and they had a dinner at Bookbinders in Philadelphia. Well, when they did this deal, Carl is now president, GM, of course, of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now he's head coach of the Chiefs, and it cost him a 4th-round pick. They did the deal at Bookbinders as well. Same place to eat, and Herm said, look, I was a free agent once. Now I'm all the way up to a 4th-round pick from 77 to 06. So he's reunited with a guy that he knows very well. And Herm Edwards used to making the playoffs, took the Jets to the playoffs more often than not, and was on the Schottenheimer staff for many of the playoff years in Kansas City. Chiefs just picked, and they picked Bernard Pollard, safety from Purdue, who's a very good special teams player, Mel.
Oh, he's a tough kid. He's got linebacker size, but 6'1.5", 225 pounds, can lower the boom. No question about that. Tough kid, aggressive football player. 96 tackles as a junior, led the Boilermakers with 92 this past season. Had a career high 3 interceptions. Now, coverage ability is a concern with Pollard at the next level in the National Football League. But here's a guy I thought there's some negativity. When I talked to some people in the NFL that said, he could maybe drop into the early 2nd day. At one point, he looked like maybe a 1 or a 2. I didn't think he'd go here. I thought he would go more 3rd or 4th round. But obviously, Carl Peterson, Herm Edwards saw something they like here in Bernard Pollard. They still have a cornerback need. Ashton Yabodi, Richard Marshall were on the board. You look at a guy like Devin Hester, a versatile kid out of Miami, say pass on the corner to take the safety.
Can he tackle?
Oh, yeah.
You know what? You saw the name again. If you're tuning in later, hey, look, a lot of the first-round picks and where the quarterbacks went and where Reggie Bush went, intriguing. But Tamba Hali from Penn State, that story that escaped Liberia that we had on a little earlier, that may be one of the most intriguing first-round picks that we've had in a long, long time.
Can he tackle?
Yes, he can tackle. You see the ball? Go get the ball. He does that. Plus, he played for Joe Paterno.
All right, Joe Pop.
From Penn State. But where did Joe go to college? From? Brown University.
Brown University.
Thank you very much. Cincinnati coming up next. Baltimore after that as the 2nd round continues. Here, Joe Paterno. We'll be back.
I'm Reggie Bush.
I am Mario Williams.
I'm Vince Young.
I am D'Brickashaw Ferguson.
With the 15th pick acquired by trade in this 2006 NFL Draft, the St. Louis Rams select Ty Hill, defensive back from Clemson.
So now, first of all, we had Ty Hill, many of us thought, at 11 for the Rams, so they moved down and still got their player, Mel. And now, here go the corners, perhaps.
And you thought going into this past season that cornerback was a strength for this football team. But you look at Jeremitrius Butler off an injury. You look at a guy like Travis Fisher, disappointing year. You look at a guy like Ty Hill, though, 5'9.5", 185 pounds. You see the ability there, the ball skills, the ability to locate the football and make the play. And I tell you, a kid who's very tough, has that spunky approach. He showed that down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl practices when I really thought he was one of the top 2 or 3 players on the field. You see him there locked up in one-on-one coverage against Norris Moss. And it's Norris Moss, one of the fastest players in the draft. Was he able to explode away, accelerate away from Hill? No, he wasn't. Ty Hill at the combine ran a 4.3 640 at 5'9.5", 185 pounds. Also had a 41-inch vertical jump. Tough kid, can get off that corner in blitz situations and do the job. Remember, recruited as a running back, played running back early on with the Clemson Tigers. There again at the combine, showing that speed. I thought, despite the fact we had some bigger corners, I thought he was a best pure cover guy in this draft. The Senior Bowl solidified his position in the mid-first round. For a Ram defense that needed some help with the situation at quarterback.
Yeah, they went south in a hard. They were never great, even when they were winning divisions defensively. But now you saw what happened last year.
Well, and they have been active in the free agent market addressing their defense this offseason. And the key guys there, Will Witherspoon, the linebacker from Carolina Panthers, one of the best in the league. And then you had a Leroy Glover, a veteran defensive tackle. Not to mention Jim Haslett.
Yes.
Defensive coordinator, former Saints coach.
Right.
They've done a lot to improve their defense.
Yeah, and a new regime in St. Louis. Here's the trade again. Denver and St. Louis swap picks, as we said. St. Louis moved down for. Still got a guy that we had slotted for him at 11, and then pick up a high third. That was San Francisco's. So Ty Hill is gone, and you point out Jim Haslett, which is a good thought, and a new regime in St. Louis. I mean, everything that's going on, we have not seen an offseason like this as far as the head coaches. 10 teams with new head coaches, 7 of them with first-time head coaches, all of whom were NFL assistants. Not a big college name coming in, like Scott Linehan will be the head coach at St. Louis, like we saw at the top with Houston and Kubiak and New Orleans, et cetera, in Detroit. So a real change, not so much of the guard, but when you change 10 out of 32 head coaches, 7 who have not had head coach experience, keep in mind it's a flux year or two in the NFL. Now, back to the cornerback run, Mel. Who are we looking at now?
Well, I think you got a lot of talent. There's no question. That's a position of strength, especially mid to late first round. Antonio Cromartie, we've highlighted the last couple weeks as one of the hot guys in this first round mix. Now in a position maybe to be a Miami Dolphin. His workout was extraordinary, even though he missed this past year with a knee injury. You see a guy like Jonathan Joseph, kind of a one-year wonder, former junior college transfer, injured in 2004, but a nice season and certainly showed great potential. Richard Marshall out of Fresno State played for a great football coach. Pat Hill, one of the most underrated head coaches in all of college football, developing first-round talent like Logan Mankins last year on the offensive line. Marshall, a late first, early second. Ashton Ubodi in that late first, early second-round mix, as is Kelly Jennings. And not on that list is another kid, Jason Allen out of Tennessee. Some people think Allen's a corner. Some think a free safety. So you're getting a lot of value in the secondary. Manny Lawson, a defensive end outside linebacker, still on the board. Winston Justice, as Ward talked about. And Chad Greenway, linebacker, Iowa. Those are the non-defensive backs still on the board that are in this position of the draft.
This is where the draft changes, because everybody up to now below 5. There were nobody who was 7-9 last year. There was only one 8-8 team last year, and that was Atlanta. And they're not picking in the first round. So we've gone from 6 and 10s, and now here you go to Miami and the 9 and 7 teams. It's really a shift. So now the teams that are almost in the playoffs and playoffs, boom, usually get about 8-8 teams. Not the case. So here comes Miami, Minnesota, Dallas, San Diego, Kansas City teams almost in the playoffs last year, as we're midway through the first round for the 2006 draft.
I'm Michael Huff. I'm Jay Cutler. I'm Reggie Bush. You're watching the 2006 NFL Draft on ESPN.
Miami Dolphins now on the clock, 16th overall pick in the first round. Where will they go? Welcome back to the NFL Live set. Trey Wingo, Mark Schlereth, Merrill Hodge, Ron Jaworski. You know, this draft really changed, guys, before the draft, with Drew Brees going to New Orleans and Dante Culpepper going to Miami. Culpepper may not be there, Merrill, for the start of the season. What can he bring to the Dolphins?
Well, explosiveness. And that's when you look at offenses in the National Football League. If you can attack vertically, you become a special offense. And that's what Dante Culpepper will bring to the Miami Dolphins. Look at the press coverage, a blitz look. The goal for this one, if you can throw the ball down the field, you have to make the one-on-ones pay. Dante Culpepper identifies the pre-snap read. First of all, he holds the safety in the middle, and I'm telling you, folks, this is a rare throw if you can throw it to the wide side of the field. From the end zone, though, you'll see Culpepper's responsibility. He must hold that safety on the hash at the narrow side of the field. Does a great job by looking at the wide receiver on that side. He knows where he wants to go. He wants to go on the backside. But here's the amazing throw. Very few quarterbacks in the NFL can make this throw. We have had 3 quarterbacks go already in the draft. There's only one quarterback that's been drafted thus far that can make a throw like that, and that would be Jay Cutler. That's why the other 2 to me, have a lot of weaknesses coming to the National Football League, but the Miami Dolphins do not have that weakness as far as
Merle, what you just showed us was a healthy Dante Culpepper. You have to remember he's coming off three torn ligaments in his knee. That is not easy to come back from. If he is healthy, he has some outstanding receivers to throw to. When you look at Marty Booker and Chris Chambers on the outside, Randall McDaniel back on the McMichael back on the inside, you have weapons. Now, the question mark for the Dolphins will be that offensive line. But if Culpepper is healthy, they now have, as Merrill showed, a guy that can attack the entire football field. Long, short, intermediate, sideline to sideline, Trey.
Well, but he's not healthy, and they're making preparations for him not to be there maybe halfway through the season. Right now, the only other Dolphins quarterback on the roster is Cleo Lemon. The Joey Harrington deal is still out there, but it officially has not been done yet. We'll see if that gets done, and Joey would leave Detroit and head down to Miami. Dolphins are on the clock. We send it back to Boomer in New York.
All right, Trey, thank you very much. I believe Joey Harrington will be in the Dolphins, whether it's a trade for like a sixth or at the June 1st so he's cut. But you guys already detailed Culpepper, and that, of course, is the big story in Miami coming up. Another story, of course, Ricky Williams gone for the whole year, suspended. So Ronnie Brown, who they drafted #1 last year with the 2nd overall pick, how will he be lugging the ball all the time? Miami and Nick Saban, you know, many years, is he going to be a coach? Is he going to be... What did they do? They won their last 6 games. They ended up 9-7. His coordinators are Tom Capers on defense, impressive. Mike Mularkey, the Bills' ex-head coach, as offensive. Miami, in a hurry, in 1 year, is a team on the come in. Dante Culpepper, 3 knee ligaments. I don't know that you can just say, even though he's making the throws, you don't know week 1, although the Dolphins are very upbeat about it, Mort.
No, they are upbeat about it. And you know, it's funny. It's the anterior cruciate ligament that always keeps these guys out for so long. It's that posterior cruciate ligament that really bothers quarterbacks because of their dropbacks and what have you. But I know this much. Clearly, the Miami did not want to have to give up a 2nd-round draft pick for a quarterback because they don't have a lot. Nick Saban values those picks. They were very interested in Drew Brees, obviously concerned about Brees' shoulder, enough so that they would rather use a 2nd-round pick to get a quarterback coming off major knee surgery. They do think he'll be close around September. If not, Joey Harrington will be there, I believe.
It's not just the ligament in his knee, but it's the ligament in his head also. You got to think about Dante Culpepper coming into the league, and he had Chris Carter in his ear all the time when it was time to play. And then Chris Carter moved on, and Randy Moss was there. Last year was his first year without either of those guys, and he had to self-motivate himself to get ready. And he wasn't able to do that. He had a tough season. I talked to Jason Garrett, the quarterback coach for the Miami Dolphins. He knows he has to get Dante Culpepper to be the leader that he can be.
You're not going to have any problem with motivation when Nick Saban's your head coach.
That's right.
Trust me.
That's right. That would be the case. You better watch out for your posterior if Nick Saban is the head coach. The pick is in for Miami, year 2. Nick Saban.
With the 16th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jason Allen, defensive back from the University of Tennessee.
Well, we just saw Jason Allen from Tennessee waiting, and there's the celebration right now. Hey, look, one thing we know about Nick Saban and the way they play defense, size matters big time, and defensive backs, you better be a big player. 6'1", 208 Mel, certainly a big DB.
And ironically tried to be recruited to LSU by Nick Saban. So Nick knew Jason Allen, had a lot of information, a lot of detailed study on Jason Allen coming out of the high school ranks, and wanted him obviously in LSU. He went to Tennessee, had a heck of a career, played cornerback as well as free safety. Tough kid, 6'1", 208-pounder, and has that linebacker mentality, played cornerback, as I said, very effectively as well as free safety with that 4.41 speed and just under a 40-inch vertical jump. Now, he had that hip injury in October in a game against Georgia. There was a concern how far he'd drop, but here at the Combine, showing again that he did not lose any speed, was going to be ready to go and at 100%. I talked to Jason Allen a couple weeks ago, and this kid is highly motivated. He knew he was a top 10 pick going into the season, thought he had dropped into the 2nd round, and certainly was excited ecstatic to learn that he was in the middle of the first round, either to Miami. He wanted to go there because of the Nick Saban connection. Minnesota, Dallas, I've been talking about with Bill Parcells, needing a free safety desperately. But for a Miami football team that had Travis Daniels, who Nick coached at LSU, he gives them dual versatility more.
Well, you mentioned Nick's familiarity with the Southeastern Conference. That's true. You saw him dip there last year for 2 or 3 players.
Here it is.
Channing Crowder of Florida. And that's because Nick has recruited every one of these guys. You're right. He has more information on guys who played in that conference. Right. He recruited them, and he played against them.
And he knows all the coaches. He knows who to talk. Might as well use it a couple of years from now. He won't know the kids anymore in that conference. Right.
Hey, let me tell you about Jason Allen, though. As I watch Jason Allen, I love him, and I hear people say you can play him at corner. I studied him on film. In this league, he will be a safety, but you can let him play some coverage. You can't put him on a corner all the time against the receivers that play in the NFL. He would have a tough go at that, but he will be a great safety because you see he will bring up and put a big hit on him.
You know, one of the things that we're seeing is I think the recent history of the NFL is the hard-hitting safeties, the guy who come up and hit like the linebackers. But I think that you are now seeing these coaches go back to that safety who can run, who can play that last line of defense for you, who will not allow you to get beat over the top. And I think that Jason Allen fits that bill.
As well as having the ability to cover the slot guy.
That's correct. That's correct. Cover, but also can get deeper than the deepest.
Miami made a quantum leap last year under Nick Saban, and now the Dallas Cowboys, almost a playoff team a year ago. With they picked Minnesota is next, then Dallas, then San Diego, then Kansas City. You're almost teams. Here comes that run. Vikings first pick for new coach Brad Childress coming up.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Hummer H3, official vehicle of the 2006 NFL Draft. Hummer, like nothing else. And Wendy's 4 new Frescata sandwiches. Do Wendy's. Do what tastes right. Under Armour Draft Flashback.
The clock is winding down on the Vikings. What's going on here?
You gotta like 7 players. There's 7 players in all of America that you can pick.
If Leftwich is your guy, you get it in now.
Right, well, because you remember, pass just means 5, 10, 15 seconds. Doesn't matter.
The card is in, but whose card? Whose card? The suspense is killing us.
With the 8th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Byron Leftwich, quarterback from
Minnesota can run up at any time with their pick, but Carolina's going to beat them to the clock.
The Carolina Panthers select Jordan Gross, offensive tackle from Utah.
Well, here comes Baltimore with speed, Carl Lewis-like.
Maybe Minnesota beat Baltimore, though.
Let's see.
With the 9th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kevin Williams, defensive tackle from Oklahoma State.
My God, this is like a toll booth in New York at rush hour.
Selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Terrell Suggs, defensive end from Arizona State.
I've never seen anything like this. This is great.
I got to tell you, that was unbelievable. We've sat for a lot of drafts and talk about being on the shoulder in the entry ramp, and everybody else was in the passing lane. Poor Denny, who had coached the Vikings for so many years, of all years, that was the year he was sitting with us. At least they got Kevin Williams out of it. At least they got a hell of a player out of it. That was. Let me make a prediction. The Brad Childress, the Vikings, they're not going to be late with the pick. Let's hope not. That was hilarious. At any rate, they're on the clock. Minnesota, you got 5 minutes plus. Don't be late. The Minnesota Vikings, we ready to talk about Vikes? Because they obviously have undergone a huge change. Not only the coach, Mike Tyson, obviously the Love Boat, obviously Culpepper, all that gone. Brad Childress, who under Andy Reid for many, many years, is now the new head coach of the Vikings. They picked up Steve Hutchinson from Seattle, but one thing they did was they had a guy who won with them before, Brad Johnson, and they won most of the games late in the season, 7 out of 9, to finish 9-7. And of all the new head coaching jobs open, this is an intriguing spot. this is a pretty decent team.
It is, and you got Brad Childress coming in, though, and making what was one of the most controversial decisions of the offseason in trading your franchise quarterback in Dante Culpepper. And I really believe what happened there is Childress was hoping that Culpepper would totally embrace the new regime, that you wouldn't be rehabbing down in Florida, that you'd come up to Minnesota, that you'd learn the new offense. And Culpepper never engaged in that way and never once talked about football. And so when you have Brad Johnson coming off the winning year, and now you have a draft in which you have a first-round pick here, you have some defensive needs, maybe at linebacker, but you got 2 2s and 2 3s to get a young quarterback to develop. And there had been an internal discussion about Atlanta quarterback Matt Schaub, the backup to Michael Vick, but there was never any communication between the Falcons and the Vikings on Schaub, and the Falcons would not trade that pick for a 17.
I think you hit on linebacker. I think Greenway is out there, which would be a good pick, a Big Ten player, or maybe Ryans if you want to go a different sort of player. I know Brad Childress is an offensive coach, but I'd be surprised if they didn't go with those guys at linebacker. Greenway might be the favorite. He might be. And the pick's on time.
The 17th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Chad Greenway, linebacker from the University of Iowa.
Like I said, Greenway might be the favorite. A Big Ten player playing in Minnesota. This is an intriguing young man from a neighboring state in South Dakota.
Yeah, it is a neat area. Outside linebacker considered a problematic situation. Dontarius Thomas, former Auburn Tiger, has not developed like they had hoped. They did add Ben Lieber. You have E.J. Henderson in the middle. But a Chad Greenway, over 400 career tackles with the Iowa Hawkeyes. And here's a kid, you talk about productivity. Well, he came back from a knee injury in 2002 and was right there with A.J. Hawk every step of the way as one of the top linebackers in the Big Ten. Also had some help from Abdul Hodge, who's right there inside with him, number 52. Should be a second-round pick, and he's a good football player as well. People say, well, he's not a destructive tackler. He's not a real physical performer, but I tell you what, you can't argue with the production. You can't argue with the way he goes about his business. Well coached under Kirk Ferentz. All those Iowa guys come into the NFL ready to play football at a high level. What made him and solidified his position in the first round was showing the kind of speed that we knew he had at Iowa. But at the Combine, he only ran 4.76. Came back in an individual workout, ran 4.55. Increase in every area. Vertical jump up from 33.5 inches to 38. Bench press reps up from 16 to 19. So in all areas, his individual workout better than the Combine. I think when they went back and looked at film, that all worked in conjunction to make him a pick that I thought he could go to St. Louis as high as 11. Here he is at 17 to the Vikings.
And you're looking at these Big Ten linebackers, because this is a spot where Chad Greenway, no, he could have gone to the Rams at 11. They traded down. They still passed on him. But you also got A.J. Hawk of Ohio State, the Bobby Carpenter of Ohio State as well, a guy that the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock certainly have been considering. So you're seeing these Big Ten linebackers. They're lunch pail, blue-collar guys.
And Mort, the Vikings had 2 second-round picks. They picked up one from Miami. But you got to believe, Mort, they look at a quarterback like a Kellen Clemens from Oregon or a Brody Croyle from Alabama. You have a kid Jackson out of Alabama State, Tavares Jackson, who's got the strong arm, Charlie Whitehurst Clemson. In that second round, I would expect one of those 2 picks to be a quarterback.
And with Brad Johnson, they have a guy that they truly believe will get them through. You know, Brad Johnson played some of his best football in a long time last year, and Brad Childress is very confident Johnson can get them through this year, maybe beyond, develop a quarterback later.
Yeah, but I think when you look at Greenway, when I was assessing the linebackers and looking at some highlight packages of him, the term that strikes you is polished and smooth. I know we use it for linebackers, not necessarily a big impact guy, but seemed to do everything well. Drop into coverage, man coverage, blitz. He did everything well, and he worked in concert with Abdul Hodge, the other inside linebacker, as well as any 2 people in this draft.
Just file this away for what it's worth. You know, the Vikings, who came on strong, as we say, and certainly can win with Brad Johnson. After all, he's won a Super Bowl. Lost in all the shuffle that we tried to shove that in there with Culpepper gone, etc. This is a team that drafted arguably the best guard in football, it signed arguably the best guard in football in an interesting way from transition. Steve Hutchinson from the NFC champion Seattle Seahawks. Veteran fullback Tony Richardson, Chiefs. Linebacker Ben Lieber, pretty good player with San Diego. Running back Chester Taylor, who at times, interesting with Baltimore. Tank Williams, admittedly off an injury, strong safety. You might remember him with the Titans. My point is, this is an interesting team to keep your eye on in a division where Chicago won it, but Detroit and Green Bay were nowhere. I mean, you can move here.
And Boomer,
just keep your eye on them.
Guys that love football. That's why he got Steve Hutchinson, and a Chad Greenway is that type of player. He wants guys who love football.
And as you mentioned, they have 2 seconds and 2 thirds. Interesting team today. When we return, another interesting team. The Tuna and the Dallas Cowboys, and I think they picked up T.O. I don't remember. We'll be back.
With the first selection in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Mario Williams, defensive end, North Carolina State. With the second choice, the New Orleans Saints select Reggie Bush, running back, USC. The Tennessee Titans select Vince Young, quarterback, University of Texas.
Everybody on their feet for the Jets pick here in the 2006 draft.
The New York Jets select DeBrickashaw Ferguson, offensive tackle, University of Virginia.
You certainly have to feel for Matt Leinart. Now the likelihood is that he will fall at least to number 10.
With the 10th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Matt Leinart, quarterback, USC.
All right, we are back in New York. We are in the second half of the first round. And I tell you what, we kind of had a feeling after last night's change that Reggie Bush was not the number 1 pick, that Mario Williams went to Houston. Reggie Bush did go to New Orleans. We had a feeling that the quarterbacks would fall this way, although to the average person who might be just kind of following the draft casually, unlike Mel for the last 51 weeks, they're surprised that Leinart went to 10. It kind of, except for maybe Buffalo's pick a little bit, pretty much as we thought. We told you that the draft changed here. Here are the teams with the winning records from last year. One of those would be Miami, who reeled off 6 wins to close out at 9-7. Coach Saban with Susie Calver. Suze?
Well, every team's dream here is to get to Super Bowl 41. Dolphin Stadium plays host. Nick Saban working to get his team there. Nick, with your first pick, Jason Allen, tell us just how far that relationship with Allen goes back.
Well, Jason came to our camp on several occasions when I was in college at LSU, and we certainly developed a relationship. We know his family. We have a tremendous amount of respect for him as a person as well as a player, and he's certainly the kind of guy we love having in our organization.
There's obvious ties to the SEC, having coached at LSU, but last year you went with 3 picks in the first 4 rounds. What is it about those SEC players that you like so much?
Well, I guess the fact that we know them a little bit and have a lot of respect for the league and the quality of players in that league is something that is our respect has made it easy for us to pick those kind of players. Those 3 players did an outstanding job for us last year, and we're hopeful that Jason Allen will have the same kind of start here this year.
Nick, on the other side of the ball, what's a realistic timetable for Dante Culpepper coming back off of knee surgery?
Well, Dante has done fantastic and being here in Miami, working hard at his rehab, fitting in very nicely with the rest of our players, starting to become a leader with our team. So we're really, really excited about his potential. We're certainly not going to put him in a position that's not something that would benefit him physically, but we're very encouraged by his progress and very happy with where he is right now.
Nick, thanks for the time. We'll see you throughout the weekend.
Okay, Susie, thank you.
Chris, let's go back to you.
All right, Suze, Coach Saban, thank you very much. An interesting team. And now here come the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. And you don't think that there's some legacy with the look at this, the triplets. They're here. Mike, I thought you were with us. There's Troy, Emmett, and Michael.
Michael's put on a little weight.
And they don't, as soon as they're on the screen, booed in New York. Meanwhile, Mike, what? You're in 2 places at once.
Hey, that's great. That looks great up there. That lets you know the Cowboy fans, they are
They're
everywhere.
outnumbered here.
They are, just a little bit.
Well, this is Troy's year to go in the Hall of Fame. We'll see him this summer. Maybe you, Mike. Certainly Emmett will follow. Meanwhile, how did the Cowboys do since the gun went off at the end of their 9-7 season? They got a wide receiver you might have heard of. They got a pretty darn accurate kicker, Mike Vanderjagt from the Colts, Fabini from the Jets. But the big name right there, of course, is Terrell Owens, who once upon a time danced on the star. Now he hopes to be the star. In Texas Stadium, the Dallas Cowboys starting to change over that defense. Had 2 big first-round picks in Ware and Spears last year that delivered. And so now the pick is in for the Cowboys trying to continue to run.
With the 18th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Bobby Carpenter, linebacker, Ohio State.
Well, certainly Bill Parcells knows his dad, Rob Carpenter, the one-time running back of the Oilers and the New York Football Giants, a pretty tough football player. So is his son.
He really is. You talk about A.J. Hawk. Well, number 42 came there, highly recruited, and did a great job. He can play him inside, outside. In this 3-4, you would think he would be on the opposite side of DeMarcus Ware. He had 8 sacks this past season. Really showed the ability to get after the quarterback and do a heck of a job in that scenario with the Buckeyes. Unfortunately, late this past year against Michigan, actually on the first play of that game, broke his ankle. Missed the Fiesta Bowl against Notre Dame, but you watch him week in and week out. An intense kid, loves the game, and Bill Parcells obviously likes the bloodlines with his father being Rob Carpenter, and there's no question in that 3-4 scheme, the fact that he proved he could get after the quarterback. You have DeMarcus Ware, he had the big rookie year. He had Banks and Taylor with the Giants, Parcells did. I thought Manny Lawson would get some consideration here out of NC State and may be the pick, but they kept the same type of player. Right. Get that same type of player with Bobby Carpenter.
Yes, for a moment, here's his dad, who was a tough running back, blocking and running for the Oilers when Earl Campbell was just a pup. And then with the New York Football Giants, here he is, oddly enough, running against the Dallas Cowboys. Had a big playoff game at Philadelphia. I remember that one. I actually covered that a long time ago. It was Dick Vermeil's last game the first time around, way back when, in the early 80s. And so in the bloodlines, there is something that matters there. And, of course, that type of backer, inside.
Well, you've got the 3-4 defense where, Coach has said you can never have enough linebackers, good, solid linebackers. And I think that Carpenter is he's high octane. He plays every single down. He's actually got better size than A.J. Hawk in terms of the guy you're putting out there. He can play inside. He can play outside. And I thought that this was another guy. Now we're talking about, to me, one of the safest picks in the draft is Bobby Carpenter. I thought one of the best picks in the draft was the guy A.J. Hawk who played around him.
Bill loves big linebackers, and that's exactly what this guy is. He's a big linebacker, and he'll go after you. He'll hit you. Bill will take him and put him through one of those Bill Parcells training camp, and he will come out a real good linebacker.
Free safety, though, still a major problem area. Team's going over the top. Keith Davis really struggled. You thought Jason Allen would have been a possibility. He's already gone and off the board. The Nick Saban and Miami Dolphins. Obviously, Michael Huff, you knew he was going early. Dante Whitner went a little earlier than we had thought. So the free safety position for Cowboy fans and Bill Parcells still has to be addressed.
Right. Well, certainly we've only scratched the surface. We haven't really done it. We didn't get the Philly end, but we got all day. And we got the Dallas end of T.O. becoming a member of the Dallas Cowboys. By the way, Week 5, they're playing in Philadelphia. Week 16, Philadelphia on Christmas Day is going to be in Dallas. More on that in a moment, but the next 2 picks are San Diego and Kansas City. And with our Sean Salisbury are a couple of guys who might be interested in this pick. Sean Merriman, who went at this time last year in the first round, and what a rookie year he had. And Trent Green continues to ring up the yards and the points at quarterback for the Chiefs. Sean?
Thanks, Boomer. A couple AFC West guys. Sean, let's start with you. Drew Brees out, quarterback in New Orleans. Phillip Rivers in. What tells you that Phillip Rivers can lead this team?
Well, he has a lot of confidence. I mean, the team backs him 110%. And with a guy coming in with that much confidence, we know that he can get the job done. And besides, he's been in the league for a couple of years, and he knows the playbook well, so he shouldn't have a problem at all.
Well, how did the players receive this? When Drew Brees, a popular player in San Diego with the Chargers, kind of a different player than Phillip Rivers, how did the players receive it?
We all accepted him well. I mean, it was unfortunate that Drew Brees left, and we didn't expect it. But as players realizing it's a business, he moved on, and he's in a better place for himself now, his family. And, we just can't wait to see Phillip on the field now.
Are you a playoff team with Rivers at quarterback in 06?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I mean, not just the playoffs, but we're looking to go all the way this year after we get to these guys right here.
That's a big definitely right there. I like that. I like
Definitely
that.
no problem. Trent Green, Mike Solari, former offensive line coach, now the offensive coordinator. Got a new head coach in Herman Edwards replacing Dick Vermeil. Al Saunders gone. Does the offense change, and does it affect you guys as an offense?
You know what? The offense isn't going to change. Mike Solari has been with us for 5 years. He knows the system. He's going to step right in. Al Saunders will be missed greatly because of he was very imaginative, came up with game plan every week, came up with new plays every week, going to be able to attack that. Terry Shea was an offensive coordinator in college and at the pro level, is going to be there as quarterback coach. He's been with us in that system the whole time. He's going to has a good relationship with Mike Solari, and so the offense is going to keep running.
It doesn't hurt to have a guy, and you got to play against him, Sean. Larry Johnson, 9 games rushed for over 1,300 yards, still plays with a chip on his shoulder. What can we expect as this guy continues on in 06?
You know what? He's still working out with that same aggression and that same attitude. Whatever it was that put that chip on his shoulder, whether it be being a late first-round draft pick when he thought he should have gone higher, whether it be that he thought he got drafted to Kansas City because it was leverage against Priest Home, whatever that edge is that he has, he still has it, and he's been working that way in the offseason. We're looking for big things.
Sean, your Chargers are on the clock. Who do you need here, and what do you take?
I think we'll either go at the offensive lineman or defensive back. I mean, we've made a couple of moves so far on the offensive side of the ball, picking up, a couple of players in the wide receiver position, and McCree from Carolina. So I think we'll probably go at the O-lineman or DB.
Okay, how about you?
Coach Edwards made it very clear when he came in, he doesn't want to mess with this offense, and his attention is going to be on the defensive side of the ball. So I look either defensive end or cornerback. That are two areas that they want to address.
Oh, on defense, spoken like a quarterback. Hey, remember October 22nd, Week 7. It could get awful nasty in Kansas City. The Chargers are on the clock with the 19th pick. This is the 2006 NFL Draft.
We talk about some of the players still on the board at this point that will present value. The wide receivers, and we knew it was a weak position this year that the wide receivers could drop a bit. Chad Jackson out of Florida playing in 2 different systems, productive the last couple of years. Antonio Holmes, a nice season for the Buckeyes, 5'10.5", 185-pounder, tough kid. Both these guys figure mid to late first round. And Tavoris Moss from Miami is another kid you would look at in the late first. And, of course, Winston Justice. Marcus McNeil from Auburn's another kid that I didn't have as high a grade on as some people did that would be in the mix here. D'Angelo Williams, a fine running back at Memphis. Lawrence Maroney, Minnesota, still on the board as well. Joseph Adai, you look at the running back position, going to present some value at this point as well, as it always did. Running backs historically do drop down. Lendale White's going to be interesting to see how far he falls out of USC.
You know what, though? Here's San Diego. Those are the names. Here's San Diego at 9-7, and we well documented last year. Man, they're such a good team. Man, this year they're not going to have a schedule that's murderous. This year, it seemed like they were always going cross-country, playing teams after buys, and that's not an excuse. It's just a fact. Admittedly, they're going to play with Phillip Rivers, and you just heard Sean Merriman say, as good as LaDainian Tomlinson is, they're going to have to be a little more, run the ball. They're going to have to be, you can't expect to open up everything in the playbook. Now, what do you need to do? You need to block for them a little bit.
You need to play better defense.
And you need to play a little better defense. And they've been you could use help on the line, but, they've been looking for those corners for a while. There's one that's a big gamble out there who has no track record of. Antonio Cromartie. But I have a feeling that if you're pushing, and look, San Diego gambled with Castillo in the first round last year, right, and they certainly dialed in with Merriman. I think they gamble with Cromartie.
Well,
this would be about a time for him.
And A.J. Smith, their general manager, has never been afraid to do what he thinks right. Now, Antonio Cromartie is a guy, one of the most fascinating stories in the draft is Mel will tell you about, a guy who did not play his junior year because of a knee surgery. As a sophomore, didn't really start because they were loyal to their seniors. And yet, I heard general managers tell me and some coaches say, this might be the one guy who could cover a Terrell Owens in this league because he is big and fast and athletic.
And you won't believe what the fallback plan is. If he's just, an average corner, if he doesn't develop and maximize that ability at corner, the fallback is he could be a wide receiver. He came there playing that position at a high school, 6'2", 209 pounds with a 44-inch vertical jump, and his ball skills, the hands he showed in the workout were wide receiver-like. That's why people think, hey, if he doesn't develop a corner, move him to the offensive side of the ball.
And I mentioned Terrell Owens about covering a Randy Boss.
And Keenan McCardell is getting old out there, very old. If you got a young guy playing quarterback, Phillip Rivers, give him someone to throw the football to.
Yeah, they lost Caldwell a little bit, but they got a tight end that's okay.
Yeah, he's very good. Although
Very
you don't
good.
want,
They got a running back
Very good.
Although I always say this, you don't want the tight end, and however good they are, to be the leading receiver, the best receiver on your football team. You do not want that out
Because
of the
that
game.
means everybody's playing tight to the line.
That's
of scrimmage.
correct.
Everybody's playing tight to the line of scrimmage. A guy like Jackson can open this thing up.
Well, here are the guys. LaDainian Tomlinson, the running back, unparalleled in the league. And Antonio Gates, 1,100 yards from the tight end position with 89 catches off the basketball. What a story that is. Yeah. What a story that is. And again, it's Phillip Rivers. So now, see, we're doing it the old-fashioned way. So for the Vince Youngs, who's going to sit for a year or so, and who knows what Leinart will be, and Cutler will certainly sit for a little while, Phillip Rivers sat for 2 years. So now this first draft pick of 2 years ago for San Diego will finally take shape. We know what Roethlisberger turned out like. We know what Eli is going to turn out like. Maybe this is an odd year 2 years ago that all those first-round quarterbacks up high turn out big. But we don't know with Rivers. Let's see if San Diego makes the gamble, Mel. Let's go up to the commissioner and see what the Tijuana taxi drove in.
With the 19th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Antonio Cromartie, defensive back, Florida State.
Is he healthy and ready to go? That's my question.
Everybody said, boom, within the next couple months he would be football ready. He was getting close, maybe 2 months away, but this kid missed all of 2005 with a knee injury he sustained back in August. So this is a kid who didn't have a lot of starts, didn't have a lot of experience, was a wide receiver and defensive back in high school, but when you watched him when he was on the field, he played in all 13 games back in 2003, then had 4 picks as a sophomore. Here at Sonoris Moss again. You see the ability. No separation there with Moss and Cromartie. Here's against West Virginia, and you see the ability here. These are unique skills for a 6'2", 210-pounder. As I said, a 44 vertical. This is against the Clemson Tigers again, making a play and showing hands. That was against Irish Curry. So here's a kid who could play wide receiver if need be down the road. But right now, I had people say, hey, if he would have been healthy, he could have been a top 3 to 5 pick in the first round. Certainly the expectation is that he could be one of the elite corners in this league where the rule changes favor the wide receivers dramatically. So there's no lockdown, shutdown corner. He may be the closest thing to that. So if you're sitting there saying, okay, 4 Seminole defensive players already selected, what happened to the Seminoles? Well, their offense had issues. Quarterback, offensive line problems. That's why they didn't play to the level of maybe this defensive talent. But his speed, his athleticism, remarkable. And then you're getting him at 19, so the risk-reward, obviously, at 19 is what
happened to these guys in that Orange Bowl? That was like a pinball game, wasn't it?
Well, he wasn't on the field.
That's true. Well, we know that. That's true. So, hey, look, defensive backs now. We said the run might start. Here we are. We've had 19 picks, 5 of them DBs, including 3 of the last 5 picks. And, Mel, you mentioned it. Mort, you mentioned it. Only twice before in the history of the Common Draft, i.e. since '67, has one school had 4 guys from one side of the ball drafted in the first round. Sims, Wembley, Bunkley, and Cromartie from Florida State on defense. In 04, the U, Miami, and 4 defensive players, Sean Taylor, Vilma, DJ Williams, and Vince Wilfork. In 68, USC had Ron Yeri, Mike Taylor, Mike Colero McCullough on offense. So Florida State doing that. And now next up will be Kansas City, and we'll tell their story in a minute. But let's go back to NFL Live with Trey and the gang.
All right, Boomer, thanks very much. Welcome back to the NFL Live set. Trey here with Stink, Haji, and Jaws. Trust me, we're on a first-name basis. Guys, look, Antonio Cromartie's name has been coming up the last couple of weeks. Stock has been rising up the draft board, but he hadn't played football in a year. Is this a reach for San Diego to take this pick now?
Oh, absolutely. It is a reach. You got a guy coming off a serious knee injury, and he doesn't have the playing experience that you'd like to project him to the National Football League level. Certainly have a guy that was a track star, can time great, but people I've spoken to around the league that are good evaluators of the cornerback position have a problem with the guy. He lacks technique, doesn't look in the backfield, doesn't turn those hips like you see the cornerbacks turn. So I think there are clearly some concerns about the abilities of Cromartie as you project him to the NFL.
Jaws, interesting. This is a nasty word in the National Football League, and I'm about to use it. Potential.
Potential is a nasty word because, you know, you start looking and evaluating players by the way they run 40s, by the way they vertical jump, by the way all the statistical things, the things you can quantify, and you don't have enough film on this kid to say, yes, I think he translates. You already heard Mel Kiper talk about, hey, if he's not a good enough quarterback, he's athletic enough to play wide receiver. Are you kidding me? You've got to, in the first round, if you're going after a corner, Merrill, you've got to make sure the kid can play. There's not enough film. There's too many unknowns. You're based on potential.
But what tape there was, and we were able to watch, studying him, he is a very dangerous pick for a couple of reasons. When you study him on tape, he's playing against some awful quarterbacks. We've seen a highlight package. Those highlight packages are not great corner play. The quarterbacks are literally throwing it to him. He is not making great plays on the football. When you translate to the National Football League, you're playing against outstanding quarterbacks, and that's the one thing that's hard when you translate these guys. They don't play against great wide receivers all the time. They don't play against great quarterbacks all the time. So when they make some plays in the highlight package we saw, those were actually poorly thrown footballs that won't happen at the next level.
It is the hardest position to evaluate for the draft because these guys almost always play off. You never see the press bump and run position, and you don't see them playing against quality wide receivers.
Well, clearly, though, whether or not this was the right pick, this was the issue for the San Diego Chargers. They were #1 against the run defensively last season and 28th against the pass. When people say the Chargers were the best team not to make the playoffs, that secondary might have been the reason why. They've been trying to fix it for the last few years. Is Cromartie the fix for the San Diego pass defense? Let's over to Susie Colberno with someone who may have an answer to that.
We'll go to the man himself. Antonio Cromartie joins us from Tallahassee, Florida. Antonio, we know you only had one career start, missed all of 05 with the knee injury. How did you stay in touch with your team, first of all?
I couldn't hear you. Say that again?
How did you stay connected with your team, having missed all of last year?
Basically, I mean, for me, I just try to stay just in shape and everything. Just work hard throughout everything that I did throughout with my injury and everything, and just push myself through everything.
So, given having missed the 05 season, why did you decide to come out early?
Basically, the reason I came out was basically because of what happened back at home with family problems and financial problems. So, by me being the man in the house, I just felt like the best thing for me was to come out and support my family.
Coaches that you've met with, what have they said to you about what you will have to do to make that transition into the NFL?
Basically, I mean, just then working on my back pedal, working on my technique a little more. That was the main thing that they was talking about, and just make sure I was wrap up and when I make my tackles.
So what are your thoughts on facing a guy like Randy Moss, who happens to be in your division now?
That's gonna be great facing up against Randy Moss. I'm just trying to come in and just work hard every single day, and when that time comes to face Randy Moss, and then we will see what happens on Sunday.
Antonio, congratulations.
Thank you.
The 2006 NFL Draft rolls on. The Kansas City Chiefs on the clock.
I'm Vince Young from the University of Texas.
Sims to the 10, 5, touchdown Texas.
You're watching the 2006 NFL Draft on ESPN.
I'm Vince Young in this game, I'm so fresh. And every yard that I gain, extra minute of fame, man.
Welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Welcome back to New York, everybody. The Kansas City Chiefs, the first pick with Herm Edwards as their head coach. This, I think, you'll find very interesting.
With the 20th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Tamba Hali, defensive end from Penn State.
So a young man, and you're going to hear his story in a moment. Not like most stories you're going to hear about folks in the NFL draft. But first, Mel, let's plug him in as part of Joe Paterno's defense for Penn State.
Well, if you need corners, well, the best place to get a situational defense that works is to get after the quarterback and has some of those problems in the secondary, maybe doesn't show up quite as much. And this kid can attack off the edge. Talking about leverage, staying low, maximizing his strength. He plays better and stronger than he tests. He only did 17 reps at a workout, only ran 4.86. That concerns some people, but when you watched him play, there he is against Brody Croyle, getting after Croyle, and I think when you watched him perform on the field, this kid was dominant, intense kid, great motor, and production. That's all he was about at Penn State. Led the Big Ten this past year with 11 sacks, and 17 of his 65 tackles were behind the line of scrimmage. So had he had a better workout, he could have been certainly in the top 10 to 15. I thought he'd go between 25 and 40 and be a steal for somebody. So he kind of got back by Kansas City taking him here. He gets back to where he was originally projected. So that's a great story for this kid to be able to kind of revert back to the form in terms of the workout, not really hurting him, and get back into the middle of the first round and go to a team that needs his pass rush ability, Boom.
Well, the fact that the Nittany Lions and Joe Paterno have a defensive player that's gone in the first round is not necessarily news, but Susie Kalber, the fact that Tamba Hali we're even discussing today, that is news.
Well, Chris, Giants GM Ernie Accorsi has been doing this for a very long time. He's met a lot of players, and he said that regarding Tamba Hali's interview at the Combine, it was one of the most impressive things he's ever experienced. It wasn't just about the story, it was the way he told it. He was thoughtful, intellectual, it was moving. And the room was silent as he told it. Tom Rinaldi tells that story now.
All the way from Africa to all America. For Tamba Hali, football is about a journey, and about a family, and about a country.
Being in Liberia and being in Africa, you think in the United States, I mean, they have everything. It's like coming to heaven.
As a child growing up amidst the war and chaos of his native Liberia, Hali has already seen hell.
All I knew was the Civil War. I thought about becoming a soldier too. I mean, trying to, get a gun too and go to war as well. Because, I mean, everybody around you was just guns. Guns was everywhere.
In 1986, Tamba's father, Henry Hali, a teacher, permanently moved to America to help his children escape from war and fear.
I decided to come to this country because I felt that by being here, I can better help my kids. If I live in that country and there's a war, I couldn't help them.
After settling in New Jersey, Henry sent for Tamba and 3 of his siblings in 1994. Tamba was 10 years old.
When I got here, I was put in the 5th grade because of my age, and I didn't even know how to read and write.
But part of his heart, the heart of his family, remains in Africa. His mother, Rachel, still lives in Liberia. His father unable to bring her over because they're unmarried. Tamba hasn't seen his mother in 12 years.
Sometimes just being away from her for so long, it's just like, how am I going to ever feel when I see her again? Because she was everything in my life, and everything I wanted in my life, and nobody can change that. She was walking with, I think, with 3 other friends in the city. The 3 other people that she was walking with got sprayed and they all died. And she got shot in the knee. By God's grace, she's still alive. I'm just glad she's still living, and she's still out there, and I'm still praying for her.
First team All-America, but not an American citizen yet. A permanent resident of the United States, Hali can now petition to bring his mother here. His ability to provide financially for her is a key part of the process, and the reason why football, more than ever, is about a journey, and a country, and a family.
When I get on the field, I just, use that as a motivational factor for me to be able to play well, and maybe that'll open doors for my mom to be able to come to the States.
Well, now, certainly more than ever, Tamba Hali will have the means to bring his mother, Rachel, here to this country. And Chris, there seems to be a connection here as well with the Chiefs. Remember, they drafted Christian Okoye in 1987.
Yeah, and that was a while back, and certainly that was a heartening story, and so is that, as told by Tom Rinaldi. Susie, thank you. Let's bring in now the new head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs in our Coors Light video conferencing, and that would be Herm Edwards. And Herm, I know how excited you are about him as a football player, but when you first sat down with Can you describe the feeling when he told the story for you and you got to know him as a human being, not a football player?
Well, obviously, his passion, what he felt he needed to do for his family. I think a young man, this is a young guy that has his priorities in life correct. And I think that's what you like about the guy when you first meet him. Not only is he a passionate football player, but I think he has great direction. He knows where he has great focus. He brings intensity every time he walks onto the football field.
Do you think, yes, he's played at Penn State and he's been in this country for a while, but he's only scratched the surface of what he can do? I mean, certainly, you know, youth football was not the way everybody else who played it who's in this draft.
The Big Ten and sacks.
You make a great point, Chris. I think the guy is just scratching the surface. I mean, he's just learning how to play, and the thing that he plays that you can't underestimate is he plays with passion and heart. He has great heart for this game of football, and when you look at a player like that, that's the type of player that you want on your defense. You want guys that are relentless, that play hard, that practice hard, that enjoy the game of football, and this guy does that.
The Chiefs as a whole, Herm, part of the job in taking over with the new team is understanding what they have and what that division is, since you're in another division with the Jets. What has to happen for the Chiefs now to take the quantum leap and get in to be a real Super Bowl contender?
Well, I think obviously we have to play better defense, more consistent on defense, and I think this is one of the guys that's going to be able to help us do that. And I think our staff is excited about having him. He's excited about being here, and we have an excellent pick here.
Well, we appreciate it, Herm, and that's quite a story in the first round. We'll tell the bookbinder story here later on in the draft, okay?
That'll be a good one to tell, Boomer. Talk to you later. Tell the guys I said hi.
I will. All right, Herm Edwards, coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. Thanks for joining us. New England's on the clock, and of course the boos you hear are from the Jet fans that feel that Herm, might have left quickly, but he's with the Chiefs. The Jets are rolling. We'll be back.
I'm Matt Weiner with his SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. Well, he reminds some of New Orleans native Marshall Faulk, and now Reggie Bush is headed to New Orleans. Saints keep him and take him number 2. Vince Young went immediately afterward. He'll have a chance to back up good friend Steve McNair. The other two quarterbacks fell a bit. Matt Leinart all the way to 10th, playing that new stadium in Arizona. Jay Cutler with the next pick. The Broncos traded up to 11th. And for NASCAR, Elliott Sadler won the pole for tomorrow's Aaron's 499 at Talladega. Next, SportsCenter at 11 Eastern, and up-to-the-minute draft news alerts from mobile ESPN. Back to New York with the Patriots on the clock.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. That's Chad Jackson. Wide receivers haven't gone. He's waiting for his name to be called. Antonio Holmes has been a big day defense, Ohio State, but he's waiting as well. Will this be a chance for wide receivers to go in the draft, as the New England Patriots are the team on the clock right now? The New England Patriots a year removed. The New England Patriots are a team that, well, we can discuss them, but a question for them will be, how much does Corey Dillon have left?
That's a big, huge question.
And so, therefore,
with the
they have
21st choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Lawrence Maroney, running back, University of Minnesota.
Well, other than Reggie Bush, here goes your first running back. I believe that's the first time Bill Belichick has taken a running back. Well, Tommy Vardell was it's a long time ago, okay? Here's my point. So, Lawrence Boney Maroney from Minnesota to the New England Patriots, who still have Dillon, and they hope that he will have a big year. But Mel,
Corey Dillon, though, boom, a lot of wear and tear. He's had a lot of carries during his career. He averaged 3.5 a carry last year, so that's the second lowest. Probably the second time he averaged below 4 yards a carry. Maroney, when you watched him play at Minnesota, I thought it'd be an ideal running back for the teams like the Indianapolis Colts, the Denver Broncos. That style to run behind Esslinger at center, the heck of a player. Mark Setterstrom been there at guard. Both those kids were 4-year starters for the Golden Gophers. So here's a one-cut runner who has some explosiveness, decent hands, blocking I think could improve. We can say that about all the running backs. I think when you look at Maroney, the productivity year in, year out with the Golden Gophers. Granted, the line was impressive, but this is a kid I thought would have looked great in an Indianapolis Colt uniform. There was projections that he could last that far. New England passed on Steven Jackson a few years ago, got Corey Dillon. Now Corey Dillon's starting to wear down a bit. They have now a young kid to bring into the mix.
Well, did you think that he was the second best running back in the draft?
Well, D'Angelo Williams from Memphis was. And I got Maroney next, then Lendale White, then Brian Calhoun from Wisconsin. So they were all after Reggie Bush. Just like you talked about the quarterbacks, there was a lot of mixed opinion. But D'Angelo Williams is a very good back, still on the board. He had you talk about Maroney, a better line to run behind than Williams did at Memphis.
Let's say something too. No one's saying Corey Dillon is not going to have any fuel left in the tank. It's just not forever. He's been such a workhorse for a long time, and off of 1 year fell off some. But if Maroney has some carries and Dillon springs back, look, their offense, Brady has as good a year as he's had. Here's what Corey, last year for 733 yards rushing. That's the kind of running they had when they won the Super Bowl in 2001. The first of the 3 Super Bowl teams in the 4-year span. But this is a team that, look, could they line up and play today? Yeah. They lost Vinatieri, but so no BVBs, but they got BB. They got Coach Belichick and they got Tom Brady. They got a prolific offense. And, they certainly should be a contender again. They have the most picks of anybody with 11 picks, fellas.
And this is a big back now. You talk about D'Angelo Williams. I'm talking about this is a big guy and playing in New England, type of weather there. You can hand the ball off to this guy and let him move the pile.
And they've invested draft picks in Nick Kazar and Logan Mankins the last couple of years. Those guys are good run blocking guys. And this team still almost got to the Super Bowl last year.
Yes, right.
So this is a good pick.
And Rodney Harrison his rehab is going along as hoped, not ahead of schedule, not behind schedule. They hope to have Rodney Harrison back when the season opens up. I remember his knee injury last year. That nobody will rehab it harder than their strong safety, Rodney Harrison. So the 49ers now on the clock. They're one of 2 teams that has a pair of first-round picks. Let's go out to San Francisco and Steve Young. And Steve, hey, look, every pick could be a starter with this team, yeah?
Well, no question. In fact, Mike Nolan mentioned to me 15 minutes ago, look, I need starters. I moved up to the 22nd pick because I wanted a starter. I didn't want somebody to fill out the roster. So they've gone offense. Alex Smith last year, #1. This year, with the tight end, Vernon Davis. 22nd pick is definitely defense. You got to figure that Julian Peterson has departed. They're going to look for a pass rushing, someone to put an impact, or a corner. Somebody that's going to make an impact on that defense. So you look at the corners or defensive ends, those guys that can put pressure on the quarterback. I think that's where the 49ers will go.
Steve, you're sitting out there with the Niners, and look, they won 4 games last year. They won the last couple, so they moved up from first pick in the draft somewhat. Can they, with a good draft, admittedly with young kids, do you see at least things moving in the right direction year 2 under Coach Nolan?
Well, there's no question a coach has he has a plan, and you can see around the locker room just being here that he's reminding the guys of that plan every day. He's very focused and wants the guys to be dedicated. So, a lot of the problems in football come from the fact that the locker room's broken apart and people aren't working together. The collective will of the group has broken down, and I think he's put that back together. There's a collective will in the locker room. We're going to change this. So now he's got that going in the right direction. Now he needs bodies, he needs starters, he needs players, and that's why this draft's so important for him.
I want to come back to you shortly here and talk about year 2 of Alex Smith, the #1 pick a year ago. Maybe we can get back to you in a moment. But the Niners have made their choice. Let's go up to the commissioner and see. Second first-round pick, San Francisco. Vernon Davis, the tight end, was picked 6th overall by the 49ers.
With the 22nd choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Manny Lawson, defensive end, North Carolina State.
And a lot of folks, Mel, had him going a little earlier than this.
He got hot. When he and Antonio Cromartie were the 2 hot guys that had moved up dramatically over the last, say, 3, 4 to 5 weeks. And you look at Manny Lawson, certainly benefited from being on a line with a kid like Mario Williams. Also, John McCargo, defensive tackle, could be a 2nd or 3rd round pick. When you look at Lawson, look at a kid who has an intensity level because he did the job on special teams. Anytime you put your mind to it and you become a special teams dynamic performer, blocking punts and really getting after it, that tells you this kid does have a lot of ability. Was a little inconsistent, had some big games, but also had some off games, just like his teammate Mario Williams. But he's got the long arms, the great wingspan, and he runs, if you can believe it, at 6'5" and a quarter, 240 pounds, a 4.4 340, and had a 40-inch vertical jump. You look at a kid who was productive. You talk about his tackles and his sacks were comparable to Mario Williams. So in terms of production, they were very similar. You look at this kid, I thought Denver would be looking at this kid. I thought Dallas could be in the 3-4 situation. They picked Bobby Carpenter instead. You look at this pick here for a team like San Francisco. Julian Peterson, gone. Look at Andre Carter, gone in free agency. They're a 3-4 team with Mike Nolan and no outside linebackers. Now they have one.
No, they invested so much in Julian Peterson, and they lost him to the Seattle Seahawks in free agency. They had to get this guy.
This was one of my favorite players in the draft. The biggest compliment that I could give to him is every time you turned on video to watch Mario Williams, you couldn't help but notice that Manny Lawson was the guy who was hustling and making plays.
And he's an incredible athlete. I mean, did you see that 40? Did you see this guy?
Well, you don't like 40 times. You don't like the combine. Don't tell me how fast. Don't tell me how high that is.
40. I did see the 40. This is the guy chasing the quarterback. Woo! I like watching game film. I pick that over everything. But when I'm start watching game film, I like watching.
When Mario Williams was big, you said, "Don't tell me about his 40 time or his vertical jump." And now you're
we were measuring against Reggie Bush. We were measuring against Reggie Bush. Now we're just measuring this boy here on what we're seeing. Don't get crazy with him, Mort.
All right, let's before we go back to San Francisco, we'll be busy here, but let's go back out to San Francisco. Steve, I want to bring you back in here. And look, year 2, Alex Smith, the learning curve obviously is huge. What's happened since the last time we saw him in the regular season? Do you think he has a chance, especially with a young tight end, to make significant strides this season?
Well, I mean, Alex had a season of all seasons last year when in and out of the lineup, he had trouble holding on to the football because the football in the NFL is very slick at times, depending on where you're playing. There's all kinds of things that people don't even realize that a quarterback's going through, and it seems like Alex saw them all. The interceptions, the horrible games, you know, and so I guess the good news is that he's been through it. I mean, he's learned through it. He feels like he's got a good thing going. So he's got Vernon Davis. He's got some weapons. They've addressed the offensive line. They've re-signed Jonas Jennings. They're making all the efforts to put him in a good spot. Now he needs to show the collective will of the team rub off on him, that he has the will to go make this team a better team in the red zone on game day, make the big plays, create the space for himself that it comes from that #1 pick. I think this is the year where he earns the right to show why he was picked #1, and I think he's gone through enough now that he might be ready to do that.
Well, Steve, I noticed one thing. You're not sitting in front of your own locker, but I see Bryant Young's jersey over your shoulder. So you're not coming back, are you? You're not.
No, I'm not coming back. Right? But you know what? Bryant Young just walked by. He's working out. I mean, the guy is an amazing athlete. So he's another guy that'll be key for the 49ers in a leadership role. But no, I told the coach upstairs I got a couple of games in me left, but they're both in August.
Yeah, you play with us for another season. Thank you, Steve. We'll see you a little bit later. Okay. That young jersey looks, it's just a number change.
It looks funny back there, Boom. But I'm talking about, when you talk about Alex Smith and Norv Turner, new offensive coordinator in San Francisco, he will take this young guy and make him the great pro that we all think he can become, because he'll allow him to do only what he does best. He'll take a Vernon Davis and allow Vernon Davis to become his best friend, dumping that football off, and watch that offense start taking off in San Francisco.
Well, a big day, and first time 2 NC State players have gone in the first round. Maybe basketball has happened, but not football. So we have Williams and loss at Tampa Bay on the clock, and we return.
I am Mario Williams.
Mario Williams in pursuit, hit him.
You're watching NFL Draft on ESPN.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Dockers San Francisco and United. It's time to fly.
Welcome back to New York. Well, we're in one, you saw the Statue of Liberty, just a symbol of freedom and a symbol of New York. And here we're on Radio City Music Hall, which is it's just exciting for all of us. First time the draft has been here. This is the 71st year of the draft. Radio City Music Hall been hosting things since 1932. Well, Tampa Bay is on the clock. Sal Paolantonio is over with the Jets now, but Sal has some news of the Buccaneers, who have about 5.5 minutes left. Sal?
Well, Boom, John Gruden has to be really excited that Winston Justice, the offensive tackle from USC, has fallen this far. Now, the Bucs did have the same 5 starters on the offensive line for all 16 games this year. Only one of 3 teams that had that situation, but they do lack depth, and they may lose Kenyatta Walker to free agency next year. Now, obviously, they've done their due diligence on some of the off-the-field problems with Justice. They've talked to Lane Kiffin, who's Monty Kiffin's son. Monty, of course, is the longtime defensive coordinator of the Bucs. Lane Kiffin is the offensive coordinator here for USC. They talked to him. They brought Winston Justice in, and they talked to him about some of the off-the-field problems. Justice was arrested, of course, and sentenced to probation after pleading no contest to a misdemeanor count of solicitation of prostitution July 2003. And, of course, he was also charged with 3 misdemeanor counts of exhibiting a replica firearm. In March of 2004, the court sentenced him to 60 days of electronic monitoring as well as 3 years probation, and the school student affairs department suspended him for 2 semesters as a result. Now, the Bucs have done their homework on this. This is the reason why Justice has dropped. Maybe they're overlooking it. Maybe they've talked to him about it, and we'll see whether they're willing to take Winston Justice. If not, they could go defense here, Boomer.
Well, Sal certainly is litany right there, and you don't know how much ties into guys moving up, moving down, et cetera, in the draft. Certainly Winston Justice, after the big tackle to Brickenshaw Ferguson, was thought to be the next tackle. But so has he, because of this, has he dropped a lot? I don't know that yet, Mel.
Chris, his stock had dropped early in the year because he struggled. He had sat out all of 2004 with those off-the-field issues, then came back and was a little rusty. And he really admits that, or it only took some time, but late this season, he feels he was playing the best football of his entire career. Had a great work day. He's strong. He's very athletic. Now you watch him, and you're talking about a kid playing right tackle, but protecting the blind side of Matt Leinart, the left-handed quarterback. So he showed that in the NFL, he could move to left tackle. And if you're talking Buccaneers at left tackle, Anthony Davis had some problems. He had some issues. Wasn't necessarily starting material at a high level. He could come in right away as a rookie and at least challenge for a starting job.
And if this is Winston Justice, and we don't know that it is yet, it makes a lot of sense because another left-handed quarterback plays for the Buccaneers.
Right.
Chris Sims. And I know that Sims is probably a pretty happy guy today because he was looking at the New Orleans Saints possibly getting what? Mario Williams in a division that already has Julius Peppers and that Carolina defensive front, and Atlanta getting John Abraham to go with Patrick Kearney and Rod Coleman. So Sims, if he doesn't get a Mario Williams lining up across him and yet gets a Winston Justice to help block, it certainly would make sense if that's the pick. But clearly, first round theme here, character does matter. Absolutely. You look at these first 22 picks, and only one had a character flaw. For the most part, all these guys are pretty clean. So Winston Justice, obviously, the character issues did cost him, I think.
And you mentioned Chris Sims. This is year one, the first full year here where Chris Sims is going to take the helm of the Tampa Bay Bucs. So, you know, they won the division last year. It's their first winning season since John Gruden won the Super Bowl in his first year with Tampa Bay in 2002. The Bucs return as
and it's also a draft in which you would think that Tampa Bay, when you have a young quarterback like this, you are looking to get him, whether it's Winston Justice, whether it's a wide receiver. I think it's on the offensive side of the ball. You are looking to lighten the load for one Chris Sims and make his job easier at playing quarterback.
How do we feel the Bucs? Look, that is a division that was in flux. Atlanta kind of the bottom, fell out a little bit. Carolina, who ended up being the heavy in the division, but Tampa won the division. How do we see that division next year with the Saints obviously looking up?
Well, you know, it's funny. The Bucs are the defending champions, but I think a lot of people would say, well, I'll take the Carolina Panthers.
Right.
It's because
I will.
You'll take the Carolina Panthers. But you know, I know the Falcons. This is a big year for them. Michael, it's a reason, you know, they got Michael Vick, but they trade for John Abraham. You know, Rich McKay traded for Simeon Rice with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Right.
Then he brings in a guy like Abraham. So this division only gets better. Now Reggie Bush comes into it with the Saints. And so it's really, I think,
went and got the opposite
NFC
receiver.
East, the AFC West, the NFC South, those are the elite divisions. And of course, Steelers and Bengals, Ravens pretty good.
I was going to say that Carolina went and got that opposite receiver for Steve Smith to make sure that he doesn't get the kind of attention that he got last year. And, you know, no matter how you feel about him, they got an outstanding possession guy opposite him.
The Bucs, remember, there were 3 running backs taken in the first 5 last year. The Bucs struck gold, at least in year 1. Cadillac Williams.
They really did. Cadillac had a heck of a year. He was the 3rd running back taken out of that group. But Michael Clayton, the wide receiver, had that great rookie year, 80 catches, dropped only 32 receptions in his 2nd year, 11.6 yard average. That's not going to get it done. So Michael Clayton needs to have a bounce back season and kind of revert back to that rookie form.
You know what's interesting? I mean, we've sat here. Usually teams take all 15 minutes. Where's the phone call? Tampa Bay milking it. But most of the teams have made quick picks, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's, I don't know if Bruce Allen and John Gruden coordinated their Tommy Bahama shirts today in draft pick, but I'm sure they're coordinated on this draft pick. Let's, pick is in. Maybe it's in. See, they're even using clock with the commissioner. It's the last few picks the commissioner's ever going to announce, you know. They'll have to be took over as commissioner during the season.
He
in
hopes.
89.
He hopes.
Well, he hopes. That's true. But that's the plan. It's a long time till next year's draft. Let's say that much.
With the 23rd choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Davin Joseph, guard from the University of Oklahoma.
Well, it's offensive line.
Whatever help we could get Chris Sims. I didn't know whether it be an offensive lineman or wide receiver.
I thought he'd be an early second-round pick. Some people thought he could maybe be in the late first round. Remember, he played left tackle at Oklahoma this past season. Not going to play that spot in the NFL. He's going to be a guard. But he's got long arms, smart kid, and a real good athlete. There's no question about that. But as a guard in the NFL, he has a chance to be pretty doggone good, especially for a team that their guards did not play well. Tampa Bay had an issue at tackle. They also had an issue at offensive guard. So they may reach a little bit, but there were a number of teams that thought he could go anywhere between 28 and 40. Here we are at pick 23, but the kid has talent. There's no question. Early in his career, Oklahoma, everybody close to that football program were raving about Davin Joseph. And, of course, last year, Jamal Brown went in the first round. He was with the Saints doing a nice job. And here Davin Joseph comes in, a left tackle, but he did play guard at Oklahoma, moved to left tackle out of necessity, struggled at that spot, but now he'll transition easily back inside into a guard spot.
You know what's amazing? As we move forward here in the draft, it is now, let's see, 4. So we've been on the air for 4 hours, and the Bengals haven't picked yet. That's how much of a difference there was last year over the previous 15 years of the Bengals. The Bengals finally on the clock coming up.
That's funny.
This is the draft.
This is the draft.
The 2006.
The 2006 NFL Draft on ESPN.
Welcome back to the 2006 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Sean Salisbury here with quarterback Trent Green. Trent, in 1999, you blew out your major knee injury.
Right.
Carson Palmer, quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals. You did yours in the preseason in 99.
Right.
Carson Palmer does his in the playoffs last year. How realistic is it for us to expect Palmer to be ready by the season start?
You know, it's not impossible, but it's going to be really hard for him to do it because when you look at the number of injuries that happened to that knee, it wasn't just a straight ACL or a straight MCL tear. He did multiple tears to his knee, not only ligaments, some cartilage, tendons, those kinds of things. A full-blown knee surgery had to be reconstructed. So to think that he's going to be back in a 10-month period to be ready to go is hard-pressed to think so.
Is it tougher mentally or physically during the rehab?
I think the hard part for me was mentally. Because every day as you're making that drive in, you're saying to yourself, you know, what's the long-term goal of this? You know, your first goal is to get some range of motion. Then you want to get some strength. Then you're just gradually going through I want to get on the field. Then, you know, it's just little steps. And mentally, just the day after day grind of it takes its toll.
Well, here's Carson Palmer, who's leading the Cincinnati Bengals team, a playoff team. Yeah. Carson Palmer goes down. Now, as far as coming back, and when you think about the realistic expectations, but when do you know? Because everybody a coach wants to get you back in there and get you on the field and you feel pressure. When do you know it's time to come back and you're confident enough to get back on the field?
You know what, it took me probably about 8 to 10 months that I felt confident going out and getting on the field. It probably took that first game of taking a hit to realize, hey, it's okay, I can take a hit on that knee again. And then for me, I actually had to have another surgery after that first season. So this is something that Carson's got to be able to accept mentally, is that this thing may not be over this year. He may just be rehabbing himself to get ready for this campaign, get through it, and then afterwards he may need another cleanup just to get it back to the function that he wants it to.
Now, you and Carson Palmer, both right-handed quarterbacks. Right. As you step back and plant your right foot, it was your lead leg that you hurt in 99 and that Palmer hurt. What's the difference for a quarterback, a right-handed thrower?
You know what, when I saw that happen in the playoff game, that was one of the first things I said to my wife. I said, you know what, he got hit on the front leg, he got hit on the lead leg, and the ability to come back from that, I think, is quicker than if it was your plant leg. In your plant leg, that's where all your power comes from. Your lead leg, it's not as important. Obviously, your balance is important, but your lead leg is not as important as your plant leg.
Well, Susie Colbert, if it turns out just as well for Carson Palmer as it did for Trent Green, Cincinnati Bengals will be in pretty good shape. Suze, back to you.
Well, Sean, the 2006 NFL Draft was expected to be drama-filled, and we could say that the intrigue kicked in last night. That's when the Houston Texans signed defensive end Mario Williams to become the #1 pick in the draft. First time an ACC player is taken #1 overall. FSU has dominated this draft. 4 FSU defensive players in the top 23. Ernie Sims, Cameron Wimbley, Broderick Bunkley, Antonio Cromartie. No wide receivers taken. The last time no wide receivers taken in the first round was 1990. And another note, terms of Miami Hurricanes. First time since 1996 that a Miami Hurricane wasn't taken in the top 15. Chris?
Thank you, Susie. I want to repeat that for Mike. First time since 1996,
come on,
Miami
Boom.
Hurricane has been picked. Top 15.
Good recruiting, Mike. Good recruiting.
We'll get it right.
In the same year where Brown may have a player selected. Cardigan. The turn of the tide. At any rate, the Cincinnati, segueing right to the Cincinnati Bengals, the Cincinnati Bengals and Marvin Lewis certainly turned the tide of 15 years of not great football. Let's just put it that way. And, of course, it all started when Marvin went in there as coach and his draft pick, Carson Palmer. Yeah, you're going to sit and watch John Kitna play, but his first pick ever up top, Carson Palmer, and then you see what they've done in the draft. And Pollock certainly is an interesting player. And Thurman, Tommy, you liked him from the get-go. I know you saw them in the summer last year in August. But the main question, let's go back to Cincinnati. Carson Palmer, the knee injury, which we saw, what in the preseason, the guys talked about for what in the regular season, in the playoffs. So do they think he's going to be ready week one?
Well, I think they've gotten insurance now in Anthony Wright and Doug Johnson. But I'm just saying the thing about Carson Palmer, I don't know if they necessarily expect Carson to be ready to play at the beginning of the year. Right now, word is he is ahead of schedule, but you hear that a lot. But the combination, I want to talk about what Carson does for this football team because he has to be fully recovered, I think, by the time you put him back on the field. The combination of accuracy and arm strength is unparalleled to my way of thinking in football today. And that's what makes this football team when he's healthy.
And let me tell you something, Tom, because I suffered a knee injury like that. Not all of my ligaments, but I'm telling you, it's more in your head than anything. If he had suffered that injury at the beginning of the season, and we would be expecting him back at the beginning of the following season, that would even be tough. Him suffering that injury in the playoffs and talking about him being ready for the start of the season is almost impossible.
Well, and the one criticism I've heard of Marvin, the first time I've heard Marvin Lewis criticized is the fact that, okay, yes, Anthony Wright has some experience as a backup, but you've got a playoff team. You've got a division championship team. They've won the division that the Pittsburgh Steelers were in. And yet, is Anthony Wright the guy who can take you there until Carson Palmer is ready? Because we don't know when Carson Palmer is going to be. Even though we hear good things, we know it was a clean tear of the ACL and what have you. But the bottom line is, that's a big question mark right now. If he's not ready, can Anthony Wright do the job?
But he has some good receivers now. He has some good receivers.
Well, we know that.
Ball too now. If anything goes on, throw it up and those guys can go get it.
Well, they know where they need to improve, and that defense.
Marvin Lewis has yet to make a mistake. That's what we know.
They need to improve on defense. The pick is in. It'd probably be that side of the ball. Let's see. The new Cincinnati Bengals.
With the 24th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jonathan Joseph, defensive back, University of South Carolina.
Now, their DBs at the corners last year, Torrey James and Delta O'Neal, a lot of picks. Safety not the same, and of course here's the crowd because the Giants are up. Now on Joseph, look, they can use help back there.
Well, a neat area certainly, Boom. When you look at a kid who had a good year overall, now there were some times where you wonder, would this kid need another year at South Carolina? You thought, yeah, going back would really allow him to elevate and become a better performer overall. But he has skills, there's no question about it. As a cornerback, all the natural ability you need. Remember, he came over from the JUCO ranks, had the injury in 2004, so he only got one season in the SEC to showcase his talent, and he's got a ton of it. Now, I think when you look at Jonathan Joseph, I think you're going to have to really develop him, coach him up. You see the speed there, there's no question. His recovery ability is as good as any cornerback in this draft, but still a little raw, and I thought another season would have really benefited this kid and allowed him to come in and transition a little more effectively to the pro level.
But it does make sense to go with the DB. As Boomer noted, you got a lot of interceptions there with Torrey James and Delta O'Neal. That means they have good hands. They are not great cover guys. And so you get Madu Williams back from injury in the secondary. You bring this kid in to learn. Torrey James in his 30s right now in terms of age. So this bid makes a lot of sense.
Well, we said the run would start on defensive backs, and it's continued here with the pick of Joseph by the Bengals. 6 defensive backs chosen thus far in the draft. And guess who's up next? The New York Football Giants. Let's see, no Miami players taken, no wide receiver taken. Mike, split up! We'll be back.
The New York Football Giants are on the clock. 25th overall selection of the first round. Tiki Barber, Jeremy Shockey. Will they be looking to add another weapon to the explosive ones they already have on offense? Santonio Holmes, well, he's not Thurman Thomas asleep in the second round in 1988, but he is getting a little tired of waiting around. Is he the best wide receiver still on the board? Waiting and waiting and waiting. May we suggest some caffeine just to keep him up and running for when he eventually gets selected? And will it be with the New York Giants in the first round with the 25th overall selection? We've all been there.
If they had a camera on us, they'd probably get the same shots.
There. Listen, guys, this is somewhat unusual. Welcome back to the NFL Live set, by the way. Trey Wingo here with Stink, Haji, and Jaws. We have not had a wide receiver taken in the first 20 picks. That hadn't happened since 1990 when none were taken in the first round. Here's a look at the best wide receivers still on the board, and that would be the best wide receivers because nobody has been taken yet. You see Santonio Holmes, Chad Jackson, Sonoris Moss, Maurice Stovall, and Greg Jennings. Okay, of these guys, which ones do you like the best? Jaws, let's start with you.
The best receiver and most complete receiver is Santonio Holmes. He has a good change of direction. You got to love that as a wide receiver. He gets a good clean release off the ball with the stutter step. What I like is that in and out of breaks with quickness to hands, and will catch the football in contested areas. And he comes back to the football, which quarterbacks always love.
Well, Trey, who do you like?
Trey, I would take Chad Jackson out of Florida because of his elite speed, the ability to go vertical, catch the ball too. Oftentimes you have a lot of speed at wide receiver, they don't have great hands. Chad Jackson shows that he has great hands, but he can give that element to your offense that a lot of offenses lack, the speed to go over the top.
All right, then there is Stink. Who do you like? Bloodline's good for this one player, Sonoris Moss.
Well, Sonoris Moss is a kid to me who's got explosive 10, 12, 15-yard speed. Will catch the ball, also help you out in the return game. Here's a kid out of the slot that can catch the smoke screen, make things happen, put a defense on their heels. I love his explosiveness, his quickness, out of breaks, into breaks. This is a kid to me, when you look at that, at the slot position for the New York Giants, makes a lot of sense.
All right, just so people understand how different this year is from the last two first rounds. We had 13 wide receivers taken in the first round the last 2 years. We still have none taken this year. Why is that?
Well, here's what I think. After studying the tape, to be a number one wide receiver in the NFL, you've got to be able to handle coverage that rolls to you. You've got to be a dominant guy, handle all the double teams that you're going to handle. And I don't think any of these guys warrant that. I don't think there's a number one guy that's going to say, he will dominate for us. He will be able to take on
I'm going to disagree with it. It is Santonio Holmes. I've looked at him. I've watched him. He can beat the double team. He does a great job of coming back. Yes, he gets off the press.
But those guys,
yes, he does. He projects very well to pro level.
All three of those guys, in my opinion, are number two receivers or slot receivers. That's where I think they line up.
All right, well, then the interesting question here. With the Giants on the clock, are they looking for a wide receiver? And which one of these three do you think projects best for the Giants?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt. I know who he's going to take. He's going to take Chad Jackson. But I know who you're going to take. You got to take it to be Santonio Holmes to complement the Plexico Burris. Burris is the guy that can stretch the field. The guy that runs the inside routes, will catch the ball in traffic, is Santonio Holmes. He is the most complete wide receiver of the bunch. Whatever team is smart enough to get him will get a quality wide receiver.
The most electric guy out of the slot, there is no question, is Sonoris Moss. That's the kid that's electric. I know you like the speed, though.
Well, Sonoris is limited in what he can do.
Santonio, you talked about getting in and out of breaks. I thought that's the area that he lacked doing that, and in press coverage he struggled at.
You guys watch this
Jackson. I've watched every ball that was thrown. I watched every ball that was thrown to him.
But Jackson is the faster guy.
This is the beauty of the NFL draft. Everybody has an opinion, and nobody's wrong. 5 years from now, you can be wrong. Santonio Holmes. Oh, keep smiling, baby. It's coming. Trust me. Eventually, it's coming, Santonio. We feel you. We'll be here with you until your pick. Chad Jackson still smiling, still styling with the hat. He's got his candy bar. He's got his football. He's ready for someone to pick this man. We'll see if it happens soon.
Back here in New York for the NFL draft, and with about 3 minutes to go. Now the Jet fans certainly made the early noise, and they're going to have a ton of pick. The Jets will pick again here in the first round. But the Giants, who won the NFC East last year off a 6-10 season, they won the NFC East. This is a team that was rolling. This is a team that, of course, picked the worst time to play their worst game, and that was the opening round against Carolina at home. But the Giants were 11-5 under Eli Manning in year 2 of Eli Manning. And so Tiki Barber had a year of, almost unparalleled, the 2,000-yard combined season. This past week, the Giants won they were the suitors that won the rights to LeVar Arrington. And they signed who was once, there's a trade. Giants, okay. All right, well, like we said, the Steelers are on the clock. And they're going to come up for some offense here. I know that.
What?
They're going to come up for offense.
Well, they
how about a big running back?
Well, they need to replace Randall L. and they need to replace Jerome Bettis. In what order they want to do it.
That's correct.
Randall L. is a unique player who also is a return man in addition to a guy who can throw in addition to being their second receiver. They might just jump. Well, let's go to the commissioner on the running back here. The Steelers on the clock. Let's see. Although there's no receiver picked.
Oh, here, this could be one.
Santonio Holmes is probably what this is going to be. That'd be my guess.
With the 25th pick in the 2006 NFL Draft, just acquired by trade from the Giants, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Santonio Holmes, wide receiver from Ohio State.
We moved quickly on that, didn't we?
In a good move. This is the best pure route runner in this draft. When we talk about guys running routes, as I've studied these guys, this guy can run routes, he runs with the ball. When he gets the ball in his hands, out of all the receivers, best route runner. That's who Pittsburgh drafted.
18.2 yards a catch, Michael. That'll get your attention. And Troy Smith's development at quarterback really, I think, helped Santonio Holmes. Certainly had the kind of year. He's got kickoff return experience as well. But here's a kid, 5'10 and a half, about 189 pounds. You watch him here. This against the Texas Longhorns. And Cedric Griffin could be a second-round draft choice. Making a catch. Griffin had coverage. Didn't have the ball skills to make the play there. And I think you look at him here, the ability after the catch. And he's tough. He can go inside, make difficult receptions in traffic, which is what impressed me. And here he is against a situation, talk about the bowl game against Notre Dame, making another big play, and the ability, I think, to stretch it and as well help out in the return game. And you lose Antoine Randall L. I thought Sonoris Moss would make sense. Here's Santonio Holmes, though. A lot of people have argued he's the best receiver. I rated it Chad Jackson, Holmes, then Moss. But I think the fact that this kid had such a great year with Troy Smith at quarterback for the Buckeyes, you would have projected him probably to Denver, middle of first. You could have thought about the later first. So he goes about where the wide receivers were projected to go.
Well, here's some names that you might know where Santonio Holmes fit in. Career touchdown receptions, Ohio State. Admittedly, Ohio State not through the years your classic throwing team, but certainly in recent years with David Boston. And all he did was catch touchdowns. Chris Carter, more than Joey Galloway, more than Terry Glenn. And we'll get you the trade in a moment. But look, here's your wide receiver pick. We know what Hines wore. They re-signed him and they had to, but they lost Antoine Randall L. to the Redskins. Cedric Wilson came on, made some big catches in the playoffs, you remember. Quincy Morgan, they kind of got middle season. So again, they have players. They definitely have players. But Santonio Holmes, look, here is an offense that is just starting to feel itself long with Ben Roethlisberger 2 years into it and one Super Bowl ring.
And this is the system he's in Ohio State. It's the same system. We want to run the ball, but when we get an opportunity, we need you to step up and make a play. He did that at Ohio State. That's exactly what Ben Roethlisberger and the Pittsburgh Steelers will expect him to do here. He's not the kind of guy that's going to take over a game from the wide receiver position. But when a play needs to be made, he'll step up and make that play.
I also believe it's worth mentioning that when Coach Cowher drafts, he not only drafts that player, he drafts a Pittsburgh Steeler. And what I mean by that, he drafts for the character of a Steeler, a guy who's going to be great in the locker room, a guy who's going to give complete effort when on the field, a guy who's going to be able to fight some adversity with him, which actually they took the toughest road to winning the Super Bowl. It's that kind of guy that they drafted at wide receiver, Bone.
So let's see here. The trade, well, we'll get that for you here in a minute. The Giants got a third and a fourth.
Pretty good for the Giants.
Down 7 spots, huh?
That's how much
Pittsburgh
they want
gets the offensive player that they weren't sure they were going to get. at the bottom of the first round.
A lot of corners on the board if the Giants want a corner. We have 2 receivers still on the board for the Giants as well. So they're going to get a guy that they would have targeted probably at 25. They get an extra pick in the 3rd, an extra pick in the 4th. That's a good deal for Ernie Accorsi and company.
Admittedly, Super Bowl champs, it's the last pick in those rounds, but it's still...
It tells you how much the Steelers valued Santonio Holmes to give up a 3rd and a 4th for this pick.
Well, they want to keep pushing the envelope, even though they theoretically are a grinded-out football team. When we return, we'll be back for the Bears.
Under Armour Draft Flashback.
Dallas Cowboys select on the first round Marshall Urban, wide receiver, Miami.
Dallas Cowboys, Super Bowl bound next year. Super Bowl bound. What's going down? Huh? Who goes Super Bowl next year?
Hey, I do look a lot alike, like I did then. I look a lot like I did then. But I did promise, and we did get 3 Super Bowls, right? So I did promise.
Super Bowl bound. McNeil, I would say Justice or McNeil.
So,
looked like a gold medal to me. What was that? Or a gold bowling ball around your neck.
A little fun. It was a little fun.
Okay, and now we're going down to Susie Colbert.
Well, wide receiver memories for Michael and plenty of wide receiver memories now for Santonio Holmes, picked by the Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers. Santonio joins us from Belgrade, Florida. Santonio, describe the difference between how you felt about 15 minutes ago and how you feel right now.
Oh man, it's just a wonderful feeling to be selected right now. No matter how long it took me to get off the board, I'm just blessed right now to have the opportunity to be selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You've been on the phone with head coach Bill Cowher. What did he have to say?
Oh man, he said he's very excited about me coming up, and he's ready, to get started with building the program. Continue the dynasty that the Pittsburgh Steelers have.
What did the legacy of receivers at Ohio State represent to you?
The legacy of the receivers at Ohio State, what they represent to me is a lot of class, dignity that the guys have, and just the hard work that those guys have been, portraying all year. And those guys come back and they talk to the younger guys and they help encourage those guys a whole lot. And it's really meant a lot to me, because they showed me a lot in what it takes really to be a Buckeye receiver at Ohio State.
How do you think that translates into the Steelers' mentality?
Oh man, getting the opportunity to play for these guys, it's a dream come true right now. I've been liking the Pittsburgh Steelers since about 1995, and right now I'm just very excited to play for them.
Congratulations on your selection.
Thank you, Susie.
Santonio Holmes, now a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The next pick is in. Let's join the commissioner.
With the 26th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, just acquired from the Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills select John McCargo, defensive tackle, North Carolina State.
3 North Carolina State defensive linemen.
Yeah, but wait a minute now. Now, Mel, this, I think, a little bit of a curveball.
Very much so. I think you're looking at a guy maybe late second, mid-second. I know some teams had a higher grade than that, but all I can say is you look at a guy who was productive when he was healthy. Did have some injury issues the last couple of years and certainly benefited by being on a line with Mario Williams and Manny Lawson. The kid does have some talent. I projected him to be a second. At one point, I thought 3rd or 4th round. So you're talking about a guy in the last projection I did had late second. You're going to trade up into the 26th spot, give up a 3rd round pick to the Bears. Great move from Chicago. I would question it more for the Buffalo Bills. I thought going up, who's playing offensive tackle? Mike Gandy, Jason Peters. I thought maybe you go up and get a Winston Justice at this point to take a defensive tackle like McCargo. We're talking about reaches and whatever. There are some teams that like McCargo. Now, there's someone that thought 3rd or 4th round like I did because of the fact that is he going to hold up from a durability standpoint in the National Football League?
Well, let me ask you this, though. So the Buffalo Bills picked 8th in the 1st round, and they took Dante Widner of Ohio State, a safety. Where did you project him to go?
I thought he'd go around 13. I project him 16 to Miami.
Okay, and then this pick, you pick it in the second round. So they
at one point in time, I thought McCargo would be a 3rd or 4th round draft.
So we can say with 2 first-round picks, they have reached.
I think that not for Whitner. I think Whitner
at number 8. I've never heard Dante Whitner as a top 10
but
pick.
they needed the safety, and they saw already the fact that when you look at what was coming off the board after that, I think they saw situations develop where they're getting concerned, are we going to lose Dante Whitner? So I can understand that. He was a hot guy in the 2 months leading up to the draft. John McCargo, I know some people did like. There were those that thought he could be a late first, early second. I wasn't one of those.
Mel, help me figure this out. They got 3 defensive linemen in the first round. What was their record last year?
North Carolina State.
What was the record? North Carolina
State has 3 defensive linemen in the first round. He wants to know
the record last year?
6-5.
Mario Williams, he was there too. That's what we dropped in.
All right, so the Bills hope that John McCargo is clutch McCargo. And now here's Carolina, a team that was a Final Four team last year, despite all the injuries, won 2 road games in the playoffs.
With the 27th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select D'Angelo Williams, running back from Memphis.
And there you go. Remember how they ended the playoffs with every of their running backs hurt? I love this kid.
Love him.
I love this kid.
Love him.
Production, Mel? Oh, my goodness, for Memphis.
Exactly. New England took Lawrence Maroney. I thought D'Angelo Williams would be in the mix there. Certainly for Carolina, you look at a team now that has security behind Deshaun Foster. Now they have Eric Shelton. They drafted him in the 2nd round last year. A little spotty, a little iffy on what kind of progress he would be able to make as a big back coming into a 2nd year now in the NFL. I think D'Angelo Williams, though, the offensive line at Memphis, not that good, yet the productivity never dropped. You talk about his ability to catch the football. He's certainly better than adequate in that area. And then after the catch, you see the balance and the toughness, the break tackles. A kid who has the ability, I think, to change direction in the hole. Good feet, very shifty. I'm not about to compare him to any former number 20 like Barry Sanders, but this kid, despite the fact that offensive line at Memphis, like I say, below average, you see him here, nothing in the initial hole, pops outside, and then has the speed to turn the corner and take it the distance. D'Angelo Williams was a heck of a back. He showed he could catch the football adequately. He's a good kid. He's a hard worker. There's some question, well, he had an injury. He bowed out of the Tennessee game. The coach there, you're talking about a situation with Tommy West. He knew he wasn't healthy. For him to be ready for the end of the season, they needed to win games, to go to a bowl. D'Angelo Williams stepped up when he needed to, and I think this is a nice pick. The security behind Deshaun Foster they now have.
Just look at this. 6,000 yards rushing. Production, hello. Behind only, as you mentioned, Dane, Ricky Williams, Tony Dorsett. I mean, I don't care who you're playing against. 6,000 yards, why? It's a lot of carries. But it is certainly big-time production. Well, before we move on to what Carolina just did, let's move back for a moment to, on our Coors Light video conferencing, to the coach of the, I just want to say this loud enough so we can hear it in Pittsburgh. Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers. I know that sounds good to you, Bill Cowher. So you moved up for offense. Randall L. out, Santonio Holmes, you couldn't resist.
Well, Chris, I mean, he was a guy that as he slipped further down, we felt like he was a guy that would fit what we were trying to accomplish today and getting a receiver that could stretch the field and also getting a returner. We feel good about Cedric Wilson coming back with Nate Washington, Quincy Morgan, Sean Morey, but we think the opportunity to get a receiver who also returns fills a big thing that we tried to accomplish today.
What is, obviously you don't just replace a guy like a Jerome Bettis and you don't just plug somebody in like that coming out of college, but how can you go about, what is your goal here in trying to replace at least his productivity, if not his presence? That'll have to come.
Well, the presence, that will take care of itself. You know, you lose people like Kimo, Antoine, and Jerome. That will have to take place in the locker room, and that'll be the evolution. But, you know, even from a running back standpoint, Willie Parker, Deuce Staley, Veron Haynes, we feel good about those guys. I mean, they're coming back again, and again, you know, we were able to get San Antonio and Santonio, and so we feel good about that. So, I mean, obviously there were some good players still left, but we felt that this was a quality player that fit not just the one position of receiver, but also the return element as well.
Bill, can you describe a little bit? I know you're looking forward and the goal is next year and you'll remind your players, hey, we didn't even win our division. I made your first speech for you. But I was in Pittsburgh last week and I mean, you couldn't go anywhere without, has the town even begun to come down from what you guys accomplished on the field? What's life been like in Pittsburgh the last 3 months?
You know what? I think it's great for the town. The important thing is that our players come down. So as we start to come back for this off-season program, we got to get back to that foundation. All the guys, most of the guys are in town working. There's a real healthy atmosphere, and we recognize it's going to be harder this year. We weren't the best team last year. We played good football at the end of the season, but it still goes back to that foundation, the off-season program, training camp. We have a lot of holes to fill, and we got a lot of groundwork to make. So I think we're doing that right now. I like the attitude of what I've seen, and hopefully can add a few more good players today and tomorrow.
I can't imagine one of your teams wouldn't be hungry. We're not going to be the first, but we certainly won't be the last. To all of us here, congratulations on an unbelievable job last year, and go get back to work. Thank you.
Thanks, Boomer.
All right, Coach Bill Cowher, who people were reminded, you know, he's a pretty good coach. 14 years, what's the matter? He can't win. Never going to have to hear it again. Now, maybe the Pittsburgh Steelers have a great chance, even though the AFC is loaded. The quarterback that rarely loses games and a hungry team, maybe they have a chance to win 2 in a row. It was quite a season last year in Pittsburgh, winning unprecedented all those road playoff games. They finally had a, quote, home game in the Super Bowl when they beat the Seattle Seahawks. So the Steelers moved up quickly to take Santonio Holmes with 25. We gave you the details of that. It cost them the 3 and a 4. Jacksonville is next on the clock. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, a team that won 12 games, although you don't think of them in the same way. They're a wild card team. Went into New England and were beaten. Byron Leftwich became the leader of the team. This is one of the biggest teams that you will see. Let's go up to the commissioner and see if he takes, I think, maybe a big tight end. I mean, this is a large team. I look for a big guy.
With the 28th choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Mercedes Lewis, tight end from UCLA.
Like I said, a large guy, a big tight end that fits the mold of this team. And look, they've been playing with Brady there. This is a very good position for a 12 and 14 to upgrade.
Well, the kid's got pass catching skills. Anytime you're 6'6" and a quarter, 260 pounds, boom, you know, he doesn't have great speed. Long stride around a 4.83 at the combine. Did vertical 37 inches, caught a lot of passes in this UCLA offense. Had an excellent senior year until later in the season. I thought he tailed off. Then at the Senior Bowl practices was very quiet, while Dominic Byrd from USC was having a great week. So I think you look at a guy like this and you say, okay, will he be able to separate, get open in the National Football League without having the great speed? But he's a big target. He's got excellent hands. As I said, he caught a ton of balls in that UCLA Bruin offense, and he fills a neat area for the Jaguars. He has been projected to go there for about the last month and a half. So the Jaguars, true to form, need an interior offensive line and went away from Nick Mangold to take Mercedes Lewis.
Well, we have 4 picks left in the first round, and it's going to be the second time up for the Jets. We'll be back.